Yeah, you were to switch that off. Yeah.
I did that speaker. Yesterday I turned it off, yeah. Right. Is that alright though? Yeah,
yeah. It's just when Luke tells me sometimes to play it back, even though it's still on, because it's overrunning.
Right, I see. Bit back, yeah, I get that.
So I run it.
You're on our live stream now.
Off and you're alright.
Yeah, no worries.
What time's this one due? This is due to finish at R5, is it?
Something like that.
So I'm going to hit this as soon as it.
This
train strike. My last train's at 7.
Oh, God,
so
yeah.
R5, I've got to clear this stuff.
Yeah, fair play. Yeah, no worries. We'll be able to get everything out as well pretty promptly. Is there any way, you see that light in the corner, is there any way to make it blue? Or is it a remote control business, or is it?
It's a little tricky.
Cheers. You've got like, are they dials and you've got to like kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to hand the mic straight over to you guys. So do you want to do another quick introduction about who you guys are, Dreambirds, and then looking forward to learning more about the future of film? Thanks so much.
Well, I'm Mark Forstater,
I'm Nathan Neuman.
and I'm a film producer, I'm an author, and I've become a tech entrepreneur, I think. I've made about 30 films, including Monty Python and the Holy Grail, Extra, and a film, a rom-com, a new rom-com called Swipe Fever, directed by Nathan Neuman.
Yeah, so my background is in post-production, music composition, and I've run talent agencies and production companies for many years now. And I'm also the co-founder of Dreambird with Mark.
So we're going to tell you about Dreambird, and it's really a revolutionary film platform for the 21st century. But first, I thought I would give you a honest history of the history of film production and how we got to where we are today. So around 1900, films started to be made in Britain, France, and the US. And the first commercial use of these was in peep shows and Nickelodeons, where people would come in and put pennies and nickels into these peep machines and watch a short black and white animated or live action film. Eventually, these became storefront cinemas, where people would pay an entry fee, come in and watch 10 and 20-minute black and white silent movies. And these became very popular. But a man called Adolf Zukor in 1912 thought that this was too limiting, and he thought that feature films, long 60 to 90-minute films, in theaters would be much better and would find a better audience. So all the people making films at that time thought he was out of his mind. But he went and spent a huge amount of money buying up a film with Sarah Bernhardt, the famous French actress, playing Elizabeth. And he put it into a cinema or a theater on Broadway, and it was a huge success. So now all the filmmakers piled in. They started making longer films. They started adapting theaters into cinemas, and we soon had a thriving film industry. So Zukor set up Paramount Pictures, which was a film studio which made films, a distribution company which sent them around the world, and they also owned theaters, so they could show the films in their own cinemas. And all of the major studios followed this vertical example, that is MGM, Lowe's, Columbia, Fox. They all had this situation. This was the studio system, which lasted from the 20s until really the 50s. In 1927, sound came in, and 1939, color came in. And these film studios were producing enough films so that every week, in every cinema in America, there was a new film. And these were really film factories. They had writers, producers, directors, actors, crew. Everyone was permanently employed making these films, which went around the world. And the film industry became the fifth largest industry in America. Except for the Depression, it was mainly an upward curve. And people would go to cinemas, pay their 25 cents, and they'd see a film, they'd see probably a cartoon, probably a Disney cartoon, they'd see a newsreel. It was a whole evening's entertainment. So this carried on all the way through until 1948, when the US government stopped the studios from owning their own theaters. They had to divest themselves of the theaters. But they carried on making films and distributing them. In the 50s, television came in, and this was really a major problem for the studios because the television companies were making westerns, they were making comedies, dramas, they were doing all the same productions that the studios were, but people could watch it for free. They were ad-supported. So cinema takings went down, and the cinema makers, the filmmakers decided they needed to do something different. So they started doing 3D cinema. They did bigger epic productions. They actually brought in stereo sound. And this improved the situation, but still the studio system was really ended. So from the 1960s on, these major studios became basically distributors. They commissioned independent companies to make the films, and then they sold them around the world into cinemas, television, and this carried on until in the 1960s. Marshall McLuhan, who was a professor of media, he made the point that television forced the American film industry to actually start making art films and interesting films. And this coincided with a new generation of filmmakers, like Coppola and Lucas, who were film students who moved into film production. So you got from the last quarter of the 20th century, you had better films getting made. You had, Star Wars, you had Godfather, better productions were being made. And this became a kind of really a golden age of Hollywood. Also at this time, home viewing became possible. So there was VHS and DVD, which helped the studio distribution systems. This carried on until really, I think Netflix was selling DVDs by mail. That's how they started. And they then set up a streaming service, which none of the other majors followed at the time. So when we got to the COVID and the lockdowns of 2020 and 2021, these were the worst 2 years in the film industry ever. Obviously, there were no films being made, cinemas were shut, so the distributors, the independent distributors, the ones that independent producers would rely on, really were starved of income because they had no films to distribute and they had nowhere to distribute them. And this problem really has not been resolved. Cinema takings are down, they're not yet at the 2019 level. And so there's a kind of funding gap in the film business, especially for the independents. So now all the major studios have decided that they're also into streaming. We have Warner's has Max and Lionsgate is streaming, obviously Disney Plus. Apple joined them, so they're all streaming, but it's made a big difference to the producers because streamers don't pay profits. They hire producers to make films or series for them. They pay them well, but there's no upside. No matter how many viewers watch Squid Game, the producer of Squid Game only got £1.5 million for his production. So in a funny way, there's no incentive for producers to make better films because they're not getting anything extra for doing it. And if you notice that the Writers Guild is currently on strike in America, and the strike is really about the residual payments that writers used to get from television after their films are shown on TV. They get nothing extra for films being streamed. So I think you're going to find that when the Directors Guild and also the actors come up for renewal of their contract, I think they will join that strike. And I think it will be a very, could be a protracted strike because they're all missing this income that they used to have. But the streamers, they use algorithms to decide what to make. It's all done by numbers. If a series or a film is done well, they say, oh, okay, let's make 3, 4, 4 more of that genre or more like that. And this has led, we believe, to the lessening of quality. A lot of the films feel very kind of secondhand. There's nothing interesting and exciting about them. And this is also a problem, I think, for the viewers. So the producers have a problem because there's no way of getting profits out of these situations, which means you can't make your own production company grow. You're always chasing the next series. And for viewers, it's frustrating that there are so many titles that are really not worth watching. And when you finally get something to watch, it's not very satisfactory. So this is the problem that Greenberg set out to solve. On the one hand for the viewers, on the other hand for the creators. And what we decided was that with the current tech that's available, we're going to put the buyers together with the sellers. The buyers are the audience, the people who've been paying for films all along through their tickets at cinemas or buying DVDs. So they're the buyers, and the sellers are the creators, producers, directors, writers, who want to make films and TV, but find it very difficult to access funding. And even if they get the funding, distribution is even harder. So if they put a film they made on the streamer, how will people find it? With no marketing budget, with no promotion, it's like being in a library. It just sits there until somebody maybe accidentally comes across it. So we've also had a system for avoiding that problem. And my co-founder Nathan will reveal all.
All right. Well, the future of film is an expansive subject, lots of possibilities, and depending on how we look into the future and what we want to look at, things can be very different. We could look very far into the future, where the norm is to have a brain chip in your head, like a Neuralink, and have access to all the movies all the time. But we want to focus on the near future, the efforts that we're putting to pioneer that. And right now, as Mark said, there's a problem in finding films. That's one problem. So it takes about 30 minutes, according to research, to find something to watch on streamers. And when we find something, it's usually not engaging enough for us. It doesn't captivate us. So it's not very good, basically, the situation that we're in. And we don't know how to find these movies. And we don't know how to make better movies because right now the industry relies on algorithms and on personal motivations of gatekeepers. Where are all the Shawshank Redemptions, the Forrest Gumps, the Whiplashes, all the films that we used to love? Where are these new editions of them? Where are these new filmmakers? Where can I find them? It's like flicking through thousands of films for thousands of hours looking for a needle in the haystack that might not even be there. But it doesn't have to be this way. There's ways that we've worked out to humanize the algorithm, because I get far better recommendations from friends, from family, from colleagues, from people at events like this for actually getting better films. Through conversation, you talk about your favorite activities, your hobbies, your interests. You share your favorite films, your favorite books, and that's how we find captivating movies. So what we're doing is we're creating a way for people to communicate in a new way that hasn't been done before in the film industry, so that you can come on to Greenberg when it's launched. It'll be the first ever social film platform, and you'll be able to create a public or private community, and you can talk with people who share your interests. Communities can be niche, they can be diverse, they can be whatever you want. We could have a community about Web3 enthusiasts, and you can sit there, you can talk about your favorite films, you can share upcoming movies, films that are in the works. You can even create ideas in these communities, and you can watch them together. You can have watch parties. It's a completely different way of experiencing the film finding experience. Because when I join a community, I can then see films that my friends are telling me. I can have a private group with my friends that say, you have to watch this film. Cool. I can talk. I can be in a 3D environment. You can be in a virtual lobby, a virtual bar, virtual cinema. Anything you can imagine, you can create it. You can be there. And this is how we can discover better films. Same way that we do in real life, we can do that in the virtual world now. And it will be much faster. The other thing that we've developed is a smart search tool. which allows us to find things based on mood, on visual memory, and in dialogue. So let's say that you remember a quote from a movie and you want to find exactly that place in the movie. So at which moment in the film does Arnold Schwarzenegger say, "I'll be back in the Terminator"? Type that in, it'll tell you 1 hour and 53 seconds. And then you'd be able to play that back straight away, and you'd have that clip. Now, if you're a student and you filmed a lecture, that's going to be very useful for you if you know what you're looking for. If you're a journalist or video creator, or you just need some piece of content that you know exists somewhere, you can search for it and find it through dialogue. The other side of this is if you remember a scene, but you don't remember the name of the film, say, in which film is Edward Norton ordering things from IKEA, it'll tell you photograph. And for the mood side of things, let's say you've had a bad breakup, sad, and you want to get over it, so you'll tell the search, give me something absurd and funny to help me get over my breakup. And it will give you Napoleon Dynamite or a dodgeball. And let's say that you want to embrace your sadness. Show me something that's about heartbreak and loneliness. You get 500 Days of Summer. You know, and it goes on and on. So it's a different kind of experience, which is really personalized to users, as opposed to a broad generic idea that we currently get from algorithms. So people will have a more human experience in the community side of things, and have a more personalized experience in actually finding things, which we think will help us to find things faster and not in 30 minutes. We can also mingle in these 3D spaces, just for for networking, for fun, and to watch things. There'll also be a lot of flexibility and moderation tools available for people so that they can make sure that visitors in your community have a safe and good experience. But now, how do we make better films? Because that's the other part of the problem. So right now we have all these gatekeepers deciding what should and shouldn't be made, so we kind of get stuck. So what we thought is, in the same way that people can recommend good films to each other, they can also create and find good films, because there's lots of projects out there that we don't even know about. They don't have a space to promote themselves, but we can find them in Greenbird, and then we can share them in our community. So we have to see that film, it's a great movie. Or we can, as a group or individually, we can come up with ideas, and we can say, this is the film we want to see. We can create an environment where people can discuss the movies they like, storylines, characters, the worlds we want to see in cinema. And this, when you have a filmmaker, perhaps the next Spielberg could come on there and find this project and say, wow, this is a pop community that did this amazing project, I want to direct this movie. And now we're taking it another step further, because we're actually able to facilitate a 360 solution where you can actually make the film on the platform itself. So from the inception to completion. And before I get into that, one of the reasons that films aren't really unique anymore is because when the streamers came along, the DVD market collapsed, lost 90% of its sales, and people adopted the binge watching mentality. I mean, I'm guilty of that, this binge watching shows. That's kind of a thing that we all do at some point. And sadly, because of this, the cinemas stopped attracting as many audiences as they did before. And that meant that filmmakers and studios can't take risks anymore making cool films, because they can only do tried and tested methods. They can do stuff that's been done, and it has to work. So we get the same kind of movies over and over again. They're all cookie cutter shaped. I mean, the last Batman was great, but did it have to be 3 hours long? I don't know. But we challenge that blockbuster or bust mentality. We want to be able to give people a new way of doing things. We want to help new talent find their teams, find their growth, and nurture them. Because right now it's such a challenge for existing and new filmmakers to even make anything. They have to go through the streamers. And if they're lucky enough to access the streamers, then they have to rely on them so much that they do accept these horrible conditions like Mark was talking about. 0 royalties, that's horrible. They put their whole life work into a film, and their whole passion, there's true stories a lot of the time, to put it into that, and then they get nothing at the end of it. They get one fee and they're done. And all they have to get their ideas completely changed to satisfy the streamer's algorithms and also to satisfy the gatekeeper's personal motivations. So is all hope lost? The studios seem to think so, but we don't. This is where we come in to change things. We flip the model completely upside down. So we're providing filmmakers, creators with an opportunity to retain up to 85% of their royalties. And that's something that's never been done before in the movie industry. This revolutionary change actually shifts the power dynamic, which allows filmmakers to be able to make their movies without the financial risks that they've had before and without the creative changes. So by leveraging all this web-free tech that's available to us and audience-driven content to actually empower any individual to be able to stream, fund, and create their own projects. And let's say you want to make a movie, but you don't know where to begin. You're a new entrant in the industry, or you're an enthusiast, or you just want to make a movie. You go with your friends. You could be a director, you could be a producer, or writer, whatever creative or non-creative background you have. Greenberg can guide you on how to make the movie, and it can provide the tools to make the movie from start to finish. In this case, let's say we're writers. So first thing we need a concept. And then we need to go from concept to script. So we develop our script. We've got lots of AI and non-AI tools available to do that today. You can do that solo, as a group. And after we've completed our script, we then need to create a space for us to fund and build a team. So in order to build a team, we've got functions which allow us to tap into all the players in the industry who are crew, and they are like camera people, lighting people, everyone that you need, they can apply to come on your space and be part of your movie. You can describe a film in the space, you can invite community, you can invite specific people, you can contribute, people can collaborate, you can pre-sell viewings, you can buy digital assets, you can sell as part of events, you can sell whatever you can think has value, you can co-create, live stream, you can even sell people who want to be in your film, they can buy a role in your film, you can sell stakes, and the way that you earn stakes, it doesn't have to be just financial, you can actually earn stakes in the movie through creative contribution and play an active journey across a whole film. And this gives opportunity to films to go viral as well, because anyone can become an influencer in birth. When you share, you're incentivized to share, not only because you want to see this project, but also because you want to earn from this. People can make a living through affiliate links. People do that already today, but we're giving film a link to do that. So you can share links to your favorite projects. You can become an influencer. You get a reputation for being known to share good films, and you earn commission from that. It's a very good, it's 20% commission for doing that. If you're an influencer with already a lot of followers on other social media tools that exist today, you can share on those and get the same thing. And it's all transaction-based, and it's all backed by the blockchain, so you're insured to get paid when it happens. You get analytics as an investor, you get analytics as a filmmaker, you get analytics as a person sharing links. You're going to have really amazing tools so you can actually monitor everything that you're doing in an easy way. And because of all the blockchain and smart contracts, we protect not only the stakeholders, but we also protect crew members so they can get paid through the platform as well. And because there's already a production system in place, there's a money system in place, and the market in place, it actually ensures that investors and brands can have confidence in funding riskier films, which today they don't have that confidence. There's no means to do this. So with what we're doing, we're actually giving the confidence back to the filmmakers, to the studios, to the investors who want to see different films. And you're going to be able to have seamless interaction with brands. So let's say Coca-Cola wants to fund your next movie. They can now interact with you in a way which doesn't distract you from the movie. So it doesn't have to be on the TV screen or wherever you're watching it. It can be on a different device. You won't be getting hyperlinks like we see in other places where it's really annoying, right? I'm watching something and getting all these links in the movie. So with our system, you can get it on a different device and you can interact with the movie as it's playing in real time. You can have mini games, trivia, behind the scenes. The talent can be giving you their special information that you wouldn't know otherwise. And it's a completely not intrusive way. And data and privacy to us are very important issues. People's data will be completely private, but if they want, they can opt in to sell their data and make money off their data. They can also tailor how they want to experience ads, because on our system, you get paid whenever an ad plays as a viewer as well. So you can say you don't want ads or you do want ads, you can decide. And now that we have the capabilities and funding to go into production, we can invite our supporters for live streams and virtual behind the scenes. We can use AI to enhance our production. You can now today augment reality whilst you're filming on camera. You can have LED screens and get AI to generate the background for the screens. This is a much better experience for actors. They're actually in the space rather than just a green screen behind them. You can also use AI to aid in continuity. Let's say I'm filming something and there's a cut here, and suddenly in the next take I'm filming and the cut is here. The AI can actually tell me to cut back. You're also able to use AI to talk with you. So you can talk directly to the camera and say, that was the take I liked. And then at the end of it, the AI can automatically assemble for you all your favorite takes and make an assembly, which speeds the whole production process significantly and makes it faster and more cost effective. And also we can use blockchain to facilitate payments to crew members, and that's the most boring part of production. This is paying people, and
Important though.
it's very important, yeah, paying people and looking at the accounting to make sure on budget. But with blockchain, you can actually automatically do all of that. You can set up codes to do it. And live action aside, we're creating something new. We call it the movie simulator. And what this is a tool that allows you to make films entirely in a digital space. And the technology today is very, very good, so you can actually get almost lifelike quality. But maybe in the next couple of years, we will have lifelike 3D quality. And anyone can make a movie on a computer. A movie that can cost millions can be done for a fraction of that cost. And you can use avatars from celebrities. There's a lot of celebrities now who've created avatars. Or you can create your own avatars, you can create your own props, you can create your own locations, and you can sell these on the marketplace within the movie simulator. Within the movie simulator, you can do any stunt you want, you can build any world that you want, you can be in any environment. You can invite people from different backgrounds who would normally not get to work with on film production to come and contribute and make things. Combine animators with theater people, that's a completely new thing. So it unlocks new realms of creativity, it pushes the boundaries, it's doing things that are not possible today. And you can even create branching narratives where people can influence the progression of a series, let's say, or they can influence how the story is going, even be a character in this space. This movie simulator is our metaverse. And I think in the future, people will look back at movies the way that we look at paintings. I think the movie simulator can do what cameras did to painters, to the film industry. And traditional films will always have its place, especially for the art of it, for the love of it. But people will wonder in the future, how were film made in the old way? Because why would you, when you can do it all on computers? I think the future is very exciting. There's a lot of new things coming. I think smart glasses are going to be a big deal, where people can interact with each other with wearing these glasses whilst watching films, and you can augment reality. And experts always say that a better theory wins. And our theory and technical expertise together can win out over the crumbling film industry we have today.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have a quick question? Yeah. Go on.
So you see that this is a sort of step on from the creator economy, right? So it's the content economy of films. You could do it two ways. So you could do it the Web 2 way, but from what I'm hearing, they're not giving away any of the revenue, so there's no upside. So this is more of a decentralized approach using Web3 technology. What platform are you on, and are you are you in testnet? Where is this platform at the moment?
We've got a demo available online. It's just a purely visual demo, so you can kind of just play around with it. We've got the tech available to us, so we're kind of in development now. The technology exists.
So is it public blockchain?
Sorry?
I'm using a public blockchain, like Ethereum.
With our blockchain, we've not incorporated the blockchain yet, because we've got a few blockchains that we're speaking to who can all kind of facilitate this. The main part for us is having all the AI tools available, having the community side available. The blockchain is actually it's very important, and it's crucial to our plan. But we feel that we've got quite a lot of opportunities with that. We've had a number of blockchain companies who've offered to get involved with us and give us grants and all of this, and we're just kind of weighing out what's really important to us.
And the other thing I was going to ask about was about the IP.
Yeah.
So I'm writing a book on the Metaverse, and one of the key things is about IP and how you protect IP and copyright. Have you thought about that?
Yes.
We share off
We have thought about IP and copyright. I mean, the blockchain is helpful, but I think that there's still a lot of technical loopholes out there that exist in the world, where in different countries it's different regulations. But the most basic IP way to protect is, let's say you've got a script, you post it to yourself, right? That's like the most basic way to protect your IP. But there are different, there's new companies coming out there where you can make things immutable online through digital storage and facilities.
Right.
And we're going to probably partner with some of those.
So I'm curious how much you think it would cost to build this, who are your current backers, if you have any, do you have any advisors? Yeah, that would be my question.
So at the moment, we signed with a VC in April, and our first round is 5 million, and then we're doing the second round for another 5 million.
Okay, you're raising on equity, not tokens?
Yeah.
This fits nicely with a utility token model.
Yeah, so I'd like to have a chat with you after.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I hearing you right? You let the audience co-create a film and use AI to make a film on your platform, end to end.
Yes.
Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's just completely different. I like that.
Yeah, well, so just one thing about the blockchain, I don't think it really matters which one you actually use, because most of what you're building will be basically off the blockchain. You probably use blockchain mostly to like verify transactions, maybe like deal with the money, the way the funds move. So really the blockchain you use is probably not going to matter. So you want to build stuff around it.
Okay. I have one very last quick question would be like, what timeframes do you think you're looking at before we can start realizing, this dream of being able to create movies like this?
So we've got quite a good roadmap. We've got very in-depth tech phases, and we've got really good experienced people. So we're looking at about, we're first starting with our marketplace. That's going to be our first thing. That's going to take about 6 months. And then we're going to start integrating all the cool community functions. But the actual film simulator could take we've envisioned about 2 years.
And you think AI is there, is ready for the sort of creation you were talking about of, stitching together takes, being very...
Oh yeah, we have that technology.
All that stuff.
Yeah, we have that already.
Can't wait to see what happens. All right, everyone, please put your hands together for our panel here. That was Future of Film with Mark Forstater and Neuman. Thanks everyone for joining, and everyone online who's watching. we are going to now be getting prepped for our next session. We have a panel coming up, one of which is in the audience, going to help with some good questions. And that's all going to be about the metaverse revolution and understanding, following this theme a little bit, how is it going to transform entertainment, the future of commerce, work. So yeah, really excited for that. Give us 2 minutes to set the stage and we'll get live. Thank you. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I could download it and go back home. I can't uninstall it.
This one,
Oh, redeem for.
you just come to the mouse side.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Yeah, just mouse
Put the link into the chat. It's actually not.
You could show it, but I think it's more,
Right. Well, that's good. We've got that. Do you either of you want this?
Zero.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you for Holy Grail as well. I love that. I straight away thought that's like absolutely big fan. Yeah, so he's already messaged back now. And we'll go for a beer. And we've lost one of our colors. Justin.
Yes, you should really put Apple tags on everybody. That's much easier.
Yeah, no, he did message this morning saying, so we're I'm looking for 3 and he's so let me focus on you, and then we'll share the hand.
Hopefully I didn't break anything.
Just give it a turn. Awesome.
Guys taking pictures.
I will be here.
Yeah, actually, we're gonna share them.
Yes.
So we can post about it.
Exactly, and then we'll make sure that happens. I'll probably cover this just so that you guys don't get blinded. If you want to make way onto the stage, we'll get started. I do have another panel, but also it's just a hand of 3 of you guys. This is 3 chairs plus moderator. I'm trying to. Oh, no, because you're going to be speaking the most. Yeah, exactly. Just give it a twist all the way around. Let's get right up, right? To get down there. Awesome, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining this next session. It's all about the Metaverse revolution, looking at the future of work, social, and entertainment. We're joined by our panel moderator, Waheed Rahman. Did I say that right?
Yeah,
Waheed Rahman. I didn't say it right. But yeah, I'll hand it over to you, let you introduce our panelists, and we'll get straight into it. Really excited for this. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Brilliant. So, Metaverse revolution, how it transformed work, commerce, and entertainment. What a super loaded term, right? And it's going to do it differently because we've got a bit of time. It's going to go around the room. If you want to tell us who you are, what you do, and what's your interest in the Metaverse, we know.
Absolutely. So hi, my name is Mel. Sorry, I need to figure out the slide. Right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. So hello everyone, I'm Mel. So I've basically worked in media, technology, digital product for the past 13 years. I'm currently at Sky running technology innovation for Sky's Innovation Lab. Previously, I've worked for startups, I've been at the BBC, and my interest in the metaverse is really, so it offers huge opportunities, obviously, for entertainment and providing more immersive experiences, but also I have a passion for Web3 and just how it shifts the way we obviously do commerce, the way we interact with each other, and shift it towards more of an ownership and participatory model. And I've been looking at the metaverse for quite a while now. I head up Sky's Metaverse network, and yeah, it's a really exciting space.
Yeah, so my name's Tom. I go on a online platform for YouTube and Twitter, called Crypto Busy. It's been about 5 years now. And the aim is to demystify the crypto space. There's a lot of things in the space that can be demystified. And then also alongside it as well, we run a bespoke advisory firm that's creates and accelerates projects. You want to list on some exchanges, so we fit into that conversation as well. My interest in the metaverse is just my interest with being in the Web3 space, seeing what the innovations can be. And again, that's an exciting space to be part of. And again, I'm really passionate about it. So that's what's up.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So I'm David Palmer. I'm leading blockchain Web3 for Holographic, which is quite a difficult task. We've got 27 partner markets, 20 locals around the world, and a very skeptical Web3 audience. So I'm doing that. I'm also very interested in Metaverse, and we have done some work on the Metaverse, so teleport, polling. We've done some other collaborations with Lenovo, and more recently we're doing a virtual showroom, which is using the Metaverse to basically immersive showroom experience for some of our automotive clients. On top of that, I'm also writing a book at the moment, which will be published on 5th of December on the business of the Metaverse. So really excited about this kind of discussion.
Awesome, brilliant. A lot of thoughts around the room. So Metaverse, I was just reading through some data that's there. So I think McKinsey puts by the end of the decade, 8 trillion the market cap for the Metaverse. I think Morgan Stanley, 5 trillion. PG says that all these numbers are quite modest. I want to peg our goalposts a little bit, and what's a good testable definition of a metaverse? And I say it because I want to get beyond the kind of marketing guff that's out there, just companies putting metaverse on top to inflate their valuations, to defraud investors. What would be a good testable definition of a metaverse? That okay, this is a metaverse, this isn't. Maybe I'll solve you.
Yeah, so I think the metaverse combines the connectivity of the web, and especially, we just heard about that actually there's a new ownership dimension to Web3, and also, the best of spatial computing. So, and I think really what is testable and makes it really interesting is that it's obviously immersive, interoperable, and abundant, so enabling multi-user interactions and full immersiveness. And then on top of that, obviously, everything that Web3 offers.
Yeah, for sure. I think we can get into sort of the do we live in a simulation talk very well. There was an interesting talk yesterday about how for the past 70 odd years, TVs have been 2D. We've been interacting with that in that 2D dimension. That's been the main form, the main medium to interact with different types of media. The metaverse really offers a new space where you can interact in the 3D and ultimately being an immersive experience and slowly get to that sort of simulation talk about. So it's something to do that, the immersive experience in the 3D sense, connecting the web. That's it.
I agree with everything my esteemed panelists said. I look at it slightly differently. So I think the definition of the metaverse is evolving. I think had we had this conversation 6 months ago, it would have been about the VR goggles that we were all waiting for Apple on Monday to announce their headsets. Everybody's waiting and they're expecting it to be. But that would have been the discussion. It would have been about the massive experience, about 3D. having had 5 months of talking about it and Metaverse coming from the top of the hype cycle to the bottom,
Yeah,
based
very
on
much about
AI. We're going to discuss AI.
Yeah.
Okay. I see it slightly differently. So I see the Metaverse as a virtual world which exists alongside the real world, which has an economy, an ecosystem, a finance system, communities, and all of these things embedded in it. But I say that to say that the definition is evolving. And actually now I see it slightly differently in that I see the Metaverse as an operating system. I see the Metaverse as what we saw with Steve Jobs in 2007, right? The iPhone. I see it as a new operating system, which is drawing on different technologies. So it will draw on AI, it will draw on Web3, it will draw on Web2, it will draw on FinTech, it will draw on ERP and the company systems. But it's drawing on all of this to provide a new immersive application. And the immersiveness has different levels.
Yeah.
So there's some levels where you only need 2 to be immersive. Immersiveness or 2.5. And there's some where where there's a lot of value added from the immersiveness. Yeah. High value goods, testing a car. Yeah. Trying out an engine simulation. Yeah. Where it's going to be higher. You need deep immersiveness. That's how I see it. Yeah. And the operating system will grow with the technology as AI becomes more powerful, as Web3 becomes more powerful. The Metaverse operating system.
When we say an operating system, we mean like a platform shift occurring. So like, for instance, like 1950s, you have like the mainframe computers, right? 70s, 80s was all about your personal computers, right? And then 2000, 2010, you had the smartphones, and Steve Jobs talked about it. And then do you think now there's a different kind of application, there's a platform?
So the first thing I'll say,
yeah,
this is all going into my book, right? So
all right.
You're getting a good question. Published by Kogan page 5th of December. But the web browser is dead. The web browser, as we know it, Chrome, whatever, is absolutely dead because what you're going to see is the Metaverse will essentially become that web browser. And how you interact with it, you're seeing ChatGPT as text form, so you interact with AI via text. You're seeing it with GPT-4, and then you'll have voice prompts. You'll be able to go in there, it'll be like Iron Man Java, talk to people, so. And then you've got some techniques which are looking at voice, news, thought. So it's going to replace the web browser, and it's going to go further because with AI you've got more intelligence, right? So it becomes more like an assistant than just providing information. But then you've got all of the developments we've had now with Web3 and FinTech, etc., where you can have wallets, you can have digital identities, verifiable credentials, retail, wholesale, supply chain, all of this information. More of it will be generated in the Metaverse. Will be at our fingertips. We'll be able to move through that intelligently to buy, sell, generate information, etc. That's how I see the future.
Yeah, and we see companies obviously already doing that. So going back to the Apple announcement, with the new headset, they will be launching their new OS, XR OS basically, which is the underlying, exactly how you guys have described it, the underlying extended and mixed reality operating system. And we might see more devices coming out in the future and more capabilities as you have described. So I'm really looking for a more consumer-facing and more affordable, maybe AR headset by Apple at some point, also running on their new OS.
Since you mentioned the AR headsets, let's pull that thread a little bit. I mean, it's been like I won't say like a massive failure, but not a win. For a lot of these headsets, like Oculus hasn't really hit it out. No one's really hit it out. We've had Google Glass, the first iteration, but then really nothing really scaled up to the consumer level that we're talking about here, right? It's just really a drop in the ocean in terms of usage of these AR headsets. So why do you guys think that all this kind of headsets and AR VR headsets thus far released were failures? Basically, what are they getting wrong? What's there? I mean, what's the next step? The 5% you need to get.
Sure. I think ultimately in the past we mentioned that I think
back then, it's like 2012,
Yeah.
2013,
Oh, yeah.
something like that. I think back then you had, I think 4G just coming into play.
Sure.
And then also the technology back then, I think there was a bandwidth issue. And I think we're now at the point now where we have introduced 5G, fairly successfully, as well. I think it's introducing 5G. So that helps with the connectivity, that helps with the bandwidth for providing real-time analysis. And if you're driving on the road at 70 miles an hour, you want to make sure that if you have, let's say, your 2024 Google Glass or whatever it may be, headset that's coming out, and if it's an AR type object, you want to make sure that the information you're getting for the directions from Google are real-time, and there's maybe a 3-second, 30-second gap. So you want to have that connectivity. I think bandwidth has been an issue in the past, which I think is now there, and that's caught up. Now we just need to see the technology come through.
Good.
Yeah, and also I think just making it a bit more user-friendly and usable. So I remember when Google Glass was a thing, I was a software developer at the BBC and we tried to develop a news app for Google Glass that was totally R&D stage and never got launched. And there were just a number of limitations. The screen was incredibly small. You could only, if anything, read the headline. We tried having a news article read out to someone, but that's really annoying. Imagine you're cycling and it's a really long article and it just keeps going. So I think it's about headsets becoming, first of all, faster with the connectivity, but also more lightweight and more user-friendly in terms of consuming the content.
Again, it's interesting. I was having a friend of mine tip off from BCG Consulting, and we were having a discussion. He showed me a slide, and it's what he uses for his presentation. They had the first smartphone, right? They had the first mobile phone. It was a massive, I'm old enough to remember, massive brick that you had to carry around. If you remember the first Lethal Weapon movie, you'll see the massive brick that you used to carry around. And that's what it is. And look at where we are now, right? We have slim phones, you can do all sorts of things with it. So I think the first thing is that it's a process. And if you look at the hype cycle we had last year, a lot of it was driven by Facebook changing its name to Meta. And people expected instant, Metaverse features and hardware to be there. And I think the truth is that the actual processing, etc., were not there at the time. The technology was not there at the time. But look at it, we're looking at maybe 6-8 months since the announcement, maybe a year. But you've got Apple releasing a headset, which I believe will be an absolute game changer. And I also question whether, and I think there have been a lot of issues with the headsets. The price point is one, because if the metaverse is going to be somewhere that we work and we do business, and they're not, in parallel to the real world, so you have a mixed reality, then it becomes a universal right. And one of the things I want is I want to see is the 1.75 billion people in the world who don't have access to financial services, who don't have access to connectivity to be included in this. They should not be included, so the price point needs to be higher. But also, I think we get carried away with the headsets. The McKinsey forecast was for $5 trillion, US $5 trillion by 2030. This is their backtracking. It was $5 trillion, and that's roughly 5% of world GDP. They're not going to do that at home with your classes. That's not big. That's driving. That's supply chain. That's manufacturing. That's in the wider economy. So the access point cannot be glasses. Right? There's hardly any of those glasses on the market. For me, I think if you look at the sort of the main tool that we have, not from Vodafone, but it is the mobile phone. There's 8 billion handsets in the world. 8 billion mobile phones. Maybe everybody has one. The other thing that we have is wallets. So there's 5.6 billion wallets forecast for 2030. And when you start linking the handset with the wallet and the glasses as optional, where the experience requires that, then I can get on to something. But the idea that we're all suddenly everyone's going to wear glasses, and we're going to go into the metaverse, I think is.
I do understand why the glasses are important. Like you see, our phones is a very bad form factor thing. I'm looking for a small screen. That's the whole world. Whereas it's like everywhere. I've got a whole 3D space to work with. So I do kind of understand that. But just going back to the Apple announcement a little bit. So we talked about price point, we talked about the hardware, we talked about internet connectivity issues. From some of the internal memos that I've been reading is that Apple usually takes an approach to product development where they really get a product absolutely kind of bang on, and then they release it to the market so they can scale it up. For this one, I think it's going to have a certain higher price point, or like 2K or 3K USD, but also it's like a beta kind of product. It's not out there for mass market adoption. So I think they're changing their approach a little bit to this. And I was wondering, like, what you guys think of the whole thing, the changing approach.
From Apple, about headsets being right, yeah, I guess in a way it's kind of like how Google Glass when that came out, about 10 years ago, that was sort of like a beta approach to it. It was released to see what happened, people's interaction with it. But it's again going to release people seeing this with with the headsets. I'm interested to see what they're going to see Monday. We eagerly waiting. So
That's conversation next week. But more content to talk about.
But it'd be also good for Apple because they're the ones that are usually latest to the game when they release certain features on phones and things. But when they actually go and release it, then they're not really the best at what they do. So we'll have to see them, wait and see them come to
Yeah, awesome. Let's shift our gears a little bit. So I want to talk about the here and now and the more near-term use cases of the metaverse, basically. We'll come to the future predictions and stuff like that. What do you guys think are the most potent near-term use cases of the metaverse that we can get started? When I say near-term, I'm defining it as, say, like 1 to 3 years, basically, right? Or 0 to 3 years, basically. What are the most important ones that you see that the average person like myself can start using and being part of the metaverse, or is it already here? Maybe you can just kind of go around the room. What do you guys think?
I mean, there are lots of use cases, obviously, and that, I mean, in the gaming space, obviously, that's already quite established. In the area I work in, I think there's huge potential within entertainment and especially content production and distribution. So I've seen, large media companies are already creating virtual production studios, which is a game changer because it essentially shifts the budget from post-production to pre-production and makes it all a lot more predictable. Because if let's say you need a crowd in your scene, then you're not weather dependent. You can just project it onto your virtual screen. And also when it comes to creativity, I don't know if you might have seen the making of the Mandalorian, and it's amazing what DOPs nowadays can do. So if they're doing like a mountain range in the background, with the press of a button, they can control the studio, which is obviously fully immersive, and can just move that. So I think there are awesome use cases. There are also great use cases when it comes to e-commerce and T-commerce. So making the whole experience of retail and purchasing a lot easier, and people could even buy garments on their TV or whatever, but also when we think about sustainability, that reduces obviously the amount of garments that go to waste because people can try it on within their living room or whatever. So that's just a few use cases there to mention.
I think again, sort of near-term use cases where we're on the metaverse. I think definitely there's going to be different applications across many different sectors. I think at some point you get to the point where you name a sector, that's going to be a use case for the metaverse within that sector. Right now, I mean, the whole idea about when you look when you type in metaverse on Google, you get the idea of it's a 3D headset platform that everyone's going to interact with. I think we're a few years out away from that. So I think near term really big things in like retail and then also entertainment as well. And maybe the workplace, but again, the laptop and the desktop is also very good for what it does. So you have to be better than what you already have at the moment. And again, I think that comes with that with consumer technology you have as well. So that's what I see.
2 to 3 years, it depends on how the metaverse is going to evolve. And so many people spoke about the dream of a one big bang metaverse, which is going to be assisted.
Yeah, right.
Stuff like that.
Ubiquitous, yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
And actually, what's going to happen is you're going to have several mini metaverses that will evolve in different sectors. Right? If you look at how you break the metaverse down at the moment, and it's evolving, you've got the consumer metaverse, and that's where we see retail, gaming, examples that we see online, social media, the film stuff we just saw before, they're fascinating. Then you have the industrial metaverse. Right? This is a convenient step for the metaverse because a lot of this stuff already exists by digital twins, supply chains, industrial manufacturing, and these are areas in business where immersive technology can really make a difference. And then in the middle, I've defined something as a shared metaverse. This is where you have the sweet spot that I think will really begin to impact the economy. So you have the sort of new evolution of the creator economy, the producer economy, the content economy, advertising, and all of these areas. I believe a lot of the use cases will be across all three of them. I think initially the consumer, gaming, retail, my colleague, will be key. I think the industrial metaverse will be massive, right? Because the ability to combine immersive with AI and collaboration in manufacturing is going to be a game changer. It's already being implemented.
Where is that supposed to be right now, the industrial?
So you'll see BMW, one example, Mercedes another example, Smith Line Beach, Rolls-Royce, headed. So there's a number of them coming out. Exactly. And then, but I think in the middle, I think it will start to take off. Will be in the what I call the shared metaverse, the creator economy, just some of the films and the social media, education, which I think is kind of difficult to share with the consumer. Is going to be massive, right? Because you look at one of there's two main features that you have with them. Two main things that I think in terms of media. One is the image. Right? So if you have something that where geography was a barrier and you remove it, then metaverse is a big thing. Education is one of it. Right? Again, I believe that everybody should have the right to education. Right? In fact, you need a visa to go to Stanford or Harvard. It's not fun, right? Especially, you can already do online courses now, but not doctor courses or engineering or stuff that you need to physically do. Metaverse can do some of that. So I think removing geography is one. Another one is where I say before the immersive experience is very powerful, right? The impact of immersiveness is very powerful. When you combine those two things, education and private, well, you have other ones, which I think social media is going to take up massively. So I think those are some of the big ones. But over the next 3 years, I think the announcement on Monday from Apple will be very good because they will come with these. They're already coming with a lot of health-driven use cases I'm reading about. So they can come out of the box with that. So they're going to get some straight.
I think another big one is brand activation as well, which obviously touches on retail, but we have seen brands running massive gamified experiences, for example, Roblox, brands like Nike building complete worlds within that, and that touches on the creator economy as well. So inviting customers to co-create and gain tokens that they then can redeem for whatever shoes, garments, whatnot. So that's really exciting.
And it's interesting you mentioned Roblox because I was just reading some data that Roblox right now has 66 million daily active users. That's just like ginormous, in terms of that. And it is a world, like you said, like a virtual world. It's kind of real time. It's interactive. It's got its own economy. There's like social hierarchies on there, basically, you can trade and exchange. So it's interesting to me how the first cut of like the real case of the metaverse is in kind of entertainment and gaming case, right? and it's only gonna increase, that's there. But shifting gears a little bit, this is a Web3 conference, basically, right? That's what it's called. What do you guys think the interaction of Web3 with Metaverse kind of looks like? Web3, I know it's just in the an earlier session where we defined it as where you can own stuff, right, basically. So what do you guys see as the kind of near-term use cases of these two worlds of Metaverse and Web3 come together, and how does that kind of look like?
Yeah, sure. I think that's what your point makes earlier around it's not really one metaverse, it's all three different sectors of metaverses. So I think within those sort of areas, I don't see sort of one overruling metaverse we're all going to plug into, especially not in the next 20 years, maybe 100 years, I don't know. But, I think how, you take gaming, for example, true ownership of a particular item, you talk about Roblox and sort of Fortnite as well, there could be difference with the ownerships that you own that particular item and there'll be something to pass you, and that could be through using blockchain technology. I think within there could be a real estate application as well. I think there's Darabases out here in today's conference, and they are monetizing buildings that are in the physical world and having the digital rights for that building. That take Shard, for example, to be a metaverse. So if there were to be an advert displayed and the Shard was in the background, the Shard itself would have owned the Shard. They will get some royalties from that, and that would be against the digital ownership within the metaverse. I think that's one application that I see. Certainly in the
Yeah, also what I find really interesting looking at these metaverse worlds and how actually participation and ownership and the whole value exchange ecosystem is shifting compared to the real world is super interesting. So we see in environments or metaverse worlds such as Seek, for example, they have around 7 million users at the moment. A tokenized membership model, so where creators and fans benefit. So creators can create in the digital space, and as you described, they can own or create digital assets that then have got ownership attached that they then can sell to fans. And on the other side, the fans, they can earn tokens through participation. For example, another good example is Ifland. That's a metaverse that was designed by the South Korean telecommunications provider, and they have a whole point and reward system as well, which drives participation and gets creators to join their metaverse studio and create avatar skins, for example, that they can then trade, or they would put on events and participate. Actually get more tokens, get more rewards by just participating and hanging out in the space. So I think what we are seeing, the key shift is here, shared ownership. So it's not anymore that a company sells something to the consumer and they own it, and once you have bought it, you sort of like, you own the rights, but not really fully, or it's just licensed. But here we are seeing a system where it's true shared ownership across the entire ecosystem, which is super exciting.
I think one of my friends was telling me about one of the applications of Web3 and Metaverse and stuff like that, where it made sense to me after that. For instance, in Fortnite, if I have a sword, basically, and it's on chain, so it's provable ownership to me, and I finished the game of Fortnite, with that same sword, basically, right? I really achieved the highest levels. So after that, that's going to go up the whole thing in terms of that sword. The value of that sword is really high because someone actually kind of went through level 0 to level 100, finished the game with that, So that for me was quite interesting. Whereas right now, you can share and buy skins and swords or whatever, but provability that this is the same sword that actually did it really hits it on a different level.
Absolutely. I think it comes down to it's a Web3 conference, but I think it's a real conference.
Yeah.
And last year, a lot of the discussion was about, is the metaverse going to be Web2 or Web3?
Yeah.
There's a battle for the soul of the metaverse, and Facebook coming in. The Web3 guys are the anti-metaverse coming in. Shook up a lot of people because look at Decentraland, the Sandbox, and all those mistakes. It's all about Web3. I think the reality is, the mature view is that actually local is that you can't ignore Web3 platforms because they have 4 million. I think Facebook at any one time with 4 billion active users across their platform. And they can carry a lot of attention. I think Meta, whatever we say, has drawn a lot of attention to the metaverse. Even though Apple won't use the word, they will draw a lot of attention to the metaverse. And you could well start climbing up the hype curve again. But I think the reality is we're going to have a Web 2.5, so you're going to have features from fintech, features from social media, you're going to have features from Web 3.
Yeah.
I think if we focus on Web 3 and how that will benefit the metaverse, it's everything we're saying. The NFT will be digital ownership in the metaverse, and how I can own things and how I can port that value across different things from Fortnite to Roblox to Decentraland. I think some of the other cool stuff that Web3 is pioneering is self-sovereign digital identity. So actually to move across different parts and have that interoperability with the except there won't be one big metaverse to begin with. You need to be able to have your identity portable, so recognized across all of them, but be authenticated based on credentials for where you live, your payment credentials, etc. And the decentralized IDs and verifiable credentials is a great way of doing that. You can see that fitting in to connecting the metaverse very quickly. Digital wallets, so I mentioned 5.6 billion digital wallets, but when you start making into smart contracts, that becomes very powerful. Of course, tokens and tokenization of assets becomes very powerful. But then there's some other things, right? What will the business entity in the metaverse look like? Are we gonna, in the UK, go to something called Company's House and apply for a company and have all these primitive ways of doing it? No, I think it's going to be closer to a decentralized autonomous organization. That is something in Web3 which is organized and driven by smart contracts. And it leads to the other thing. But Web3 is a good way of giving community voices. And I believe that a big part of the metaverse will be communities and how those communities can participate and organize themselves. And I think Web3 will be part of that. It was interesting, I was really interested in the carbon default. Because what they were basically saying is, okay, the film industry and the streamers are taking over, right? That's it. But Web3 democratizes that, and actually we can all come together and finance a film, and we can just trade our resources and skills to do it. And I think that democratization of opportunity and the ability to pull communities together in an organization structure like a DAO would be massive.
And just on that point of community, just the opportunities that offers to the generally humanity and creators is huge. So, for example, we are seeing a huge shift in how work is being rewarded within Web3. So, going back in the gig economy, someone would do a job and they get rewarded for the job, they get paid. In Web3, we are moving to a model, especially as mentioned with decentralized autonomous organizations, where the creator would own part of the organization and would be a member and through their share of tokens and has a say. So they also have more of a stake or are more invested in it succeeding rather than just being paid for a job. And we have already seen creators in emerging markets are minting NFTs and selling them online and making a huge amount of money. So it's just the opportunities that create the wider community is huge.
So how with DAOs first used decentralized, right? And David, you talked about the interoperability of moving between different community metaverses and stuff like that. where are we in terms of the standard operating procedures or standard protocols, for doing that interoperability? And I just give an example, for instance, like any Web2 application like your LinkedIn or your Facebook kind of uses JPEG. You can upload your picture and then upload a JPEG or PNG, and both accepts JPEG, right? It's quite easy to do that. Am I to understand that something similar, some standards, whether file formats or protocol standards, have to be similar across the metaverse, basically, for us to be able to do the decentralized thing that you guys say? Where are we in terms of those kind of standard protocols, do you guys think? That should be there?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what the Metaverse Standards Forum is working on and defining, and that's where interoperability comes in. People looking at how can we, port our digital assets across the different metaverses, our avatars, whatever. And I think what the approach they are taking, which I think is very smart, is they have different working groups looking at different areas of these metaverses, as you sort of like mentioned, industrial metaverse applications, metaverse within entertainment, and they're getting them to run rapid experiments, because a lot of times when we look at standards and the approach that has been taken, often starts as a legislative or sort of policy initiative. But I think because the technology requirements here are so specific, it needs to be a bit more grassroots. I think a good example where we already are on a way of achieving that is, for example, the Meta standard. I don't know if you have heard of it, but it's a smart home interoperability standard, so that you can just connect any smart home device, whether it's a Google device, an Alexa device, and they have achieved that. And I think for the metaverse, the same hopefully will happen.
Yeah, sure. I think when it comes to the metaverses, as we talk about different metaverses and different sectors, they're not all being built uniformly. They're not being all built at the same time, at the same pace, with the same technologies. So I think when it comes to if Metaverse A wants to interact with Metaverse B, if there were to be a case in the future, there is going to be a bit of friction, unless there is going to be an art right now, forums, codes, conduct, and those technologies implemented at this point or in the next few years, or then in the future, if there were to be interaction between Metaverse A and B, then it would be easier rather than it all being sort of,
You can understand the incentive for someone big like Meta or Apple to own the platform through network effects on which you build applications. You want to be the iOS of the metaverse. You want to be the kind of Android metaverse versus letting everyone else, kind of take part of the
Metaverse is the sticking point when it comes to how the Metaverse is, or people talk about Metaverse and Web3, it's just all about ownership and co-ownership, and it's all for everybody.
Yeah,
there's still going to be some entities, organizations out there that want to be the number one, and have to conform to what they have said.
Correct.
And I have a feeling that that may happen in the future, regardless of we talk about how it's co-ownership and it's all fun and free. There's going to come a point where the systems that we have at the moment, there are going to be organizations that we say, we need to be number one, the iOS, and everyone else needs to conform to us. And then there'll be certainly uptake for that, because people want to be told, most people want to be told what to do, where to go, and everything like that. That's where I see things going in that sense.
It comes down to again, my point on the operating system. It will be an operating system, there will be winners and losers. And I think the winners and success will be judged by the experience and the value added we provide. But I just wanted to come back to your point on interoperability and standards, because this is something that I thought about quite a bit last year when I was trying to sort of spell out the framework of the metaverse and what it means and what the components are. And there's a lot of things that we have to look at. Right? So at the moment, you can buy and sell land in central land or something.
Right.
But there's big issues on copyright. Copyright infringement, legality, the cost of law and jurisdiction, etc. And actually, what you may see going forward is that where you buy a piece of land, for example, in Dubai or Parkway, London, that the land registry has to bless it, right? That you buy the physical land, you get the virtual, you buy the virtual, and you get some sort of certificate. On it. And you can see that happening because it's a big issue. But I think the bigger question is, okay, if you're going to move between worlds, how do you have consistency? And how do you have recourse to the real world? Right? The virtual world will exist alongside the real world. And I think one of the, and we're going to unfold obviously, but we have a ready-made identifier. And it's, for me, it's the phone number. But 8 billion smartphones. Everybody has one. And the key thing is, if you do something online, right, and you're going to contract online, you need to be able to prove that you have the credentials to contract. So I'm over 18. I live in the country, I know the jurisdiction or legal jurisdiction at the time. The phone number ties back to something. It ties back virtual activity to real world, to real world entity, a person or organization. And I give the phone number, virtual phone number, self-sovereign, so not owned by the telcos, but assigned and controlled by a person, could be an excellent identifier and a standard to unlock being able to move it and because of the
I think a good way to ensure there's a standard and interoperability as possible is to actually incentivize it. So we are already seeing companies like actually within the direct avatar economy, so Redefining, for example, they have a developer platform to create avatars and they can be used across different metaverse platforms, which obviously opens up huge opportunities in terms of different distribution channels and in terms of money as well. So if there's a way to incentivize companies to collaborate, I think that would be a good thing.
I've got a few more questions, but I want to open up quickly to the audience to see if anyone has any. Does anyone have any questions? You want to raise your hand and shout, please?
Hi, David. How's it going? It's Mark here.
Hey,
nice to see you. And you mentioned an interesting point, like the telcos. Obviously, we're both in our business, and the telcos are going to get. You can have a phone number that's identified to you, a person, and then you're going to be able to. Because what I see is the telcos, they're always going to want to get your data. They're always going to want to get their paws. Unfortunately, it is how it is. How would that work? That you would it would be that self-sovereign, identifier in essence. How would you see that working with the telcos as you know how they operate?
It's called mobile number portability. So right now, if you do have a phone number,
sure,
you can take it to any network. The question here is that you kind of flip it so that the mobile number portability or the issuing of phone numbers are in sort of like it's in the hands of the people, self-sovereign, and they control it. You already have things like global interviews, right? So there are some companies out there now that can give you a phone number that is your identity, that's unique, all that anywhere, and it's on the 90218 interview. So that already exists. But what you do, my thinking on it is you issue a virtual phone number. So you issue a virtual phone number which runs alongside, which is assigned to the person, but it has the jurisdiction, right? And you know that with ZKs, there are not exclusive, etc. You don't need to necessarily deal too much about the person, but it's a great identifier because there's so much penetration of the mobile phone. But it's the ideal thing because you use that mobile phone, which I believe will actually integrate with the headsets, right? I believe that mobile and headsets will eventually become the same device. But you integrate it in there. And it's the perfect place because you're going to use the mobile to access the virtual world. But then you want the virtual world to link to the physical world. So it seems like the ideal entity.
I hear.
Almost, is it more like an IP address of a computer, basically?
It is, yeah. So it could be like you could describe it as a metaverse IP address, but it's more than that because it's.
But would you be able to get a contract in a telco with that?
Yeah, because essentially, I mean, we're using this for other things. So generally, you'll do AML and things like that. No matter what we say, nobody's buying and selling anything in the metaverse without that being happening. Right, that makes sense. So those sort of hurdles that you have for commerce, when you tackle automatically, you automatically have that done to get a formula, right? So it doesn't introduce another hurdle. So I'm not saying it's the only thing, but it seems like a very logical.
That's interesting.
step.
Yeah, good point.
I wanted to ask you why you thought like headsets were such a failure, because I feel like in the current state of affairs, I mean, yeah, the metaverse is going to expand. We're nowhere near the power that we need to be completely interoperable and really be immersed in it. But in the current state of affairs, I feel like headsets are the best way to access the metaverse, or at least the feeling of what it would be to live in, you know, a reality that we want to make less virtual and more kind of like, you know, mixed. So, I mean, I have a Metaverse 2 at home, and it's the most amazing thing that I've experienced, because I remember like my brother's into gaming, he's in games design. So when the first kind of VR headsets came out, you had like the little camera in one corner of your room, the other corner, you're in this big clunky thing.
Yeah.
And it was the first experience of, wow, this is what it feels like to be inside of a different
I could probably take this one. So there's been a lot of analysis done, right? So if you look at the projections that we had when Facebook had a bought Oculus, there was a lot of, they expected to sell a lot more, right? So I think in terms of a failure, it's on two fronts. So number one, they haven't sold the amount of headsets that they expected, and the market reacted negatively to that.
the price point, then it was too expensive.
I think it's going to take longer to make the case to get it wrong, right? Because you need the software. When Apple bring out their headset, what I'm hearing, we should run this call on Monday, is that you will have your app store. Right? So straight away you're going to have access to all the apps. And apps are what brings the incentive, right? There's not enough apps to go with the headsets. The other side was there was some negative feeling on the people getting busy, feeling sick, using headsets. I'm with you, right?
They're not ready for the metaverse.
Yeah, I've got the Metaverse too. It's incredible.
It's amazing. It's the best way to kind of really disengage from what we know as 2D life, to really be immersed in a different world, and to also interact with people from across the globe. Like if you're playing games, or if you're, you know, in the virtual meta space where people from literally all over the world can be at, say, a concert together, watching like a virtual concert.
Well, part of the problem is we're all addicted to this. So moving from this, it's going to be difficult. I mean, it's interesting that so when I was setting up my Metaverse, I had an 11-year-old. And out of all the people in the house, my 11-year-old brother did working like 30 minutes. But they're from a different generation. Yeah, they're not so into this. So I think the adoption will take time. But I'm with you. I think it's amazing what has been done so far. But not a lot of people have overcome the barriers. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think it's more in terms of mass adoption. And so first of all, they didn't reach, well, as you're saying, when you look at Horizon World, Meta projected to have 500,000 monthly active users using it, and they're around whatever 200,000 or something. That has massively under-delivered, and then also across different demographics. It's mostly used obviously by Gen Z. And the experiences, I don't know if you have tried running a meeting or a workshop within Horizon Worlds, it's really clunky. I mean, only since end of last year, avatars actually have had legs, and before that, it was just a really odd experience. But also, just the way it's sort of like accurately estimate things like arms and elbows. That's why you feel like your arms in the virtual space are constantly floating and weirdly. And it's really hard to write something, it's really hard to write on a whiteboard. I think it still has got, a way to go to reach mass adoption.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about AR versus VR, right? I think AR is, I'm confident AR is more, I guess the curve of adoption is a bit easier for AR once the technology is there. You see what I mean? You've got VR, which is the headset. But you've got to stop at glasses, or like the 2029 version of Google Glass, right? Eventually, some people have contact lenses that will do exactly what Google Glass has done. Because people want to wear glasses, people don't want to wear glasses. Like but at the end of the day, there's going to be that need for the metaverse, whether it will be in AR or VR version. I guess the question I've got for everybody here is, what percentage of your day, of your week, of your life will be headset metaverse? What could that be? What could that be? So I don't know.
There's so many people right now working working remotely from home,
Yeah.
using Zoom, for example.
Yeah.
Their whole life is a meeting on Zoom. So if Zoom got involved in sort of with headsets, that could be an absolute game changer. You could be sitting in like a room together and have a, and it feels weird. It's not normal human mechanics, but you do get used to it.
Exactly, but again, so what happens when, and I think we all get to a point like that, but if I want my sip of coffee, I don't want to get at least, I don't want to coffee.
But that's the mixed reality, right? So that's what Apple's trying to do. It's a mixed reality. It's you are in the space that you're in, but you get to open different applications.
So the VR headset would be like there's a camera and you can see like
you would see your and MetaQuest does this. MetaQuest, if you go outside of if you're say gaming and you give yourself an environment like this is my zone. If you start to go outside of that, you get the black and white grid. You see your room.
Yeah.
So it does actually stop you from impacting something, or if you wanted to grab something, you would be able to see that. This would be external cameras do. So that's what Apple's trying to do. It would be a mixed reality.
I think there's much more exciting applications in the short term, at least, for augmented reality. And I do think it's very use case specific. Like there will be instances where virtual reality will be a necessity or a need. But augmented reality is definitely more accessible as well for businesses. You could imagine Oxford Street transforming, that every single store is going to have some sort of way of pulling people in with augmented experiences out in the street, because it's easy to build and gamify the world around you.
I agree. I think a lot of it, you have to look at the context of life. Just coming out of COVID, it's been 2 years at home trying to do things that you couldn't do in the real world. But that drove a lot of the behavior to say, okay, and one of the things that we can do in the metaverse, when we have parties, when we have entertainment. I think now we take a step back and we've got the real world back and forth. Right? We're going to be able to travel again. And then it comes down to value adding. It comes down to the two factors that I mentioned before. The impact of the movie geography and the impact of investment. And when you look at those two factors, I do agree with you. I think communication and news are one. I just went to Germany this week and I had to 2 days out of my life. Providing whiteboard effectively, immersively, then that's massive. Right? That's going to be massive. But then there's going to be other things. I think augmented reality will be very good for everyday stuff, because again, 5% of global GDP is not going to be a home VR plastic. But I think when you really get into high value experiences and goods, and VR is the way to go. So it's going to be both. And I think let's wait for the losses of money. Let's wait for Apple. They're supposed to have some. They're supposed to have 4K right.
I think it'd be more cost effective too. If the company just gave all their employees headsets as opposed to running out an office every day, in London. It's so much more cost effective. Let's have virtual meetings that save some money.
Yeah, that's what Accenture is trying to do with Evan's Floor, and in their metaverse environment, they're enabling, providing training, having meetings, education, virtual onboarding, and they're licensing that out to clients as part of their services. So
I think we have one more question at the back. Is that right?
My question's on energy, but I was just going to say I was playing poker in the metaverse with my son the other day, and he made me a cup of coffee, and I took a sip and I went all in by accident. It's a real problem. I was wondering, I'm not an energy fanatic in either direction, but I just, there's a really strong narrative around energy and the energy debate. And I just wonder how that conflicts with the adoption and the progression of the metaverse as we go. How important is the energy?
This is like a voting game.
So what is the exact question? Sorry.
It's kind of like there's a big energy debate around the whole of this sort of discussion of the ecosystem about consumption of energy.
In terms of computing power, net zero, and everything. Yeah.
And so, how does that narrative conflict or fit with the, the adoption, the network adoption of all of these initiatives that you've been discussing in the context of this sort of strong narrative around overconsumption of energy, or does something have to happen, and does the metaverse have to interact and lead the way in that in terms of changing the narrative around the energy discussion?
I think it's an interesting one and definitely one to consider. I think I read a stat or something that if we were to create, a large amount of the world within the metaverse, we would need, 5 times more computing power that we have right now, and obviously the whole impact on the environment and energy consumption. So, when you see companies like NVIDIA trying to map out large parts of the earth within the metaverse, that is really interesting. And, there are camps that are really supportive of that. But I think that, the energy consumption and the way, we create these experiences, there needs to be thinking around how can that be more sustainable and environmentally friendly, especially when we are looking at the net zero targets that many companies have to achieve right now. So I think there needs to be an ongoing and open debate.
I think something like that's already started though. I think they're trying to create like a Bitcoin city at like the hub of a volcano or something to use that geothermal energy. Yeah. So I was like, they're thinking about it, which is great because it's.
And then also the youth, like obviously, like proof of stake and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it differently. If you actually add up the footprint that we have, it's manufacturing, people traveling around, going to work, going to shopping, it's stuff we do now, right? And I think if you can not remove travel, but reduce travel significantly with this massive metaverse application, I think that will have a huge impact. But then I think if you start bringing in Web3, and you have the problems of traceability, when you start bringing blockchain as part of the infrastructure, you have identities, you have accurate footprints for every individual. Then you start having more information, right, to manage. I think fundamentally, and this is a personal opinion, not a political opinion, the issue we have with the environment is that the way we run our systems for companies and individuals. For companies, it's about maximizing profit. It doesn't go with energy conservation. And for individuals, it's maximizing self. So we tackle those objectives that run our economy, we're not going to solve that. I think the metaverse will help because it can reduce travel. But at the moment, I think we're not having the long-term policies that we need.
Yeah. Any other questions before we wrap up? Well, thank you very much for your time, and I hope everyone had a great session. We'll be around, but thanks a lot for attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks again to all of our panelists. We've got one more presentation now coming up. Just going to switch screen. It's all about the future of smart cities, which is a really interesting topic.
Oh, sorry. You guys have a bit stand earlier. What bit stand is that? I like this.
I'm with us.
You have like the background.
You can cover up Justin. Come in a little bit. There's also a step and repeat banner outside.
Or we do them from the banner.
Can I get one like with the? There you go.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Great to have you. One more. Yeah, there's more on the horizon.
Reach out to me. Yeah, anytime.
We'll drop you a message. Okay, Peter, come on up. We'll get you started. We'll give you a whole life rather than a hand. Okay? Probably preferable, right? Clip that on as close to the middle as possible, and then you just get that. Fine. And I'll get some which is going to clear the stage. And before you get started, I'm going to give a quick announcement as well. Yeah, that as well. Well, unfortunately, because we're running okay. Oh, that's a live stream. I will. So if you present from sort of this area, and just ideally not come left. There you go. Now anywhere around here, I wouldn't go much further right, just simply because you'll be over your deck. Sure. Yeah. There's. I'm just going to check my email now. Sent to miles@techcircus.co.uk. Yeah, perhaps it takes a few minutes. Sure, let's just plug you in. No worries. I'll just plug you in. It'll be fine. Let's do that. And you want a clicker as well, or are you going to click through manually? Yeah, let's do that. Let's go through here. There's an USB there. Also should automatically, and then you can pop your thing in there. Awesome. Wonderful, straight in that works. Amazing. Okay, just test your mic. Just it might be tap in. Yeah, that's actually good. Okay, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. We're going to be talking all about the future of cities and how the emerging technologies of Web3 will be converging to transform the way our cities operate, bring them into this sort of smart new age. And whilst you start to introduce yourself, Peter, I will go and do a rallying cry.
It's feeling very quiet now, so if you want to kind of a little while after and if it happens, then we end up being a smaller time. I'm very happy to do more conversation and to make more stuff. About time. It's good. Yeah, let's see it. That feels very loud. Is that good? Yeah, all right. Yeah. Awesome. Right. So, it feels like I should be on the first name basis with you. So I'm Peter. I work for Bible. To give you an idea of my background, I actually started out about 20 years ago helping magazines and television programs think how they were going to transition online and what impact the internet was going to have on content and people's sense of
what to expect in content. And in the last 10 years, I've spent most of my time on the future of cities. Initially at the London School of Economics, setting some programs there. In more recent years, a lot of consultancy work, thinking about how to make cities more sustainable, how to make them more future-ready, more tech-enabled. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about why Web3 is going to change the way we experience cities. I think very much, I don't want you to think of Web3 in isolation of all the other societal shifts that are happening, because both are going to enable each other. There we go. So just to give you an idea, so Basel, Stuttgart-based startup with some offices around Europe. We see ourselves very much as a facilitator of smart cities across Europe. And one of the main ways that we try and do that is better connect the private and the public sector. So cities don't necessarily know which technologies they need. And the private sector doesn't necessarily know what cities need. And so if we can facilitate this, we can enable a smart cities shift more quickly. So that's a lot of what we do. A lot of that network of 300 cities, 800 use cases of using smart cities, train a lot of individuals trying to increase the public sector's capacity to interact positively with the private sector. And these are just some of the proof cases. So, a strategy for Belfast, data innovation strategy, bunch. But this is what you came for. What you came for is to find out what Web3 is going to do with cities. So before we get there, we ask the question, well, what is a city? So city is a place to record or mend culture or history. It's a space to organize groups. It's where societal norms and governance and regulations have to come from. It's a place to share access to opportunities. So people can move to cities to gain access to employment. And it's a place to overcome time and space. So it's concentrated. How do you bring people together in a meaningful way? Looking at Web3, and actually maybe there's some interesting overlaps. It's possibly a tool to change who controls information. A tool to change how networks of corporations interact. Or a tool to change who makes money. And a tool to change how interaction works. And so in an interesting way, actually, Web3 and other cities offer there's something interesting there about wanting to change things, change who has control, how it's organized, how we work together. Maybe another way of framing this is if you think of the Web1 journey, just disorganized, fragmented, and you can only read. Web2 gave people an opportunity to write, and actually a bunch of concentration, but like cities, things coming together in a slightly more organized way. Whereas Web3, the opportunity is not just read and write, but also and also the promise of decentralization. So in some ways, perhaps forces operate the opposite of what cities have been doing in recent decades. So there's something interesting there, something to attention point. But something else, maybe just taking one data point just as an interesting starting point is houses have never been more expensive in the UK in terms of affordability. And so if you think about a societal proof point where people are trying to own access to a city and they can't in the way I think in the past, actually there might be some incentive for this idea of decentralizing ownership, trying to share the benefits and rethinking who owns what. So in some ways, where cities are at the moment, there might be some desire actually to think about how Web3 can disrupt things a little bit. But yeah, some of the theory, what makes a smart city, it takes some technology, some urban management, and a big group of people, which is basically what city is anyway, but then the idea is to become smart when there's some kind of regular feedback that achieves some kind of aim. So more resilience, more livable. Another aspect of smart cities is trying to bring the city back together. So I think over the last decades, cities have really been able to push innovation by specializing. So one person focuses on the same thing over and over again for their whole life. And so you get silos. Transport engineering, schools, all these different things. What smart city is trying to do is bring this all together to just re-aggregate it. Very much Web 2, not Web 3. Some of the promises is better interaction with residents and citizens, more efficient more enable decision making, larger data, and real-time data feedback. So this is very promising for how cities work. And in some ways, it's inevitable. So if you look at the smart cities market, it's doubling every 2 to 3 years. Cities are investing more and more in smart technology, and particularly around decarbonization, urban management. And so actually we can expect that this is going to happen. So the question is, what does this mean if we go back to the layer of Web 3? And so for the rest of this presentation, and again, this room is really small, so feel free to stick up your hand and ask me a question. When I look at 6 interconnected expectations, and by expectation, it's the sense of as soon as you start using Web 2 and actually maybe Web 3 type applications, it changes your expectation of how the real world should work. And that's quite interesting because that potentially will change place. So for example, train track today, late for the session, the train itself was late. Actually, these are undermining my expectation because when I book the ticket, it's like at a certain time. So actually, there's a break in trust between digital and the real world, and there's going to be a push towards the real world behaving like the digital world. So, but 6 topics: governance, brand, ownership, meaning, integration, and innovation. And in some ways, these are linked. So looking at governance, how many of you are based in the UK? How much is the context learning? All right. So you'll know that there's been a devolution debate, which is that you're pushing governance and basically power and money from national government down to sub-national. So the Scottish government, the Welsh government. But increasingly, this is pushing down to the local level. So this on the right is a map of unitary authorities. So these are places which, in some way or other, govern their own destiny. There's less overlap with governments at the local level. So this is happening. This is desire to decentralize government. At the same time that infrastructure is decentralizing. So this is a map of the amount of power that's being produced off-grid and is expected to be produced off-grid. You'll see that the top purple line is Australia. In a very short space of time, the expectation is that almost half of Australia's power is going to be produced off-grid. This is a big change from almost a Web 2 concentrated platform reality towards something that's much more disaggregated and maybe ambiguous. But it's not just there that this is happening, the rise of edge devices. If you think about this, actually moving away from concentrated to disaggregated, but something potentially very interesting happens for cities. And so if you think about edge devices, you can't see it that well on the screen. There's a kind of a cloud over all the edge devices. When these start operating as a way of making where content is stored more agnostic, actually essentially grounded. So in a sense, a lot of the tech narrative has been around innovating rapidly and changing how cities work and carving them up into zones where you can test certain kinds of innovation, but that's not a new idea. So like the tower, as an example, was something which was tried and tested and maybe wasn't going to be there very long, ended up staying because it had a whole lot of other uses, not that different from technology that we roll out in the city. But what is different with the Web 3 layer is instead of carving up zones by sectors or geography, let's say a neighborhood that becomes smart, actually you might be able to do that in a far more place sector agnostic way, because you might have more control over all the different flows of things. So that's potentially quite interesting. Moving on to ownership, a lot of research has gone into the fact that art tends to have an impact on place. In many ways, the startup sector does too. Goes into distressed neighborhoods, makes them more valuable from an asset point of view. You get gentrification, not so good. But NFT royalties, potentially, there's something interesting there, is that you could, where, let's say, a big developer, and I've had conversations with developers where they will commission, let's say, a local community group or a local artist to do a mural as part of a new development. But typically, the value that gets transferred is static. There's some money to produce an artwork, and then that artwork helps that asset appreciate over time. But the artist gets no benefit in the appreciation. And so, one thing that might change is communities' ability to, over time, generate rewards for their contribution to asset value. coming potentially, and that might offset some of the challenges around gentrification. If communities may be able to hold on to some of the value that they've created. Another question of ownership is whether we should be known or authenticated on demand. You might have seen in the news recently, Capita has left some pension data unsecured online. It's very naughty. Millions of personal identities compromised, actually quite serious. And so there's the question mark is, should Capita hold third-party data at all? Should it have social security data? Or should I, as an individual, provide this information in some way, on demand, as necessary? What that potentially means for cities, so I'm doing a lot of projects working with local authorities that are very keen to figure out a single point of entry for citizens or customers. So I give them, they can then flow and kind of seamlessly through different services, but there are big privacy issues, there are some concerns over how that data is going to be used, and potentially Web3 could provide an interesting way for cities to become much more user-friendly to citizens trying to access services. And another thing on ownership is transparency and consent. So Amsterdam has a census register where companies or organizations have to say how they're going to use data. If they don't, the city finds them and takes the information down. It's transparent, anybody can see how their data is being used. Question mark is how much further could this be pushed with Web3 in the sense of providing consent for somebody to record my movements through a particular public space. And then another area is autonomy over time. So I did not have autonomy over time coming into London this morning, partly because of strikes. That's hugely frustrating, and actually it makes me not want to come into the city. But I like London, but there's a pushback point. And so as people have more autonomy over time, actually they're less likely to frequent cities. That's a problem for cities, especially if cities' rationale is a platform for people. But what we are seeing is that where fairly basic technologies are giving people more control over their access services. So, for example, making people not wait to do recycling in Germany, or accessing the metro in Stockholm when it's not so busy, or helping people with extra needs, additional needs, access, as if the service was designed for them from start. But there's also autonomy of space. So on the left is a graph of people's desire or postings for remote work growing over time. Obviously, COVID had an impact on that. But on the right, you'll see that football in London during the week has not recovered since COVID. It's still sitting at about 60%. And I suspect it won't ever fully recover. That has a massive implication for cities. And there's a question mark to all. Does Web3 disrupt that further? Potentially. And if it does, how are cities going to actually work against the adoption of Web3? And what are the benefits to cities that we may resolve from this? And there's also the promise of seamless integration. So a few weeks ago, I landed in Barcelona. I was very excited. We've got an office there. I was visiting for the first time. Looked at City Mapper and Google Maps, and they suggested this route. All looked very easy with one price next to it. I asked somebody which ticket I could get. I said I could buy the orange ticket, which I did. Got halfway, and there's a ticket barrier, and I had to buy another ticket. Hugely frustrating. Again, that breakdown of trust between the digital world and the physical world, and my expectation of how things should be. And I think this is the really key point, is that Web3, regardless of how it rolls out, it's going to change people's expectations about how the physical world works. And that'll have an impact on the governance of the physical space and the services we provide. This is just a comment on brand and digital footprints. So on the left, I don't know how many of you know the story, but Eric Spiekerman put some work into thinking, well, we've got to create this circular route for Berlin so that we can show that Berlin is unified post before the war. And so you've got that central, very thick, few stripes there of transport infrastructure. That's very Web 1. I can't change it. On the right, some research I did a few years ago on 250 cities around the world, trying to figure out what impact does online use of social media have on brand. It turns out significant. So if we measure cities by GDP and we rank them by their digital visibility, mentions on social media and online news, actually they're pretty much the same list. That's fascinating. So the correlation is almost 1-to-1. So what that's suggesting is that if a place is spoken about more by third parties, user-generated content, Web 2, it has a material impact on a place's brand. The question is, what happens with Web 3? And I'm going to use this as a test case. So Helsinki on the left, they've got a big ambition to be climate net zero, and so they've got this emissions graph that they show city how everyone's doing. And very much Web 1 there. I can't change that. On the right, Web 2 is an application to help people make more sustainable purchasing choices, particularly around food and clothing and fashion. What happens when the two of these come together and I can have a real-time footprint of my choices? Does that change my behavior? And so I would argue that actually one of the big potential opportunities for Web 3 is overcoming the behavior change challenge. So what we typically find if we have an intervention is that behavior doesn't change or it comes at too high a cost to make the intervention viable. So being able to make that jump towards giving a realistic, real-time accounting or data point of the decisions that I'm making now and mapping them and giving me ownership over that data might actually change how people behave quite quickly. And then, meaning, there's a question as to what is the city for anyway? Why do we travel? Why do we move? What do we need it for? And so, and I don't mean that facetiously. I think COVID accelerated that, but there's been an ongoing discussion as to, well, how do we make sure people can access the city and what is it that they need to access? So this is some research I actually started doing before COVID with a developer in London who was trying to see what happens when spaces become fully mixed use. So by mixed use, a house becomes a place of work, a hotel becomes a leisure facility, an airport becomes a shopping center. What happens? And so what this research showed is actually you get an incredible blurring of uses over time. So you might want to use a square meter of space for different uses over time, but that this is only possible if you have great capacity for ambiguity. Because people need some way of understanding why the space is changing. You need some way of managing it. The question mark is whether Web 3 can provide that layer. But we're also saying a new kind of architect or perhaps expert. And so one of the things is that public space and space in buildings, new unprogrammed uses, which is very interesting because that goes against our comfort area. So we're all sitting in this room, there are chairs, you're all listening to me, I'm standing up here, I've got a certain power because of the design of the room. Very little that we can do about that. Unless you happen to come in here and all of a sudden all the chairs are on the stage, maybe you decide to put the chairs there. So new unprogrammed uses. Something quite interesting happening there in terms of what space is. But we're also seeing a lot more co-design. And something interesting with co-design is that slowly the expert becomes more the facilitator. And so where in the past we've had grand visions of what a city should look like, some question marks as to, well, what happens if that becomes disaggregated and then reaggregated across a whole lot of people? What does that look like? Do we still get very tall buildings? Do we still get wide boulevards? And my sense is that actually the way that we've imagined cities, so the cities that have come online in the last 10 years, and the cities that come online by 2050 are going to look very different as a result of this. If I was to make some guesses, I'd say they'll probably be more fine-grained in the sense that the streets, the buildings, everything's probably going to be a little bit smaller because if you reduce the technical capacity, actually the complexity of what you build goes down too, potentially. But I suspect that the world might look a little bit different. And then in terms of meaning, there's also a shift to ongoing measurement. Generally, when projects or interventions are put in place, the positive upsell is given a lot of attention. But if you have feedback loops and data is more transparent, and actually data is being collected over time, your feedback and opportunity to be critical grows too, as you expose and market to you. So I suspect that actually over time, our capacity to be critical of how cities and language and places are put together is likely to grow. And then coming back to some of my final slides, so innovation. And we all in this room, we're all interested in innovation, we're all interested in changing the world and figuring out new ways of doing things. I suspect Web3, whether it's directly responsible or just accelerates, is likely to be part of the move from specialization towards integration as the source of innovation. And what do I mean by that? So typically in the past, innovations come from just becoming really good at something. So over time, your productivity goes up because you get more and more familiar with what you're doing. That can't be the time.
We've got a few minutes, yeah.
So, whereas increasingly the value is between specializations, that's where innovation is happening more and more. And that has a big impact on actually how we package our services. So you see at the top right, we've got modular solutions. Next to a slide talking about breaking down silos. Which there's something in oxymoron there, when we have the two together. And as a final slide, I would say that one of the key things that will change is around inclusion and collaboration in the space. Because if you're thinking about how you capture value between things, actually the people who have not been included, that's a very good place to start. But actually space is the meaning of the space, collaboration becomes much more. And so it's less about sitting in act as knowledge workers and banks at desks, it's much more about talking to people and figuring out new ways to do things, the gaps in between. And also having spaces which will change throughout the year. So on the right is Harvard Plaza, where the uses change depending on the season. People have a certain level of autonomy, but it's a space that allows people to come together in sometimes fairly random ways. That's what I've got to say. Any thoughts or questions? Yes,
well, thanks a lot. That was really. We've heard a lot about Metaverse and getting out of reality. This is really grounding, I think, bringing us back to reality. So I just wanted I had a couple of questions actually. So first of all, like this overlaying, I'm thinking, you mentioned the scooters. I was thinking of like Even Network, which is a sort of crowdsourced network coverage. So you put up your own thing, and you just put across the city. With things like that, do you think that we talk about autonomy, space and time. Do you think that it will be that we need to have shared rights to space and time within the city? So like, I don't know, Web3 version of the city we tokenize in some way, or do you think that these services that we bring in, they will just be local services that will be those sorts of decentralized, not really decentralized transport, decentralized whatever it may be? That's one.
It's a good question, Adam, but it's also a difficult question to answer. And the reason I say that is because firstly, we've got to tackle the assumption that Web3 is necessarily more democratic. And I think it's a really difficult question to answer, and it's something which the proponents of Web3 are going to have to deal with. Is it, in a sense, a deconcentration of who has access to ownership, or is it just creating more opportunities for people to concentrate ownership in small parts? Some interesting things there. With that in mind, you are going to need some kind of regulatory oversight. So you will need some kind of public government, whether that's access to shared space or access to physical space. That's going to have to come into play to make sure that you don't unfairly advantage first movers over others. But that you also create conditions for first movers to want to move in the first place. So I think that's probably something worth considering. I don't half answer your question. I think the question more around networks is almost a more interesting question. Because I think what you've got to ask is what is the implication for how society organizes? And that to me is the more important question to ask. Because if that network changes the rationale for how place works, so let's say it makes it easier for you to gain information edge of the city rather than the center of the city. That disrupts power. It disrupts asset value potentially. If you pay more for buildings at the city center than on the edge, because there's this idea of additional footfall and concentration and additional benefits. So, but if a network is just another layer, say like Wi-Fi, a company's fixed network, which is themselves concentrated, what does it necessarily impact on how people access information? So I think, I know I haven't given you, this technology is definitely going to do this, but it's more the tool of how you interrogate whether it's going to be meaningful or not.
And I was also wondering what you think of visionary cities, hyper-connected cities, neon, that type of project.
Well, neon fundamentally won't be hyper-connected. And it's because it's living. And so you can have digital connectivity where a person on one side to the other side is able to access themselves to the millisecond. But it's going to take you a long time to get from one side to the other. So it's a fundamental challenge with how they decided to conceptualize the city. In that your digital connectivity and your physical connectivity is almost always going to be in conflict.
One question I had is around, I find quite interesting the idea of smart cities, but also I like the idea of also connecting nature and, like making them much more eco-friendly in terms of cities, creating public spaces as, bee pollinator friendly, growing plants on top of the building. How do you, what does that feed into your idea of kind of smart and connected cities? Is this idea of connecting back to nature and actually making a city not a burden on our planet, but actually something that can bring us back to a more sustainable idea of city?
So because we personalize the question, I would say it's very much part of my sense of what cities should be, regardless of whether they're smart. I think the smart side is how to enable that and accelerate that. And so there's something, maybe as an anecdote to answer your question, last year I lived in a village after living in London for 10 years, and I've been fascinated by the level of detail in nature. That's not to say there aren't trees and there aren't flowers, and actually London is incredibly biodiverse, but it's also very managed, and the percentage of space that is given over to weeds to grow or flowers is actually quite minimal. The dynamic space for nature is not that much of it. And so I've been fascinated by this idea of, well, actually, how much more space do we have to give over to almost ambiguity, to things which can just be around controlled so much. And I would say that's where maybe the opportunity for Web3 is. This idea of being comfortable with ambiguity a little bit and having some more tools to manage maybe some of the disharmony that comes from a pavement that's also not just a place to plant a tree or having parking meters, but potentially also in a lot or a place which could be a glass patch in summer and maybe slightly different surfaces. I'm not sure, but I think there is something around a willingness to accept that things aren't always the same and need to be managed if it takes us in that direction.
Thank you so much for the answer. And one last question from my side is just around time frames and scale. Before because obviously neon or places like that, they're being built from the ground up with this kind of smart city idea. But in a city that like London, which is obviously old and the architecture is very good problem for a lot of the older part of the city is going to stay like that because it's part of the heritage of the city. But how long do you think before you're walking down the streets and it's pressure sensitive and you're creating electricity as you walk and all of these kind of interesting developments that you see that maybe are a little bit sci-fi-esque right now? But how long do you envision as a specialist in this space?
It depends where you are in the world. And I think that's an important question. And so I think what I found really interesting is if you take a global perspective, a lot of the innovation is not happening in Europe. It's happening in Asia. So there's some question marks there as to how places are going to look in the future, and I would say, well, look at the cities that are being built now. But I wouldn't caveat that. And the reason I have a caveat is because a city like London, which has a boat history, which is, it's history, it's all very exciting, it's also very frustrating. Because it means you can't just do what you want. But sometimes that bit of frustration is really helpful for making sure that the outcome is actually useful. Because when you build from scratch, there's a very good chance that you just do something because it seems like a good idea, but you've got nothing to push against it, you've got nothing to test it, there's no friction. And so I suppose that going back to a question of time frame, you will see the technological changes much more quickly in the cities which are near now. But in some ways, there's a bit of a benefit to places that are a little slower sometimes, just because the proof points need to be that much stronger.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Peter. A big round of applause, everyone, for a wonderful presentation. According to our agenda, we have a break, but because everything's been running slightly behind, we are now getting straight, because to bring us perfectly back onto track, we'll be getting straight into our next presentation. She's already mic'd, which is wonderful, and I do have a slide ready to go. So I'd like to invite to the stage Edel Joyce, Edel Joyce, who's lead product manager over at Cisco, who's going to be talking. I'm really interested to understand how this all comes together, from medical devices to Formula One, the first enterprise use case of 3D holograms. So give me 2 seconds to just set her slides up for her, and we'll get started. Thank you. Oh, 1 second, sorry. Okay. I think we're nearly there. You don't have any notes on your slides, right? So, yeah. Perfect. Okay, I just think it. Sorry. What have I done? Where's it all gone? Give me 2 seconds. Feel free to all have a read of my WhatsApp messages. Wonderful. And we're here. We don't have any notes. We don't actually need that. Oh, sorry. There we go.
So, I think it is. Two,
2, 1, 2, and just try your clicker just to make sure it's down. Counterintuitively, it's down. Amazing. Everybody, Edel, over to you. Thank you very much.
So my name is Edel Joyce. I'm a lead product lead in Cisco. And thank you to Tech Circus for having me today. Thank you for coming in to listen to my presentation. So today I want to talk to you about what it says here. So medical devices to Formula One. But what I want to talk to you about is the use cases around 3D holographic meetings and what we've seen in that space. But before I get into it, I want to tell you a little bit more about the why. Because when we talk about the why, I think we understand then the what and the how, and all that gets exciting after that. So,
Oh, I think I clicked on this screen. Hold on. Now?
yeah, okay. So last month, thankfully, the World Health Organization came out and they declared that the emergency with COVID was over. And I think we were all really relieved that this happened. And it's so fantastic to travel even to London. So I'm from Ireland. came over to London, and it's so fantastic to see all the masks have come away, and it's much more like it was before. So as part of that, coming out from this fog of the last 3 years is the hybrid working model is very different. The working model in total is very different. So the view from what we went through has changed. And what does that look like now in the sense of remote work? It's different. Remote work has been around before the pandemic. I think we all remember there was various articles and blogs around the place where companies were boasting about how they were offering this remote working environment, that ever since we had these supercomputers shrunk down to something that we could stick into our pocket, we've been able to remotely work and work from anywhere around the place. And there's also been social media blogs where we're seeing people in their camper vans and boasting about working here and there and all that. But if we look at the return to office, what we're seeing now is it's starting to come up, yes, in the sense, but it's not back to the levels it was before. Now, I know this is a US study, and Europe is different to these statistics, but what we are seeing, and I think Peter mentioned it in his previous talk as well, I was looking at your graph, Peter, very same kind of thing. We're coming back up, but it's not going to go back to what it was, because the view has changed in the working environment, and people have got a sense of opportunities and different ways of working, and even spending time with family, less time on the road, less traffic, and not being impacted by rail disruptions because of how they're able to work in a hybrid world today. So if we look at this graph, this is from before the pandemic. So this is in the US, and what they had was 99% office occupancy. And then obviously the big drop off when we had COVID. And then as people start, depending on various lockdowns, started going up and down. And now where we're at is around 50%, and that is in the US. And in Europe, it's around kind of 60 to 70%. But it's not going to go back to the 90% that we have seen in the past. And actually, if we think back to what we've learned from this experience, what we learned was that initially, we had, as I mentioned, these companies that were writing their blogs and posting about these remote working models. We had them all saying, yeah, well, I'm ready to go. We've done this before. But when it really hit, and we really had to go into a hybrid working model, or even fully remote, companies were not ready. There was mass panic around the place. And what happened was people didn't have the right security for logging in VPNs, people didn't have office chairs. I remember there was scenes of people trying to get an office. I saw somebody else at their own workplace trying to get one of their office chairs stuck into the back of their car, and they wanted to bring it home. We had people who were starting to repurpose their spare rooms. So what they were trying to do was they were setting up perfect scenes like plants behind them and all this perfect setting for their video conferencing. And we were not ready. There was a mass panic about it. But after the kind of panic, we knew we were in this for the long haul. What came out of that, there was a bit of a settling period. And then we started to look, okay, we're in this now. I do have to repurpose my spare room. I do need a proper desk. I do need collaboration software that will work. I do need a proper camera when I'm at home for my video conferencing. I do need proper lighting. And all these things start to come together. But then we started to look around, well, how do I get some value as part of this? How else can I get it? Okay, I took the things from the office and I tried to replicate it at home. But at the end of the day, home office or your remote office wasn't the same. It wasn't the same as your working environment. So what you started to go through then was kind of searching for the best way to get an experience of in-person and presence, the best way that you could do that. And interestingly enough, humans are very resilient, and we do come up with some really good things when a crisis happens. So if we look at some of the innovations, they're not necessarily the reinvention of the wheel, but what they are is we look at things differently. So things that were already there before. So we started to look a bit more and lean into telehealth. So I feel like this is something we can actually do. This is something we have to do, so therefore we should embrace it a bit more and look into this. We saw financial process automation. It wasn't new, but suddenly there was this kind of embracing of this technology is what we really needed now. Vaccines, obviously, we really needed that. Online education, people were remote, but they realized, okay, we're going to have to drive more engagement as part of this. We can't just have people sitting there all day long. We started to hear complaints from people that they were tired as a result of this video conferencing all day long. How did we drive more engagement? QR codes, always there, but what they had was menus on the tables. We didn't have to print them out. And then, for example, UVC cleaning has always been around for hospitals, but actually they started using it in places like cinemas and on the plane, and there are also different ways we can apply this. And for the technology that I want to talk to you about today, we had the AR and VR technology. So again, it was there before the pandemic, but people started to reach out and say, okay, let's look into this. Let's see how we can use this for the situation that we're in. So what we did was we went through a natural curve of change. So this is from 2015. You'll see this curve when you ever look at how do people react to change. And this one just shows exactly what we went through, exactly what I talked about. So we started off with what we were used to, working in the office. Then suddenly there was a sense of urgency, something was coming, there was talk about lockdowns, there was a bit of a resistance, some companies were like, no way, I'm not going to do this, we won't be able to operate this way, and then they had no choice. And then we went into stage 4 of this, and there was a period of disruption, and there was panic. And we just had to do it, we had to embrace it. But once we got out of that, people started searching. And I'm focusing on the 5 because that's where our product really started to take off. People started looking, this product was created by the CTO team in Cisco, where they started originally looking for a way to replicate presence, to replicate the feeling of presence before the pandemic. How can I replicate the feeling of presence, a bit like if anyone has watched Star Wars and they're familiar with the Jedi Council, how can we develop something like that? So this was started in 2016, before that time, and they were starting to do iterations of it. But when the searching time came as part of the pandemic, that's when companies were coming to us saying, okay, this is something that we need now. When do you have this ready? We have problems that need to be solved. Remote working is not working for us. We're seeing a slip in our sales, we're seeing a slip in engagement, and we need something to address the feeling of presence, which we don't have anymore. So ideally, this was the marketing model that we all saw as part of hybrid work. And we had this lady here, and she was sitting perfectly in front of her home desk at her remote office. Everyone on the camera is looking at her, and everyone is giving her full attention. And this looks lovely. She's very happy, and everyone's really engaged, and she doesn't look tired and slumped and anything like that. And she's perfectly clean desk. She even had pen and paper. She is ready to go. This was the ideal model that we had. But this was more of the reality that I think we're all familiar with. This was more of it. So if we look at this picture here, what you can see is we've got some people who are multitasking. We all do it. I do it myself. And we've got some people with their camera off. We don't know who they are. We've got some people who can't even see them. They've got a camera on. And then this here person who's highlighted here on the screen, this is the presenter. And this presenter is talking to them like this and not really convinced about the engagement in this scenario. And they're right, because these people are not engaged. They're multitasking, or they're not listening at all, but they're just joined the meeting. And actually I saw there's a YouTube video that was going around. It was very good. It was by LeaderCast. I don't know if anyone seen it. But what it was a replica of what would it be like to see a meeting in real life that was a video conference meeting. So what they did was they had a person, everyone act out as if it was a real meeting, and they were in person, but the behaviors that go on as part of a remote meeting. So it started by the person coming into the room and announcing themselves. So they say, John has joined the meeting. John comes in and he sits down at his table in his meeting room. And then he's sitting down and there's some cold music playing. And then it's like Sarah joins the meeting. She sits down. And then it goes on like this, and it starts by another person saying, knocking on the door, and they can't get into the meeting. And everyone's shouting, oh, put in the passcode, put in the passcode, you can't get into the meeting. And then Ben comes into the meeting, and Ben doesn't realize that his microphone's on, so he has a dog barking at him. And they're replicating this as if it's a real life meeting. And it's quite funny because then you really realize the disruptions that happen before the meeting is even started. At one point as well, they show a person in the room who's talking, but there's no sound coming out of their mouth, but they're sitting at the table talking, and everyone's like, your mic isn't on, your mic isn't on. They say, oh, how long, what did you miss from the conversation? So there's all these kind of interruptions that have happened. And collaboration technology, to be fair, have tried to address this. Like they have noise removal, they have like mandatory maybe camera on, they try and give you some guidance where you sit, but they still were not addressing the feeling of presence. So if we go back to our human nature, like how we are today, we're kind of like sitting around. I think Peter mentioned this is a room set up. We're on the center for the presenter, and everyone is sitting and listening to the information. But since the beginning of time, humans have naturally sat in circles. And we do it in school, we do it as part of teams, in sport. We do it like way back, like tribes used to pass on customs and traditions by sitting in circles and passing the information around. And we do this because we have to see and engage fully with the people around us. And we need to see the body language, and we need to see how people are portraying their information. And it's really important that we do that. And there's a study, this one is from 1967, but it's a professor, Moravian, and this one has been quoted quite a lot. It's not all about the words. So if you go back to that situation where I showed you the people who were in the video conference, and for the people who had turned off their camera and their screen, it's not just about the words, but it's also about the body language. So 55% is about the body language. So if I was up here like this, and I was leaning on the table, and I was kind of looking around me, this would be a very different presentation. Like it's important that the body language, the brain reads the body language and how somebody is presenting and how much they care about the content that they're giving, but also the tone of voice. So if I started shouting at you, it does impact how the communication is shared. So when we think about that, and I go back to the particular product that I'm going to talk about today, this product was brought about to bring in the perception of presence, to bring back good manners, basically. To, if I'm talking to you today, for example, and I decide to turn myself completely around here from you, it's not good behavior. You will find this really strange. It's really important that you look at people, that you give them that attention. But yet, we're in remote meetings. It seems to be perfectly okay for us to turn our face from a person. Perfectly normal to multitask, and we don't think anything of it. And the reason we don't think anything of it is because we believe they're over there and I'm here. They're not in the place that I'm in. We watch our TV, movies on really high fidelity, fantastic resolution screens. You go into the TV stores and you'll see like amazing screens. You're like, wow, it looks so clear, it looks so real. But you don't believe that you're there. You don't believe that Al Pacino is in your sitting room if you're watching a movie. You don't believe that these people are there. And it's that feeling of presence that is really valuable. And as a result, you end up mimicking good behavior as part of that. This solution is the first real-time photorealistic collaboration solution. And it's called Webex Hologram. And this product we worked on around that time I was talking about when people were searching. We worked on it up before that in 2016, but we started to dig out the use cases when it came to this time. So what it is, it's a three-part solution. One, which is this screen here, this is a capture device. It's a 2D and 3D capture device. There's an array of cameras here, which is the 3D element, and it captures this lady in holographic form. There's a camera above, which is 2D, and then the people on the other side are consuming that information on an AR, an augmented reality headset, and an application that's downloaded onto that. And she appears in front of them in their space. Now, I cannot lean into enough that it's so important that the perception of presence is in your space. So it's not that they're over there and I'm here, it's they're here, they're right here in front of me. And as a result, I feel their presence, and as a result, I am engaged in it because they're there. And then the third part of the solution that I mentioned is all these streams of camera get sent to the cloud, so it's cloud services and all the great things happen. But it does, the person sees that person in front of them. Now this image is obviously done by our designers. I'll show you what it actually looks like, but again, I'll be showing it to you in 2D. But just to give you an idea that this person is able to share physical content. So what this use case that she has here, she's a new model of an AED. So she's talking about, but this is the old model. So she has the old physical model on the table in front of her. And that's captured, as you can see on the other side, that's captured in holographic form, and it's appearing on this gentleman's desk in front of him. And then she can bring up the next model that they're about to build, but they haven't built it yet. So she can bring in virtual content as part of that conversation. She can put on an augmented reality headset, and she can share that virtual content. He will see the back of the device, she will see the front of the device, and it will be like the person is sitting across from you at your work desk at home. And it replicates that. So you can see the physical and the virtual side by side without having to travel to that person's location. So how good is the hologram? This is the hologram. It looks, I know it's very hard to show in 2D, but this you can see there's the translucent element of it, but that person does appear in photorealistic form, and you can shift left and right in your chair. You can see this is Aaron, one of my colleagues, can see his right here, you can see his left here, and what it's doing is it's tricking your brain into believing that the person is there. And for me, when I first tried this out, when I first joined this project, as I mentioned, I'm in Ireland, I'm in Galway in Ireland, and the team that were building the capture device that I showed you were in Norway. And I met that team for the first time holographically. So they sent me out an augmented reality headset. I was sitting in my home office, and I met one of my colleagues this way. They were across from me in the room. So when I joined the call, they said, look for a clear space to place your colleague. And I said, okay. And I had the typical scenario of, I said, okay, great. I have my collaboration set up here. I have my nice clean wall here behind me. When I'm on a call, everyone sees just here beside me. So I was looking around and I said, oh, where will I put them? I said, I'll put them here. But all the stuff that you can't see off camera gets shoved to the side when you're on a call. So I placed Aaron over here. And as soon as he appeared, the first thing I asked him was, what can you see? I just got this sense of like he was in the room. I really did get the sense of that he was in the room and that he could see my messy desk. And not only that, he was sitting on top of my messy desk, right across from me in my office. And I got an uncomfortable feeling. I got that hostess feeling of, oh, we haven't tidied up, that somebody is home. And I really felt that presence. I knew that he wasn't there. I knew the technology. I'd been sent the presentations, but it triggered a real emotional feeling of presence. And often when we talk about this technology, I say, look, I can show you this. I can show you what a hologram looks like. You can record it, but you won't get the emotional value of it unless you actually try it. So that was really important as part of it. But just as well to talk a little bit about the technology, it's a light field technology, so it captures as realistic as possible. So the reason he's holding up a glass of water here is because of the array of cameras that are in front of him. They shift left and right, and it captures, because it's light field, so it captures the light and it captures the light reflections in the water. And as a result, again, helps with tricking your brain into believing that this is real. And genuinely, we do start to replicate presence. I have given this demo of this technology at many events with hundreds of people present, and they're all lining up together. And as soon as the person puts on the headset, they're zoned in, they're engaged. It doesn't matter who's their colleagues are standing around them, it doesn't matter. They zone in, they start focusing on the hologram, and they just, it's like there's some, like even though they're still in the physical space around them, they're not gone into a virtual world, they're still in their physical world. With the augmented reality headsets, you can still see everything in the room around you, but this just overlays the hologram in front of it. and yet they were fully engaged. That value, when we have a hybrid working model, is huge. That engagement, that attention is huge in this kind of new hybrid working model that we have. So one of the companies that reached out to us was a Fortune 500 company, and they were struggling with the hybrid working model because their sales reps, they have medical devices. You see, like, there's loads of medical devices. There's hundreds. Thankfully, there is. They do some fantastic things. But the medical device industry were struggling. They knew they needed to talk to consultants. They knew they needed to get into hospitals the way they used to do it before as part of selling medical devices. So previously, the use case for selling medical devices, if I was a sales rep, I would either fly to a location or go to a hospital that the consultant was in, try and get their time, and then bring the device with me and talk about it there present in this space. Another way of doing it was they used to fly all the consultants to a hotel and get their attention that way and bring them into the room to talk about the piece of equipment that they had. When they couldn't do this, and the people that they wanted to talk to were extremely busy and extremely short-staffed, they had to find another way of getting their attention. So there were times where they might set up a meeting, but then there would be a COVID lockdown safety protocol and they couldn't get in. So they said, okay, we still need to really grab their attention. There's no use to me that a doctor joins a call with his camera off and I don't know if he's there or not, I don't know how engaged he is, and I don't know if the flat image of what I'm showing him, does he really grasp what it is? So what they did was, they took on the holographic technology and they sent the headset out to the consultant. And they said, you pick a time of your convenience, I will talk you through the latest medical device that I have. So the consultant would join the call. And you can imagine, I'm going to use this actually as an example, my clicker as an example. You were showing this as a medical device, and you were doing this over a 2D conference, and you got told up to the camera, and you're like, do you get that, how big it is? Do you understand? And they'd be like, yeah, I'll be holding it still and I'll be talking. And meanwhile, the person's brain is wondering, oh, how big really is that? And I would love to see around that. And is that something in the end that I can use? And I want to get more kind of depth, because that's how we usually share things. With this, they were able to actually talk them through the device that they had, to show it to them. For example, we had, they were showing a device that they insert as part of the hip replacement surgery. And they were able to bring up a mock-up hip, and they were able to show how they're supposed to insert it. And the consultant was able to look around, like they would if they would have been there in person, look around the actual object, see the person be fully engaged with their full attention. And then if they wanted to actually get an idea of the size and see the object, they could bring it up virtually and hand it to the consultant virtually. They could hand it, take it back, they could say, okay, what's this bit in it? Oh, okay, I get an idea of the size of it now. And this is a very engaging, very useful conversation for the medical device company. It took off so well that they decided then to actually use it as part of training for their own sales team. And that's where they could see the benefit of doing that. So there's other medical use cases I'll talk about a bit later, but I'll go on to the next one, which was this one, which is McLaren, which are very prominent for this particular use case. So McLaren do everything with speed. They have to. That's how they operate. And I have to admit, when we started working with McLaren, I knew nothing about Formula One racing, nothing about it at all. But we really did need to understand their use case, to understand how we could help them. So the team explained to us that when they go to these races around the world, what they actually do is they can be shipping about 30 tons of car parts to the location, and they send it to the location about 10 days in advance, and they construct the car on site. So they don't send it as it is, they construct it on site. And there are loads of parts to these cars that they can release it. But so many things can go wrong when you send all these parts to Staunton and go to the site and put them together. But they have a team of, I think it's 170 engineers back in the manufacturing floor. They're not going to bring all that team with them as part of the race. So what they were doing before is they would put the car together, if they came across a problem, they were trying to explain the problem to the back of the factory, and then in some cases like urgently find somebody out. They couldn't do that in certain cases. The person mightn't be available, the person mightn't be able to fly. So how could they ensure that this, the changes that they need to make or the fix that they needed to make was going to be something that they could do remotely? Now, the stakes are high with something like this. You are placing a human life into this car, and you are speeding them around a track, hundreds of miles an hour, and you know that if you get this wrong or this is not put together, that this human life is at risk. So you have to be sure that when you're having those conversations, that the people are engaged, that they are fully engaged, and you also have to read their body language. You have to understand, okay, are they sure that if I make a tweak to this part, that this is genuinely the decision that they want to do? You have to be able to see the part. You have to be able to see the problem that you're trying to solve. And you need to do that, not flat, but three-dimensionally. And you need full engagement as part of that. And as part of some of the technology and the solutions that they were using this technology for to solve, they actually managed to reduce some, for their design team, aside from that particular use case, but in another use case when they were redesigning, something that used to take 3 days, they shortened down into 4 hours. And when we were talking to the individual in the car themselves, they said, that pays for itself. That's a solution that pays for itself. So what they used to do before is they also use a lot of clay modeling when they're designing cars. And they would also do some 3D printing and 3D printing of parts. When they did this and started bringing in the virtual content and the augmented reality of the person themselves, this actually completely revolutionized how they were designing. And the CEO of McLaren is famous for saying that innovation is actually one of the biggest parts of their business, because they have to develop with speed. They have to ensure that their engineering is safe and it's fit for purpose. So we also have a number of other use cases that came out of this, because as it took off, we reached out. There was a children's hospital in America, and they had a surgeon who operated on tiny babies for spina bifida. It was a really interesting use case. And they came to us and they said, look, I can't travel. I have to do the surgeries, but I can't be away. I can't travel as much as I could. But I really want to share my skill set, because it's a unique skill set, something that I want to be able to share and stay where I am in the hospital that I'm in. So we're working with that surgeon to do training sessions where they're really engaging training sessions, where they feel like they're getting a one-to-one tutorial from that consultant, sitting in front of them and sharing a model of the baby with the spina bifida and the curvature of the spine and what they need to do as part of that surgery, and explaining what areas they need to be careful about, and it's hugely beneficial. We also have another use case of a space agency who reached out to us, and they recognize the importance of presence and the feeling that the person is there. This particular space agency are doing a lot of studies, psychological studies, on where they lock people. It sounds bad, they lock people up, but what they do is they isolate people, and they do this to see if they were on particular missions and they're isolated for a period of time. They do it in different sense. They do like short few days, they do 30 days, and they do up to a year of isolation, and they put a group of people together. Now, it's really important when you isolate people that you stabilize them psychologically. They're away from family and friends. People don't know how to react when they're in these isolated situations. But if you could actually have them feel like their family members were in the space that they are isolated in, and if you could trick the brain into that perception of presence, that would hugely uplift the psychological aspect of being isolated and not being with only a few people, or not being with anyone at all. So that's where they're looking into it. And then we also have a university that are working with us, that they have a professor who works on brain injuries within the NFL actually. And that particular professor said that they have a lot of students who join these courses, but they found that they had the video off scenario, where they weren't sure of the students even listening. One professor said that he did pass a student through that was joining a call, and you could see that the feet were up, they were on their phone, they weren't listening. But this was a really important study, and what the professor wanted to do was to actually share with them models of brain damaged person from NFL. So say a scan of the brain of an NFL player about 45 years of age, and then share with them the scan of the player before they joined and went professional, and the difference and the impact to the brain. If they did that remotely with a flat screen and the lack of engagement, they were not getting as much retention of information. And because they studied the brain in particular, they actually did some research into retention of information pre and post using this. And their retention of information went up nearly threefold as a result of using this technology and retaining that information as part of the study. So it's hugely useful. Something else that came out of a use case was onboarding. So you join a company for the very first day, and you join now remote, and you may never meet your colleagues. So previously it used to be a big deal. They bring people in, they bring the executives, they make them feel really special. But now that's not the case. So they might maybe get a video of their executive team saying, welcome to the company, but they don't feel very special on that first day. And you get sent out maybe mouse mats, and you get some swag, you get a logo on a t-shirt, and you go, oh yeah, I feel special. And a water bottle. I don't know about you, but I have loads of water bottles. But they decided, okay, maybe we don't need to send them swag. Maybe what we do on the very first day that they join the company is we send them an augmented reality headset. We send them an augmented reality headset, and they get to meet the executive team in their home office on day one. And they feel present as a result of that. So that's another element that we hadn't thought of. Training and design were the two use cases we initially leaned into, but onboarding was something that came out of the study. And then actually, McLaren also talked to us about the marketing element. They don't want to be sending their drivers and risking them getting sick before particular events. But what they would like to do is run a competition and have, for example, Lando Norris appear in somebody's living room and make them feel like they've met them and make them feel special as part of that marketing campaign. So there's a lot of different use cases out there, but it's really important to note that the perception of presence is hugely valuable. The perception of presence is good manners. It allows us to do good manners. It stops people turning away. It keeps people fully engaged. Let's do a time check. So I'm slightly over, so I'll wrap up. But what I want to say is the main thing to think about is.
Is it? Oh, it's my bad. There we go. Try again.
That's good. Is now that we know what now we've come out of the pandemic, and we know now that hybrid work is really here to stay, and we know the landscape that's ahead of us. Don't forget about the human involved in this. Don't forget about the importance of presence. Don't forget about how we really do communicate for hundreds of years. This isn't new. Don't forget that video conferencing can take away that engagement. And that's okay. We can multitask. We're well able to do that as human beings. But for really important things, for training, for design reviews, for making decisions about quizzing a human life around a racetrack, don't forget that those conversations are important. And the reason that they're important and the engagement is important is because the human is involved in that, and they're at the center of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a really interesting presentation. And I had a couple of questions. I don't know if anyone else has any questions as well. It's a question really about like the viability of getting this into everyone's hands, right? Because it does seem like a technology. I mean, straight out maybe Star Trek or Star Wars, you know, someone pops up on the brig, you know. But it seems like it could have real life use cases in every home. You could put this in there and, you know, network with anyone. Is there how far away are we from making this like a consumer product as opposed to a business product?
So at the minute, it's kind of focused on the one-to-many scenario. So one being the presenter and many being the people that are remote. So it's very easy nowadays to get an augmented reality headset to the people who are remote. It's very easy to bring that into the home. I totally recognize that the array of cameras that sit in front of people. And just to give an idea of the solution that I showed you, it's about this wide and this high. So it's okay, it's more office centric than it is remote. But if you brought the trainer into the office to sit in front of it, the headsets can go anywhere in the world. And they're something that you can, they're smaller than a laptop bag. And actually next week, we're expecting Apple to release their augmented reality headset. So it'd be interesting to see when you bring Apple into the market, how the price point of these headsets come down, and the attraction will naturally go up. If Apple put their brand on anything, people buy it regardless if they know what it's like.
It was going to be my next question. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this, where it is today, do you see, or does your team at least, or the product and development team, could you see this technology getting smaller and smaller to a point where like you don't need multiple cameras, or is it possible to do it that way? Like how far away are we from that reality?
Absolutely. Like, I mean, the solution looks quite big there because we have a screen on it, but like this could just be a bar. It could be a bar that you sit on top of your own existing device and it just captures you from different angles. We could put this all around the room, and I think I've seen things where they have like a mesh technology and they put the cameras 360 around the room. If I'm having a conversation with you, I don't need to see the back of your head. I just need to see enough to trick my brain that you've got some depth of this presence. So that's where we kind of came to that bar side effect. But absolutely, that can be brought down in size, and that can be something that you, when you think about it, you purchase that, your AR headset.
You're away.
Yeah, and the client sits on it and you're away. Yeah.
Do we have any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really interesting. I think that the question is, if these headsets get spread evenly, do you think they will all work together, or do you think they're going to be walled gardens? Because in a sense, it's much more valuable if, let's say, the Apple headset or whatever else is out there.
Oh yeah. So for example, with our particular solution, we're headset agnostic, and we can use a Microsoft HoloLens 2. We can also, somebody with a Magic Leap 2 can join that conversation. And then if like the Apple headset is good enough, that's just another technology we need to support. All we need to do is drop the client, the WebEx client, onto the actual headset. A choice like you download an app onto your phone, and then you can pick. Because headsets are very specific to the users themselves, like glasses. Everyone has their own type of choice. With the Magic Leap headset, it's very different to the HoloLens. The HoloLens kind of has the compute power at the back of the headset itself, and the weight is on top of the head, distributed. But with the Magic Leap, it actually has the compute power down here, where it sits like my microphone did. And I think where we're seeing the technology going with the headsets is they will get lighter, more like glasses, and what you do is you just connect it. Compute power will come from your phone. So that's how you can see that.
Any other questions in the room? Yeah.
Great presentation. Which industries are you seeing will have most ROI out of all of this? You think definitely industrial, are you marketing and targeting certain industries? Because otherwise the investment is pretty huge. And so what is like the pitch, to what industry to say that it really is worth the ROI out of curiosity?
Yeah, so training and design reviews were the two use cases that we leaned into in it. Every industry does training. So you pay for training and you want that training to be retained, you want that information to be retained. So the industries that are coming to us that are looking for that return on investment are the medical sector. So I was actually really impressed with how advanced the medical sector are going and how they're the first ones to jump on technology like this. The medical sector, so anything around training in the medical sector or the manufacturing of the medical device. But also the manufacturing, as we mentioned, we noticed at the time that during lockdown there was a lot of backlog of shipments and things couldn't be shipped to be reviewed. So we had an apparel company who couldn't review some of their products that couldn't be shipped from China to them, so they had to do that remotely. So the return on investment is they don't have to send people around the world to get this. They can pay for a trainer and know that they get value for money from their trainer. As I mentioned, McLaren said they reduced their 3 days down to 4 hours. And he said it just pays for itself. So before, when they were doing a specific design of the part, and all the models that had to physically be made and put over and back together used to take 4 days. And they said it went down to 3 hours. And they said it just paid for itself. And then you can use that time for other things.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Amazing. Oh, we have another one over here. That's good because I'm waiting on a response.
Thanks. My name is Josh LaMar, and I am curious if there are, you talked a lot about one-to-many scenarios.
Yes.
Training. Curious, any thoughts around many-to-many scenarios or small group collaboration, and what kind of things are coming next there?
Yeah, so I mentioned how the team initially came up, they looked at, this was before the pandemic, they were looking at the many-to-many scenario, they were looking at the Jedi Council, where you had some people physically present, you had multiple people as holograms, and that's definitely next on the agenda. The reason we started with one-to-many was just where you anchor the hologram, and then the technology around where you want to put them. But the next stage of this is many-to-many, so you can have more than one holographic device joining a call, and then it's your choice of where you want to put them. Say, for example, if this was my remote office, you join the call, I'd place you here in this chair, place you here, but then if somebody else was joining the call, they might place you in a different chair. It depends on where they want to set up and their room and how they want to do that. But then the many-to-many scenario definitely is next where we want to go with it. But I think we just wanted to use this as the proof point, and it kind of gave a lot more on the return of investment, which we I think we still need to dig into the many-to-many scenario of what we want to do there as part of that. Yeah, it is part of the vision.
Do one of those cursory swoops around the room to see if there's any last questions. Thank you so much. A really exciting presentation. Put your hands together. Third time's a charm, yeah? Okay. I'm Irish. Amazing. Thank you very much for an awesome presentation, and to all of you for joining us, and those joining on our live stream as well. Thank you for tuning in. So after this, we have, in the main room, there is a session all about marketing and advertising within the Web3 space, which is really quite interesting. So you can head straight over there. Lunch will be after that. However, there is also going to be a panel going on about equity and diversity and inclusivity, and what Web3 can do to enable and empower more inclusive products. So, yeah, really looking forward to the afternoon. Thank you for joining, and we'll be taking a break now on this stage for the next hour or so. So we'll close up this room. Thank you very much for joining. That was awesome. I want to get one of those. Yeah. They say it's in our industry to have this online class. So like, it's not proof. But yes, I have. Yes, I have. You have full body. Yeah. But it's something to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty
So about 60,000 for the capture devices, but if you're purchasing it for 60, yeah, so it's an enterprise unit. The excess are about 3,000 at the minute, but we expect that the volume goes up in the next Apple coming in, that will definitely
It's going to be a question about cost as well. I can imagine to start together.
Oh, yeah, like so I can mention when they're trying to do the region, they enterprise and then there's probably or even maybe a ringer phone, And then apologies are again.
I'm actually, I'm just on the headset now, but yeah.
I wish that everybody's. Well, no, I didn't have that issue. I just had people and I was just sitting there.
Maybe you're better off with guys like
Yes, let's have a look at this then. Cool.
It's okay.
I would suggest, probably in line with this, probably somewhere around here. We can run an XLR. Let's just check.
You can probably do a lot.
Yeah.
You can photos. You have a live video that's really quick. And one more thing is, these turn all this into brand. It's not really, for me, I'm trying to totally do it. I'm not worrying about any, don't care what color. That's the board. What you can, turn it into a branding opportunity. Good to see you.
One like this.
Yes.
Let me just quickly get the
Oh, okay, very interesting. Yes. It is, it's really interesting, and I think for, like, as I mentioned, the team.
Actually, I'll just bring everything.
Sorry, I was gonna come out to you now.
Sorry?
I was gonna come out, I just need to get a holding slide up. There we go.
No worries. I've brought everything with me. This is shot for the next hour, right?
Yeah, you've got time now to set up.
So I was meant to.
Have you got like a radio, a mic on top, you can stick on top sort of thing?
So I've got like 3 mics. I've got.
Okay, fair.
I've got the shotgun one, which could work. I've got the DJ.
Oh, so you can set those up, so just capture ambient sound sort of thing.
I think ambient sound will probably be in this.
Right.
But I've got. So I actually rented a Zoom H6, but it's not. They forgot to put in. I rented it, so I think they have over it.
Fair. What should we? In terms of actually getting a line out from the actual mics itself, it looks like it needs to be a cartridge, like a jack to XLR or whatever it plugs in.
I've got this.
Right.
The XLR to 2.5.
Okay.
So I was thinking, is there any chance we could? I'm not sure if this would even work.
Just go click on that.
But like, what is it?
Well, I think
What is
the wireless mic. Plug the XLR into the wireless mic. Would that work?
Yes.
We might guess. At the moment, you can just experiment.
Yes.
Okay. So, is the output?
So the out seems to be here, you know. Because on the back, there doesn't seem
What
to be
we're
an out.
finding is now,
Whereas the only out I'm seeing,
embracing this, but then they
the
don't
only
anyway to
out I'm
create
seeing
their
is this line out here.
So they're like, can you create the content?
Yeah.
Or actually not creating content. We're seeing
line
kind of a gap there for.
But it seems like
team
generally
to jump into
Okay,
this.
can we
They have some.
Yeah, you can capture some straight on an SD. Yeah, so that's what's happening. Okay, perfect. Stuff in SD. It's going to record all audio from the
Before I do this, like, just have to be like, yeah, mine is very quiet. It's hard on my phone.
Yeah, no, I mean.
But it's
Might be worth
sorry.
you might as well stick the shotgun on top of there.
I'll definitely stick out there just for that.
Exactly. Yeah, just stuff an SD in there. And,
I didn't buy these. Like, I bought them like 3 months ago because I was like, oh, I do a lot of box pops and stuff like that.
Okay, nice.
And they're great for box pops.
Yeah. You just kind of put it on someone.
Yeah, it's great. You put
Similar
it
to a
on
helmet.
literally, and then you put this on top. Connect it with the 3.5 to 3.5.
Yeah, and then it will sync up.
Yeah. Vocal noise reduction, auto gain. It's amazing. It is a bit expensive, but
Yeah. Quality. So what sessions are you recording?
I'm recording Simone Berry.
Okay.
Well, she's playing through. like tomorrow, because I'm recording the whole panel talk with her.
Yes.
And is that in here?
So I think that's
Yeah, I think, yeah.
You just go around, you do a 360 and you scan it, and then you can do very quickly, bring it in and share the market.
Yeah. Oh no, so
It's static from
this session sounds
yeah,
like
if you
from
scan
the
it,
stage. So you want
no,
Wait, it hasn't been moved? Oh.
let's go talk to the person that's really
Please, because I have no idea what's going on.
It looks.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, is there food on there now?
Nice to meet you.
Okay, we can ask.
Hi.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I'll introduce you to the actual.
Yeah, perfect. That'd be
You're
great.
welcome. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
I was the global research manager for Outlook for several years.
Yes.
The scenarios are very familiar.
Yes. Yes.
Ooh, I love where this is going.
Oh,
So I'm really excited to hear all of this scenarios about super cool.
Oh, good. Yeah, I mean, we all embrace the kind of collaboration too. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that video that I mentioned on YouTube.
I have. It's
It
hilarious.
is hilarious. And
Yeah.
it's so true because you go back in and you're like, oh my god, that is so true. It's not parking. I think at one stage she's like, I'm sharing something. And they're like, are you? I can't see it. And it's just a case that they're not sharing their screen. And I think it's hilarious. And it just shows you that there's so much disruption to figures. It's so important, and it does like that day when I met my colleague, I was like, oh, I feel like I should apologize to you. And it's just like, how many people who have met people on rapidly, and met them after they felt when they met them. So that was interesting. We're trying to measure that. It's there.
It's very cool.
Very
I have really there's just so much in space, and it's we're looking at steps, but I think
it's fun. We can do kind of a fun teamwork day on it and high five and virtual reality. When we're having a serious like I mean even in that like I was playing around with the meta workers. So I think when you leave it, I think you tried it out like this. And their avatar just goes like their head. So it's really strange. So they just put their eyes and they drop like this. It's like oh yes, it's really strange. And it's funny, you know, that we're saying we have to be an authentic person, we have to be an authentic person. And I think better starts to see that because their latest person much better pass through and you can see it around you. So now they're starting to think that way that their next people come into the market. Headsets on it. 3 displays are coming. It's just not there yet. The price point is definitely not there yet. So I think that would be I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
very cool.
Nice to meet you.
The next panel.
Oh, very good. Okay, I'll pop in for it. Great. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nice to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Sorry, no worries. I'm not even in here anymore.
Okay.
I don't even know where I am. Is this London? Are we in England?
Yeah. Down in a basement somewhere.
Always a place.
I wish she wasn't like she's independent. Yeah, fucking strong woman in her own thing.
No. I mean, I know that. And like, and then you very
Because I'm not understanding. There's a house 180 and he's their offices.
Yeah.
I do not know.
So I let's do that. He's lovely and he's very sweet. It's almost he's not.
And I hate calling people.
Yeah, it's like that. I think the expression is fine.
That's my
Interested, but like, I was like, it's not something we all can hang out with. Yeah. Well, from Pennsylvania, but I live in Hawaii now.
I keep thinking that it's on my head this a lot. And so, Julie, we have I mean, we did a study into this non-chain stuff.
Well, actually, we did it to hypersite just to see what about $650. All connected to one of the other Sindao projects. So it's quite, it seems quite intentionally, it seems like that whole launch was basically Sindao group. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, we to talk about hypersite as well. I feel like I'm going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Two features disappeared.
To me, it's interesting.
I mean, he's like,
I speak with him every day. But, like, very,
It's honest. There's only salad. If you go over the salads, then like people can go, yeah. We had a bit of a mix up with our agenda. I'll tell you, yeah, I know.
Where is it?
Satisfying maybe
investors or people who know their stuff. People like Alex. Really want to YouTube. I know it's a missing piece. So basically, just to explain, that includes one paragraph where we say something to the effect of, and I sent it to Jack, right? The chief architect of climate change, currently wishes to begin on this, addressing the elephant in the room. Early in the PC, contributor, world-renowned cybersecurity. So we say a few things, and I'm hoping it will be a good piece of content once it's ready to share with the VCs. At the moment, we don't really have anything, and I think it will be enough at least to buy us a few weeks before we're able to, publish a full white paper in 6 weeks or so. So that's just to keep you updated. I mean, I know that obviously the pitch deck also needs updating now furnished around but I think that would be good to share with VCs. In fact, it's a good story to tell. In fact, I also wouldn't even share the app like paper with VCs necessarily. Do you know what I mean? Because it's more of a marketing document almost. I don't want to share a link to the blog. You see what I mean? Just to sort of show that there's more of it. Can mentor the audience about the marketing. It's hard because a mobile app doesn't usually have a white paper. In time, what I want to have is 3 documents. A white paper on the app, much more user focused, the benefits, what you do with it, a white paper on the token you want to split and a white paper on the chain. And so for the more technical people, if you look at Avalanche, they have a few different white papers, basically, different parts of the ecosystem, and I think that makes more sense long term. And then you can share as depending on the audience. I think both white paper to Alex. It says on there everything. I didn't respond. Why share the
loaded up. And the sound, I want the sound to be too loud. I don't want to scare the.
Well, I'll be putting this down because it's coming out my laptop, but I'm using a mic to amplify it.
And it's going to be not too loud because it's got music. The music is a general music,
right?
Something that will offend anyone.
Yeah.
It's not rap music or anything like that. It's just nice, subtle music. Well, I don't mind a bit of rap myself. Anyway, that's another story.
Yeah, that's
I like all types of music.
So I'm going to open it. What am I opening it with?
And is it okay to put my signboard behind on that corner?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, you can't cover that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll move that chair and you can pop it. Or even on the stage, like on the side,
Perfect.
How many are there? Other
There's
people?
only 3 people.
Right, yeah, we can work it out.
Steph, me, and Camilla. It comes up like
I've got
and the sound.
So let me just It'll be like this. Yeah, and I'll go full screen with it, so okay, all good. It's important, yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, no, I got you, man, Oh yeah, what time are we on now? Maybe they're just turning up fully forward, I don't know. Yeah, pretty good. No worries. Yeah, alright. Alright, yeah, sounds good. No worries, brother. And then, the next session in here should be soon. Yeah. Oh no, sorry. It's lunch now for 2:15. Load these things. How do I stop this? What are you doing over here?
Breaks on it. I don't know, it's a little bit almost overwhelmed. So if you have suggestions, drop them in the channel. I know we sent them bombs to everyone else. So here's the thing. He's chosen a few moving forward. If you have some suggestions, then please make them. I just want to make sure that we're also maybe slightly different channels. That was on the partnership. Again, it's in the channel. No. I 100% agree with you. In that is a great thing. 100%. So don't worry, I don't disagree with that. And I really appreciate bringing those ideas. What I just wanted to say was, in the sense that the difference isn't starting to launch, which I think is a little bit more important in the short term. And for those who are stakeholders, I met maybe other ideas, like they can make the calls, filter through. Well, exactly. Plus, without explaining, I just want to be able to structure it. If we say, what feature do we want to have? Maybe we say, I think the staking option would be good. Okay, these are providers, use of that provider, various options on the market. Because you have been doing, just you haven't written it down, as in already, I think it says.
No, it's staking phase, fish, and chat cloud, three staking company. Pretty sure to compare which one is the better brand.
I think that's great, and we look at it from all angles. Their marketing community obviously is a part, particularly when it comes to tech integrations like that. It's also, I don't know what the team can do, but making sure that everything is also assessed, sort of security and all the rest of it, and then we move to the point of. So again, I don't mean to. I'm not trying to break anything. It's more just the steps to follow that thing.
When I was looking at the revenue focus, I was trying to on the way of justifying valuation. And so if you don't have the staking revenue, multi-channel revenue stream, it's very difficult to invest.
I totally agree.
We're not saying, look, we're going to integrate those straight away anytime soon, but this is our plan. So you look and tell the story, right? For the KOL, if you remember, the market was specifically worried about Korean and Japanese market. And they said, you know what, put down on the writing, if you pay to feel much more confident, it's gold. And if you have KOL, you know the market, they haven't explained KOL. That's why I try to help him. I'm not trying to skip on this. No, first time I used this stuff.
I know you're not. He has, with those markets, he has moved ahead two different.
I know. Different setups.
They have Japanese, Korean.
They want to split it, but they should be
But anyway, just to explain, I know that we chatted last week, but all good. I'm just going to wanted to explain why I was.
From my perspective, it's resources that I have no personal gain, but there's no conflict choice.
And what?
Absolutely. Each one with resources and the
For a second, but
that's what I say.
Yours is guy.
Yeah, the trouble is, I won't get an invoice from them. Yeah, it's expensive.
All good. I think so. No, I think so. I'm trying to optimistic, and it seems to be good energy and good mind. But yeah, but it's time isn't it? And you hand over the tea and just they just remind how you know what I mean. I sort of not trying to think about it too much, really inspiring and all that. You know, to me, it is. I do. It's tough.
So it's not really free from mine is not just mine.
That's true.
Trying to just explain why we have such a
I think they just said 2:15.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So they've got like an application and I've got free space and you think yeah. I tell you specifically this part is like the top 10. What is the first one I put in there as well, you know, greater than 50% of this free flow to be blocked by the markets. Hopefully,
but I do think that we have a strong application. I mean, compared to December, not due to any reason, but just due to how the project has progressed. And, I think the stuff that like smart is brilliant. It's, for me personally, it's so much more clarity to me when I talk to them and register board things. Excuse me, but yeah. So I think we're in a better shape, but let's see. I mean, that is an exchange I'd be much more happy to pay for. Even if you see all this negativity around MEXC and Gate IOs and Opti stuff, and you're saying withdraw your funds from Gate and then token and try there's a lot of negativity online. Just in the last exactly. And then people were saying on MEXC, withdraw your funds. I mean, every exchange is going through something or another, but if lining that up could be massive for us, because if we get a great the other program providers will be willing to provide which would be huge. I mean, if you can do all that natively, and then that allows us to also tell you see what I mean? So I think it would line up a lot of Skittles, you know, they're dominating before because, but yeah, I mean, that's obviously a big do you see what I mean? That being this, then being on the on-ramps, then being able to allow Apple Pay, and we make our listing on the App Store much more favorable.
Okay. Market. You know what I mean? Wealthy market. Wealthy country, understand mine. One couple.
Yeah. It's funny you mention it because there's two small links that we made in Australia. One is through Mac. Mac has a huge group of friends in Australia who are all very into crypto. So that's one thing. And secondly, I interviewed for a community manager. I don't know if you remember this guy, Giant. So I just actually followed up with this morning. He's like very into Algorand in Australia. And he was really a good community manager. But yeah, I just asked basically, I mean, I literally just said it exactly. I said, we're looking to expand in that market. We need ambassadors who can help organize local events, you know. Well, he didn't respond yet, but he was, you know, that kind of. So, yeah, I'm trying to do a little bit of exploration.
Yeah, it's very much into it. It's kind of like involved with the physical Bitcoin mining farms. The Mars is very much slow. Because solar energy is cheap electricity. Really cheap. So they put it in mining farms. And it's not daily neutral. Blockchain, anything happens. 86,000 workers. Usually, I had sometimes 700 a day, 600 a day, not a lot. And they're also running a kind of like online training program. Teach people how to invest in website, teach people how website works, how, you know,
on YouTube, you mean?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Every Friday, he's got a conference, like a forum every Friday. It's a big audience. Because of the time difference, I wasn't able to do this Friday morning school. Australia, his time in Australia, and US is not Europe. It's got a big audience. With it, about trying to work out the best way to collaborate with them. I still haven't figured out the best way. I would imagine to speak to them like 200 hours to reply from Middle East, from Dubai, for them away. I'm going to be looking this week as well, trying to put it more so we can have scope collaborate.
Yeah, that's great. I thought it was interesting what the guy said about the ambassador program. You'll find a really good product. And I think that is right. I mean, even if you see with this Nigerian guy, he started off as a KOL, but I think he is. Well, I mean, I don't know. But, you know, it's been a positive relationship, and it's getting to the point where I feel comfortable that if you Instagram goes far, you just sort of say, listen, let's formalize an ongoing thing where you can sort of act as an ambassador. I'm a little bit worried because the invitations thing now it's part of the contract. We pay for those invitations, but now with the referral program, we need to still remain. Oh, you already did. But that's on Tesla. You mean the list from the addresses? Yeah, I didn't have time to go through it and check it.
Yeah, I don't know who is this guy. I invited the people.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
Who are the guys about?
When I looked through the interface, I saw like the same email address so many times. They just changed one number. You know what I mean? It's like Edel 1, Edel 2, Edel 3, Edel. Well, I know that was the case, and they maybe have created 50 or 100 emails. So I think some of it could be, but that's, I didn't realize that. I wanted to discuss with you actually about that. So they've changed the referral budget, which basically means you can't announce the campaign that we just discussed yesterday. Well, that's the question. Do we shift it now just towards naming implementation? Maybe not communication, the campaign, we just say, yeah.
But we need to discuss the work of this guy. I asked them to work out the business I do we can just send an email and say we would like to offer the invest now. If they are looking, they may register.
So we just put an application form together, send a link to it, and then say, we appreciate the work you've done so far. Yeah, I see what you mean. Spin it like a gift, a reward. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, fine. I'll work it out. Maybe we can announce it early next week.
If they are looking for, I do think some of them but if they are
We said that they haven't created water transactions, live transactions. They're not bots.
But they may have it's not.
For live transactions, they can use bots to do the live transactions.
Even Andrew runs his app on his computer. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, sure. Ah, right. Anyway.
The other day they were saying they pay the ambassadors 20% cut. The lady from the our rural companies, they pay 20% cut. The ambassador program, the ambassador comes around sends the bids on behalf. It's kind of like a Web 2 stuff, right? They use they become the developers' choice of grade, right? Usually they say if a developer on a problem choose minimize, then minimize. There's no marketing. They do a 100%.
But he's right. The key factor in there is they were the
first move to the market. So the developer
just the fact that they haven't added other chains. Years later, it's crazy. How have they managed to maintain that position?
The challenge is not the challenge. The way you choose the channel ID, if you want to find a channel like Metaverse, if you go to this website, it tells you all the channel ID.
Oh, yeah.
The channel,
Did you see people are selling test tokens for $2, $1? Telegram, because we changed $0 for test tokens, and they said someone trying to sell them now 100 tokens for free. So funny.
Others.
Anyway, so Alex is joining Monday. I didn't get him on the call because we were at the event, but he quickly said hi to everyone. Yeah, talked about the priorities. He's motivated, he's excited. I think he's a bit nervous. He's based in Portugal. Because it's quite a lot. I mean, to join the product manager and the product launch, and I just told him, like, I'm dumping loads of stuff on you, and I'm going to give him a big list of bugs, the UI stuff, the one-inch stuff. And so he's. Because it's one thing to say in an interview, have you done absolute listings? Of course I've done it. But then you say, do it, and then he sort of says, yeah, okay, and I think he has done it, but it's obviously, I appreciate it, he was product owner, and he stepped down in this position, and I think he appreciates the opportunity. He said, thank you for taking the chance on me, I like it. Anyway, so from Monday,
young guy, right?
Yeah, he's
30.
Yeah. Go 94, 9.
Yeah, good job. It's important.
It's funny, I was on a call just briefly with Matt and Melanie talking about Instagram. And Matt was saying how he has a lot of friends, like I just said in Australia, surfers. They all work in coffee shops, earning $1,000. But then they're all invested in crypto, and that's like an additional income. And then in the afternoon they go surfing on the beach, and that's it. That's my community that I know. And so he was sort of looking at the groundwork, which is still rough, and then some trouble. It's like, that sort of freedom notion and saying, actually, it's really cool. You can sort of just for 10 minutes a day, we can really emphasize that freedom thing. And then I said, is it possible to earn money while you're on the app messaging? I was like, yes, of course.
Mine.
I think she had a bit of a slow. She was like, that's so cool. I was like, I think she was, but it didn't totally click. So I said, yeah, you can text her. Exactly.
Are you sure she does?
No, I think maybe it wasn't super. I think she does know, but it wasn't crystal clear.
Or she knows that
I think so. I think so. Yeah. So this web radio thing, Matt and I listened in yesterday, and we're not going to do the full package anymore. will use them for just one small activity. Yeah, I'd already listened to several times before. Matt said recently the guy was a bit strange and weird in the way that he speaks, and he didn't really feel like it was right. He felt a bit uncomfortable. So we want to use them for as Twitter spaces with the artists. But then I found separately as a package, as a people protest. They do extremely high quality research around crypto. It's a news media company. They do very well researched articles. Very good quality research, not like these cheap. They don't have press releases, they don't have any, and they just launched an advertising package. So we've been one of the first sponsored articles. Yes, their own website, sponsored article, and the packaging. Advertising, banner ads, display ads, social promotions, just 12,500. And I asked Matt to negotiate before I presented to use an option. There's some things that I really like about it, which is 1 month. So one thing is, we'd be one of the first advertisers that would be fairly keen. One of the first. Yes.
Are you sure?
Not necessarily the first. He said we just started it maybe like 6 months ago or something.
You know what Melanie said, if they started the 6 months and the door
I think they have an advertisers, so it does really well. And then we might be first to, yeah, I can show you the email.
How about the operation?
I asked Matt to get me later. I think they do. So they have some insights on active users, newsletter, sponsored article, in-article banners, site. Anyway, I can forward you the email once I have more data on the number of users. The reason I like them is because they're very high quality and trusted resource. Anyway, I asked them to get more data, but I'm more excited about it.
You approach the Missouri and Missouri is global news site for the cryptos, such as documentaries, Missouri, blog news, crypto.com. All those are very good quality news sites.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never heard about Portal. They've been around for some time, right?
I don't know how long, but they've been shared, their articles, by some very big names in the space. But yeah, I mean, Decrypt, there are some good resources out there, for sure. But then again, you also can...
Masari is very good.
But Masari is extremely expensive. I have to quote to the Masari is $40,000 just for the newsletter. It's quite a lot. Yeah, just for a newsletter.
Yeah, I read the newsletter every day.
I think about a few 100,000, something like that. This is a package of different newsletters. It's from some Trice research. Yeah. It's just quite a lot.
I wish we said daily even from the Sarah.
Do you read them?
Some of them, yeah. I look at the headline. If there's no item, there's no. If there's some items I like, I just click don't very good quality.
Well, we got a few quotes. I mean, the Prokos one includes a newsletter. The one I showed you. Again, what I like about them is it's more niche, more high quality, more intellectual crowd. Not saying sorry, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway.
Can you say subscribe?
Yeah, again, Matt's getting that big. Yeah.
They block the also
Yeah, the block, exactly.
educators email.
Yeah.
That's managed to get someone from Big Phoenix. Big Phoenix. It's not top 10, but still have the conversation.
Yeah.
Bybit has listed a few. So Bybit is weird. They keep saying you observe. I say, tell me your criteria. In the end, they say, wait until you are listed. How do you make it? This is kind of like that's it. Which changes you consider is made, and this is the list. Yes. And that's US. You're not going to the US, right? So he's putting something like Google.
You sent the application last Friday, right?
Yeah.
What day?
Yes.
Yes.
So Google in this state also the Gate.io. Gate.io is a listed platform which we don't. US.
Yeah.
You're not going to help it, right?
But I love it. They have such a good reputation.
I know, brackets. One the first. I know that I like this one.
Oh yeah, they were at the Global Blockchain Congress.
Big Phoenix. Big Phoenix is Hong Kong company. Yeah, register something also. But in America, they have to have the same issue. So you haven't been like kind of like murky history. And now it seems to be better in the liquid. It's really okay. Well, it's good to have a conversation with you.
Great. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, definitely.
I really want to be cool. I've had people in this institutional side contact someone who commented to me, so we figured the person is to the Japanese. He said, "Oh, you have to go through the normal process." So sending me the application, I said, "I'm working on this, right? I want you to introduce the list to you directly." No, it's.
But I think it's more a formality. We need to go through the application.
I need to keep saying it right.
It's more like a job interview. You know, you apply to the job and then you tell the HR manager, "Hi, I just applied."
Yeah, it would be nice if
follow on with the
apply online
Exactly.
People might say, oh, this team already applied, go and fish there. That archives. Gate.io, it's, they did not tell us what they're going to do. With us observing, do not really tell us. We need to get this milestone to be considerably longer than that.
I know you want to say something.
Practicing Tai Chi.
What? Yeah.
Stablecoin smart contract deployment on blockchain.
Flight school. That was a Zebra, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we went to the briefly last year. We went to the Zebra Live. Exactly. Yeah, you guys recently rebranded, right? I think so. You invested in this nice. Yeah.
Is there a talk over?
It's like 2:15. I'm moderating a panel. That's set up for a panel, but
What is Flight Story?
marketing.
Okay.
No, not really. Just kind of advice on creative strategy and messaging.
Yeah, so what do you think? Which is everything.
You uncharted waters.
We work for a company called LaMar, which is like a smart wallet with three smart wallets, self-custodial wallet, and on-chain messenger as well. We also want to do our own layer one chain. So we're also
Such a big deal to be
the day we we've spoken about it. We've leaned into it a bit more recently because the idea of a smart one, your wallet in your pocket probably has your IDs, probably has some tickets, probably has loyalty cards and Starbucks as well as your bank cards. And so, leading into a bit more of the idea of future corporate practices, I think that's right. I mean, blockchain private keys will do much more than just selling transaction. That's like over 50 years, the wallet's still having been gone in terms of allowing people to access to unlocking content online or there's a lot more use cases. So yeah, but maybe you could be right. So you can make some convertible reference. Yeah, no, we Zebra worked with people on some developing a kind of last year. It was just the initial stage. It's just a good experience. We had a good experience. They had to do a lot in a short space of time. But yeah, no, I think they were really good thinking. We struggled to get them to deliver maybe on what we done. It was very clear in the initial contract, but it took a little bit of time. We wanted to get this big story about how we were responding to Web3 and experience. Yeah, no, it was good. In the end, the plan they came up with quite a lot of So it's pretty solid. I think it's usually difficult with an agency to find that balance between giving the client useful information, also selling. So and so some of those documents can be looking through the stuff is good rather than reality.
Mixed reality.
But yeah, I mean, it was just
when I met somebody the other day who said actually, I think,
obviously, I'm explaining about the institutions that now. I mean, it was also our branding, I think, in my position, product is so much clearer. It's sometimes better to very early stage when you're still very discovered. You're right. So I think now, when we bring them now, I think we've got the pitch that the product is so much more. We're launching it in. Thanks. Well, yeah. That was fun. I was going to say those moments are always they're very symbolic because they're fleeting. They come and go, but the building soon. So
I won't believe it, right? I'm just going to turn off my phone, put in a cup of water.
So you guys are UK, right? I guess, or UK based?
UK and US based.
Okay. In two spaces? Yeah.
No, I met the other speaker as well.
I mean, us as
they're very good generalists. Having their things beyond
I will get another AI and listen to that too. Like, at the same time,
Yeah, what's that? Well, yeah, those guys were also this guy was so posted before today.
Yeah. Is he going to set up first or do we set up first?
I said this, somebody just covered it. You don't know which.
Which is
Are we setting up our own?
Yes, we are. Okay. That's of course. I didn't. Are we using mics or no mics?
I'm not sure. had a nuclear contract, and also change a lot of things in a really like easy way.
Okay. Sure.
Of
all the talks and all that, I want to go watch the series. So yeah, I was the CEO was doing the talk. What time are you on? Well, yeah, he's going to talk about it, you know. It's a good discussion. Yeah, that's stuff. Yeah, it's a good podcast. I'm sure we'll share slides. I can certainly share the slides with you.
One way to figure out that.
Well, I think also in the site links directly to it. We're going to create a
Thank you guys.
well, you know, someone has to do it.
Sorry, I was really, I mean, that conversation in the other room.
Same here, I was transferring.
It's transfer, yeah, it's such an, everyone's just like getting teary and emotional. Yeah, because it's just like such a intense.
I hope we can see everything.
Technology. Is it being recorded?
It's been recorded. And it's being live streamed as well, same as this stage.
This all speakers.
Yes, so let's get you all mic'd and sat and ready. We've got 5 minutes. Who's moderating? My age-old person. So do you want to just pop that the poll on yourself? Do you want to slightly angle to face?
I'm just going to grab another chair.
I've got 4 of those. Let me just.
I met somebody from this company trying to.
Yeah, there we go. Right, I will turn this off when you're getting this because when you're all blind. So we'll have. And we got the other mic up. So your mics. Try not to stand like right it gets lost. Anywhere around there. And then when we turn it all the way to the right. I think all the way up, yeah, and we'll be good to go. And then you guys are going to share the other 2 hands. All right, I'm going to do an announcement. That session's finishing in 3 minutes, just being with the questions, and then we can kind of share the teams. Any questions? Anyone go into any like slides, videos, or anything? Yeah. Let's try to start at the time. Awesome. Okay, so we're live streaming. Still already. Amazing. All right, cool. Where's my iPad? That's the thing I'm looking for.
Oh, good, yes. I'll try to tell the story or try to get one.
There's several companies in
It's built in currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the old name. That's the name of the token. But there was a company in the States already, sort of. Which actually, you were referring to it as like the art or more of the.
Sounds like kind of.
More descriptive of
Oh, yeah, sounds like energy. There's something similar to that.
That's what, yeah.
Just for choice.
No. You got it.
I'm thinking about creating.
It was really good. The weather was really good. I think it makes a difference. So it sounds like going back and forth.
So improving the afternoons like this morning. I woke up. It's not bad. Lovely out there. Good people get Yes.
1% chance of hitting the
Well, and then Backstory is a separate media agency because I thought it was fun.
Oh,
I'll be chatting everyone, people know it's happening. Let's get going.
Okay.
I'll do a quick introduction. And then I'll turn this off.
Should we say in order?
Why not? There you go.
Yeah.
So you're all second in. Hello everyone and welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch break or caught that amazing session in the main room. We're getting started with our afternoon, final stretch, final push before we've got some nice drinks and a bit of a social happening out there. A really interesting discussion. What's happening next for the future of the creators economy and how is Web3 going to impact that? I'm just going to introduce our moderator for the session and I'll allow him to introduce all of our amazing panelists for today. So please, Dave Carr, Head of Creative Strategy at
Thanks, Miles. Welcome, everybody. I think this is going to be a really good discussion with some very interesting speakers. It's a big topic, but we've tried to get some talking points, which I think will cover all the main bases, and obviously we'll leave some time at the end for a bunch of questions, because I hope there'll be a lot of those. As Miles mentioned, I'm heading up Creative Strategy Global, which is an augmented reality Metaverse platform. Our CEO is at this moment presenting on the main stage, which I really should be watching, but I know the story anyway. So, but I would urge you to check out the project. It's great, and it's growing rapidly, particularly with Apple's announcement on Monday, June 5th, about moving into the AI space for the headset. So it's going to be quite interesting. But we also do a lot of work with creators, and so I'm really interested in this. And I think the best way to introduce everybody is for everybody just to introduce themselves and describe your projects and yeah, all we'd like to kick things off.
I love the topic by the way, creators. I love anything that is the future. It's something I can't bring on today, but maybe a future state. So I'm one of the co-founders of Trice Johnson. We're effectively a marketing and communication business, and we do a range of services. And I suppose our USP is we help companies lean into new opportunities. I think it's a fascinating space, kind of rewriting rule books that don't exist yet.
Hi, I'm Nzube Ufodike, also excited by this kind of conversation on the creator economy. I'm a creator myself. Just a little bit of background to give some context. I actually studied computer science originally, and I currently work as a corporate finance director for an entertainment group. We put together one of the largest Afrobeats festivals in the world, Nation, and I, apart from that, do some angel investing and pro property and with angel network this year.
Hi everyone, my name is Abhishek and I'm the co-founder of a company called Voice of Flipboard and Acknowledger. Voice of Flipboard is something which is more relevant for today's talk. So it's a media publication platform which is decentralized media. What we believe is everybody has a voice. Everybody should talk about what they feel about Web3 Metaverse, and that's what we're trying to build in the digital economy.
I'm Gaia. I am a computer scientist and I call myself a venture builder. My focus has been in the Web3 ecosystem, before that blockchain and emerging technologies, focusing on propositions, products, ventures around like recently DeFi, digital identity, Metaverse. So I'm a generalist in this space.
Great, thank you. I think it's probably a good start to really kick off and define exactly what a creator economy means for Web3 in the metaverse. I think that can be quite a woolly term, and then when people latch on the term, they just tend to throw it around without really knowing what it means. So, we can start. We'll go down the line, and if you can just define what a creator economy means to you. I don't know if we need to even define what a creator is in the Web3 metaverse. Maybe you could kind of wrap it up into that.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I look at it in 3 ways. I look at influence, people, key opinion leaders in any space. That's on one end of the spectrum. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have everybody else on the internet, the silent majority. These aren't people creating things, but these are people that are their audiences. And then I think everybody that sits at that intersection is in the creator economy. People who produce things. You can kind of go a layer deeper when you think about metaverses and different aspects of immersive digital experiences, but fundamentally, I think that's probably the simplest and best definition that I kind of teach them.
First, the bit of interaction. So how many people in this audience would define themselves as a creator? Show of hands. It's a creative person, okay? So it's not the audience, okay? And how many of you would consider yourselves to be business professionals? Okay, so more business folk than creative folk, right? And that sometimes it is not uncommon actually. Many creators, in my mind, the traditional creators, film, fashion, music, photography, art, writing, those creators tend to focus on their craft, and they're able to hone in that craft in a way that nobody else can. When it comes to representing this in the wider economy, generally the creative would have a manager or somebody else that will help translate that IP into some form of commercial value, right? In the real world or in Web 2 and now in Web 3. So within the Web 3 space, we have different paradigms. We have obviously NFTs and other ways to express those traditional ways of creativity. So I think where I see it, it's still those traditional creators, be you a writer, an author, a podcaster, an artist, etc., but just trying to replicate what it is you do, or to create something fresh with what you do in a new media.
So I think I'll pick up from your point. A lot of people said we are not creators. Actually, everybody's a creator. If you have written a LinkedIn post, if you even click a picture, you are a creator. And I think all of us with Web2 have become creator. The typical definition of Web1, Web2 is Web1 is read, Web2 is read and write, and Web3 is you own. But I think for creator, if I'm just owning my content, how is it helping? I'm able to make it money. So I think creator and business, which you rightly said, if you can make money out of your content, I think that's what builds up the whole ecosystem of content. So that's what.
Yeah, I think I will leave out the definition of creator to people who are more astute to decide. Where I approach it is like much more loose. If you define yourself a creator, you are a creator. It doesn't necessarily might look like what it was before. And I am interested in the creators economy, like there are the enablers, which makes it, the way I see it, like what is happening, it generally is the industries which are defined as creator are also the creators of the innovation and like the business models, new ways of interacting. And in that space there are enablers like payment streaming, fluid payments, or making it like more identity driven, how you would like organize around things, what does it mean to co-create and create things, and the economy that is driven by that. And for me, it's like creators and what it enables and how it's going to expand, but the players are very interesting from the ecosystem builders that are in the space. And seeing like many of the infrastructure does look like nothing like before.
So I think that in terms of mainstream press, there's always been sort of fairly skeptical headlines about Metaverse and Web3, but I think recently we've seen some pretty damning headlines. The death of the Metaverse was a very big one. I think Business Insider on that one. What sort of impact do you think that is having on existing creators, but also like on the business side of things, like brands, having worked at Decentraland and seeing, speaking to colleagues about how brands have pulled back from that platform, do we feel like this is having an impact on creators and their desire to work in the space? And what does it communicate to creators who are potentially looking at Web3 and Metaverse and thinking, okay, this is an area that I can get into? Do you want to go?
Sure, happy to. I think within the Metaverse, there are just so many platforms that it becomes challenging for the average creator to figure out what tactic or strategy is worth investing in. The larger brands have obviously invested a lot of capital on the major platforms, and that has given them mixed results. It was quite interesting to see how, for instance, you mentioned some of the large fashion brands that have been in the Metaverse. When Gucci did the first launch of its kind of three-part NFT with the physical and the experiential element to it in 2021, that was revolutionary. But most of us, or some of us in the room, remember when 15, 20 years ago, with Web 2.0, most of the luxury brands didn't want to go onto the internet to sell. They thought the internet was too niche, and it wasn't something that any of the real fashionistas would even, consider buying through. But fast forward, the fashion houses are probably a little bit too early. So it's hard to say which platform is going to win. And I agree with guys, for just sending back to guys' earlier point in terms of new types of creators, using new tools, new frameworks, new technologies. You have a new breed of creators that are creating sort of Web3 native art and Web3 native products. It's like think of that transition from a traditional painter to a photographer using certain technology, and now you have people using different frameworks to create 3D images and products. So I think the pullback it reminds me of when Second Life, you probably remember Second Life. Yeah, everyone thought it was going to take over the world, but that kind of came to a dead end. The Linden Labs and the Linden Dollars. So now I think this pullback is probably just to give more people time to catch up. But it's interesting to see that many brands have jumped in first, as opposed to today when you look at that sort of same time frame with the Web 2.
So you feel like even from the infrastructure point of view, there's still a lot of work going on? You can generate examples of.
I might pick up on generally we defined Metaverse a thing, and that thing is very loose, and all of a sudden the definition, a really small portion of it, was not the right one. But that is like how hype versus signals work. Like being in the emerging tech generally is like, it's a thing, but that's that, but it emerges in some other way. So this has always been not necessarily meta, and infrastructure, like the way I was advising, so corporates were very interested in the kind of like, what does it mean to be a bank? They didn't Metaverse, which you tell us. So those type of things are diluted down, but the builders are still building. Metaverse has always been to me open Metaverse, which has an implication of Web3, which has an implication of the tooling. That is not going away. That is still kind of people are building in different ways. So there it goes that here the success definition doesn't mean that they are really huge, some of them, but they are like kind of slowly and gently, like kind of keeping the ecosystem living in kind of almost a dormant way. Like superfluid is one, like Web3 constructs are another. GeoWeb, which is like a part of the AR metaverse, like it looks like a very location-based thing, but people are building on it, which can look sometimes like farming. It doesn't look so flashy, so activation, but people are using virtual data in a activated in a location, which not necessarily so flashy. So yeah, I think that's the good thing. It's just like maybe not called what it was, but it still is metaverse.
I think just to that, I think that's an incredibly important point around the common definition. Because when we don't have a common definition, we're left with a void. And the void that got filled was Nzube's version of the metaverse. And that grabbed all the headlines. And I think until you can align on, more immersive digital experiences, I think it becomes very difficult to create, enthusiasm for any emerging technology. And there's something very simple, and it's a quote I love. I think it's an American author. And it's with technology, we tend to overestimate it in the short term, but underestimate its impact in the long. And that's exactly how I feel about Metaverse. I think that's why it's inherently getting maybe some unfair headlines.
And so then because we still have virtual worlds and experiences and ecosystems popping up, we're still, some of them are standalone, some of them are bespoke to particular industries. And so is there still a good avenues or ways in for creators to get into the space? Does this kind of headline or headlines that we're seeing in the mainstream press, does that dull that enthusiasm, or are people finding a way in? But some of the other panels or speakers we've heard about, what do we need to do to educate people? Because we can get trapped in our own kind of echo chambers and talk just about, well, in Web3 you do this, or in Metaverse you do that, but what are the avenues opening up more and more for creators in this space to create this creative content?
I think we all heard, we spoke about the whole creative economy, and it was a new fact for me. In 2022, we said all the big players of content creation, Spotify, YouTube, they paid around $7 billion to their content creators, whereas Web3 paid around $32 billion to content creators. So which is 3 times of, and we are in a bear market currently. So I think more and more people are coming in. And in fact, I would say at this time is the right time for brands to get in, which we also spoke about, and I'm sure I will agree with this. Is once the bull market comes, the media will become expensive. It will be very expensive to reach out to these people. So there are people who are bringing it up and
But even with the bull market, couldn't you argue that it was still a pretty niche area? Like, I remember reading the Rolling Stone magazine about music NFTs. How this was going to revolutionize the creation of music. It would empower artists to license their music effectively. Like, we'll give ownership to the community and then take that back. Like, if Kings of Leon or a band would release music as an NFT, what happened? This was going to be, and this was during the bull market. Okay, now we're in a bear market. Do we feel if we go into another bull run that suddenly that's going to be viable again? Like, what needs to, and of course, film is also, there are film funding entities that rely on the sale of NFTs to fund projects which go into a DAO and that kind of stuff. So
yeah, I'll say I'm going to speak Igbo here. There's a phrase you have called "tabu," and what that means is today is the day to course correct. If you're going to build something new or build something big, so start now, right? So looking at Web3 and looking at its potential, just as you said earlier, we know it's not going away, right? So in a bear market, that's the time to build. That's the time to get ready for the next big thing. So the education piece you can't underestimate. There has to be a lot of education within the communities that these creatives serve, because the creators themselves can't do all that education piece. They're creating the work, but the education to that end user is one gap. That's an opportunity for any entrepreneurs here. Also, I find many creators are also sensitive about who they can collaborate with, because it's one thing expressing your creativity, but if the person who is offering to take you to Web3 doesn't quite get your art, you don't really want to join forces with them. It's not that commoditized. You want someone that gets what it is, gets your essence. And many creators would also, those that are already with existing communities, would think twice before taking those communities to new environments. They're not sure if their communities are necessarily Web3 savvy or interested to begin with, so they don't risk that. What I find is it's mostly the newer artists that are building from scratch. They don't really have Web2 or real life communities initially, but they're starting in this fresh new world, blank canvas. So that those are some of the things I'll consider. Yes, there has to be a lot more education, but not just of the artists, of the talent creating the work, but also across that whole value chain.
Yeah, I think there's a bigger question. The reason that it hasn't been adopted widely is because it's a communication problem. We use this phrase, and I think that innovation should serve a few purposes. It should make things better, cheaper, faster. What we've seen in Web3 today is the promise of better. And you mentioned the music industry. We use this phrase, the music industry has long exploited the creator. Right? And in music and many artistic endeavors, you're either Beyonce or you're broke. That's the phrase that we use. What Web3 promised is this idea that you can empower the creator. And actually, we've seen many user cases of independent artists, gaining what they should, or getting their fair share. But if you combine that with a macro backdrop, which is still inaccessible language, still kind of venomous, all this animosity doesn't bring people in. So I think there's a maturing of the Web3 space, the builders, before we truly start to see what the potential of these new emerging technologies can do.
And is there, sorry, God, you want to?
Like one thing to know as well, like maybe sometimes some of the culture in Web3 and Web emerge is disseminating and doesn't look like Web3 anymore, but it's actually like where it emerged. And in the creator economy specifically. For the likes of Tidal, like Jack was saying, like it's not a DAO, but it's like it has the principles of the DAO, where it's shared. But it's not anymore Web3, it's just what was Web3 became mainstream. The other is like Meta Label, with Janci Strickler, who's a Kickstarter persona, is one of the CEO or CPO, I don't remember, but he becoming not necessarily no launching tokens, but the idea around culture is a very Web3 culture. Like, it doesn't look like Web3 anymore. So I think the maturity has started to disseminate with the practices, the principles of like co-creation, sharing, ownership. I feel the signals to me, it will look like Web2. Or what it is, it's just gonna merge, and that is happening.
It's an interesting point about Meta Label. I mean, that's an organizing entity for artists, because if we talk about Web3 as this mechanism to empower people to own their own creations, isn't that in conflict with the way artists are known to kind of operate? Like they're typically not great at kind of, I'm going to monetize what I do. Can those things sit side by side?
I think they have to. We speak with large record labels, and they usually have an innovation arm of their business that is exploring Web3. And what you have in the music and the music industry is it's a good example. You see a reliance on streaming revenue, but as more and more creators create, the barrier to creating music has been lowered. Labels are now being cannibalized by other independent artists. So I think what they recognize, what forces people, is always commercial interests. So I think it's capitalism. I'm a big believer in the ideologies that exist in Web3, but I also try and be pragmatic about human nature and capitalism. And so I think where the money goes, so will the industry, so will momentum. And so I think it's an unavoidable truth if we want to further a fairer, better system that Web3 can promise.
I want to, so I've been like kind of looking at DAOs for some time, and in that space, the rewards and compensation. Like, this is what it's called. Like, if you're very good, like, what's your compensation? All of a sudden, people started being there. And there was this, and I had to like really research what are the new ways that can happen that look like how people kind of go and make a living. And there's like several research, and I think for the creators it kind of touches on that too. Some say it's not the case of intrinsic motivation. The moment you have intrinsic motivation, you're not necessarily incentivized, sometimes by extrinsic and like kind of monitor external value, you get it, like your behavior changes and you don't actually like do you're doing so much. Which it seems like I was chatting with Hi-Fi Labs, where there's another Web3 kind of company. Some of the artists are like, this is a taboo, I don't want to touch this, it's money. And what happened was that like it's actually very common with many people. I am doing it for good, I don't want money for it. Then what happened is that like the value streams, like maybe don't call it money, maybe it's praise. And there were systems where it's about praise, about like what it is called. It's like it's not necessarily straight money, so it doesn't look like transactional. If you're accumulating a value that looks like how people love you, how they praise you, and then there is like implicitly it connects to money. It's still like kind of, like our psychological approach to money is decoupling that, making it okay to take back of what you created, but calling it something else. And I think it's only possible with these new value creations and like these systems of ownership where you name it in a different way. And I think Metaverse also like have that as well. It's abstract and it's not about like what your grandparents were trying to like make a living with, and it's like something that reach. And I think there are companies who are doing that, or there are like organizations who are doing that, and I expect it to be more and more.
So the organizational structure won't necessarily change, but the models, the underlying models and the ways of working will change.
Another example, because in financial services, I remember how there's some case studies of how in certain cultures selling certain financial products was kind of taboo. It's like selling life insurance. You'd be hard pressed to get certain things to buy life insurance. But if you packaged it in a separate way and had a different label on it, then you're more likely to get different penetrations. So yes, I like the idea of claps, flowers, praise, and applause, just giving creatives more value add for what they actually create, because not a lot of people benefit from their IP. But as you said earlier, the music industry will no longer have that degree of control or exploitation of some of the artists that historically when you're looking at Web3. So with Web3, we all know about smart contracts, the simple mechanism to allow artists or IP owners to maintain a degree of value from that, whether it's sold again, they retain some value from that particular asset. Things like that didn't happen before or can't happen in Web2 or with traditional frameworks. So I think there's a lot of promise to give artists fairer compensation for the beauty that they bring into the world.
And is it just, I guess, our experience to date has largely been dominated by I create Web3 asset, it's an NFT, I sell an NFT. That will obviously continue. We may not refer to it as NFT, but a lot of brands are kind of scared of that, or organizations are scared of that term. But is the NFT the only way that you earn? Are there other models that are coming up that you're seeing, both with brands but also with the creators? Talk a bit about that.
So I think the naming, the NFT, you're right, maybe people can use it like crypto right now. But looking at it beyond the aesthetic, it's the value and linking value to a particular token or whatever it is that this label has. It's just making sure that there's a value layer to that particular asset. So be it access, or be it some exclusive privileges or discounts or whatever else you attribute to that particular token, that allows it to have more value than otherwise buying a standard asset that's equivalent to that piece of art or whatever it is that was created. So I think there are lots of ways to layer on value, and then the next part of that would be about what the right price is. once you put in these layers, then how do you price that? And I'm sure there'll be a whole field of people that are going to be pricing of such tokens and how that would give fair value to the creators and people across the world.
Yeah, I think from a brand perspective, the best examples are where they're very thoughtful. We talked there, I think the perpetuity argument is one of the strongest for the case in NFTs for creators. But you are seeing limited innovation. Often what you see is access to things. And I think you have to question the point, do I need this to be built on the blockchain to provide access? In 99% of cases, you don't. What you can use the technology for is supplies and provides, airdrops, things like that. So where you get more creative in delivering, I think that's where you have every advantage. I think there's a bit of fatigue around this idea of that we hit a bit of a stalemate with the NFT opportunity. So I think we have to be a little more inventive on delivering, or creators certainly do, and then I think that's how you fuel momentum back into I suppose, the new art if possible.
I think from an NFT point of view and also from a creator and brands point of view, a lot of time what happens is there's a middleman. So if I'm an agency or I'm somebody as a middleman, I'll give an X amount to the creator, I'll take Y amount from the brands. If all this gets on chain, then I can see as a creator that this is the amount which we have taken. Yes, middleman or a company has taken a certain cut, but I'm getting this percentage. This will become very clear for every creator, and I think every creator will start with directly to the brand or go to the middleman. But there's a clarity of how much transaction is happening. It could happen NFT or it could happen in other ways, but this is something which I think is
Maybe I think I just so sounding abstract, but like we said NFT, but it means several things. What it is just it was a go-to-market first, like it was your thing that you would spread what you were doing. That was like when the hype was, it was a go-to-market tool. When there is no hype, it's not anymore. But what it is just that also asset point, which is different than go-to-market. And perhaps like access as well. So these three things are in one word, and at a time, when it was full market, like it was all three of that. So it's, I think, looking at like what it means. Is it the asset ownership? Are you like, is there a platform that you could just spread with it, or are you giving access to your operations, maybe governance? So it's like maybe the fourth thing actually is the governance as well. Like let me add that, like just what is the voice you're trying to hear and what rights you're giving to your audience. So all of those things can be dismantled the moment it doesn't make sense, and you can change it with another token. Maybe if you were using it for assets only, then maybe it's all social tokens. Maybe it can be something else, but maybe not go to market anymore, unless if you're going for a platform that's like not Kickstarter, but let's think Web3 of Kickstarter Web3, where you would use it. Yeah, I will package it as an NFT rather than just doing it by myself.
In terms of industries that are probably most active in these early stages in creating this economic activity in Web3 and Metaverse, I think we can probably look at fashion, luxury goods, finance, art, that kind of thing. Working with companies and brands, what do you think have been, and even you've seen outside of what Flight Story's done, what have been some really great activations or experiences, and with an eye on thoughtful activations as well? What have been the kind of good, meaningful things that you've seen?
Yeah, I think luxury brands have certain advantages because their entire business model is built on them transcending their functional value. They're a brand, it's the reason that you can sell a $100 handbag for $5,000. So their entire motives are about creating better and richer experiences. So they were natural, to be quite inventive, and we've seen tons of cases. I'm probably going to go a bit abstract and say where I really admire companies, it's probably not the obvious, is where, legacy heritage companies that have no real birthright in Web3 start innovating. One of my favorite projects is an older one now, but with timepieces. You've got a legacy media publisher in time that went ahead and just created a beautiful collection. And then I think if I take that as a principle of being invented, I think that's going to be the next wave of probably in the next bull run we'll start to see people that don't have an obvious fit. I think luxury fashion is just part of it, it's a given that they're going to be thirsty doctors. I'm more excited about other sectors and industries.
Are you seeing any sectors that are starting to emerge doing interesting things that are obviously then going to employ creators to come in? And as Yatsu was talking earlier in his speech, the network effects that happen with people servicing those sort of building up.
I think a lot of Web3 now is really starting to hear a lot of building effort towards gaming. Gaming, there was this weird dynamic between the Web3 early adopters and the gaming community. The gaming community typically quite skeptical. They saw Web3 and NFTs as a way to further exploit a passion in gamers. Actually, I think what we've seen is some use cases in gaming where, the idea of interoperability, I use a veil on that word, it's not language, but I understand. It's usually an area where we're seeing a lot more building, and I think the motives are now through games, basically we're building games that are good and fun and interesting and built on the blockchain, as opposed to rubbish games on the blockchain. So now I think that's momentum. So I'm quite interested in the gaming blockchain space.
Some of the interesting ones I've seen outside of the creative industry. So there's a lady that spoke on a panel from a conference recently. I was wondering, she was talking about jade and how she mines minerals and uses NFTs to manage the supply chain. And just this week I was speaking with another investor in Brazil who was talking about how he's putting his granite from his site on the blockchain as well. So those were interesting case studies for me, looking at just supply chain management. What I find in the creative space is that there's still that gap between those creators and the creator economy on the web. So for instance, simple example, I consider myself a creator, right? I have a TV show, I have a podcast, and I did work in finance. I took CFP1, but it took me forever. I had to get a friend to help me create the Metaverse world. And then now I'm thinking of ways to create audiences and engage with my audiences with NFTs, creating NFTs for my content. But I'm still like, trying to figure out, okay, which agency do I work with, what codes do I get? So there's still that disconnect between the creators and those that are actual practitioners in that field.
I think new industry which are emerging would be, and I think healthcare, education are two of the industries which are the real need, and no offenses to creators, fashion, gaming, art, they are still at a want level. I was talking to somebody yesterday, somebody who's working with almost 500 universities in Metaverse, and they are reaching out to third-world countries. So students who are not maybe able to go to schools or colleges, they still sit at home, understand, take the same amount of lecture with somebody maybe is living at Cambridge, they can access that. I think this is where the real innovation should happen, not just on buying board apes or buying images. Again, no offenses to creators, but I think what they need, we should first fulfill the needs and then move towards.
Okay, so it's not necessarily the thing that kind of I find interesting is when I see something, okay, that changed. Like it might not be because that changed how things are going to be from now. Now I see something that looks different. Can be like things like sandbox world builders opening up in Brazil, guilds just coming into the market and just saying like building worlds for others, like the co-creation. Or that can be a startup that doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, because of the Metaverse backlash. It's a co-creation fashion platform where it's not necessarily the designer coming, but everyone like kind of voting on what the best is, and in the end you share not only the artifact but the experience where about co-creation. It can be things around like again you write an article with several people, or you produce some content, and there are splits in it, and every time it is circulating or read, or someone accesses, it's split straight away in the payment system. So it creates this cooperation, almost organism of people who are creators together. And these examples exist, happened, some persevered, some don't exist anymore, but I think they change how we are going to do stuff in the future.
Speaking of how things are going to change, I saw in the space of maybe a few days, maybe a week, someone saying, oh, AI is going to kill Photoshop. And then a week later, it's like, well, Photoshop's come out with this really cool AI-powered, this is great, which, a lot of creators are saying, my job's gone, I'm a copywriter, I've got nothing to, ChatGPT can pump out an article for me. But I like to think of it as being a copywriter by trade, I like to think of it as a really useful tool to enhance creativity. Can you give examples in your fields where AI is making impacts?
I'm going to do a shameless plug, I'm talking about AI at the end of the day.
English stage?
Yeah, so I think there's two things here. AI will 100% do your job better than you. I just want to put that out there. I don't want to bring it to you.
That's all we have time for.
But I'm an optimist, by the way, so even at that, I think that's true. Fundamentally, what these tools do is they lower the creative barrier. Which means you're not limited by your technical abilities like you used to. You can have a concept, an idea, and you can manifest that into the real world. So it gets really interesting in the short term, where I think we talk a lot about productivity increasing, we talk a lot about AIDS. I think what you've seen more broadly is we've gone from this era of curation-based AI. So all our social media platforms, all our recommendation engines that exist on the internet are serving you things that are supposed to be more relevant to you. What you have in the next phase is the generative era. So we've gone from curation to creation. So I'm an optimist in the same way that when we brought new tools to music creativity exploded. Beyond that accessibility, and I believe the same on every creative endeavor. What I am worried about is the exponential curve and the development of AI existing on the internet. And we talk a lot about perils, and I will leave just one harrowing thought. There was my favorite study was one of leading pioneers building an AI. Over 700 of them, it's the most extensive study. And 50% of them believe that there's a 10% chance or greater that we will accidentally destroy humanity as a consequence. And to put that into context, that's like 50% of all car makers saying to you, get in this car and you're going to die. Would you get in the car? So I do think on one hand there's many big, conversations we have to have about AI, but I think yes, a lot of good stuff can be done.
So I'll add on your point. Yes, AI will give a lot of creators a lot of content to create. But what I feel is what has happened in the last few years, why would I value a cloth which is handmade more than somebody who has made it in factory? So if you're a real creative person, your value will increase. Yes, there'll be a lot of competition, but and I can, in fact, I wrote a post on LinkedIn 2 days back that now I can just see a LinkedIn post and I can say that this has been written by me. There are certain patterns which you can see, those emojis, certain words, end of all LinkedIn posts saying overall this. So you know it has been written by a real person on AI. But yeah, so you can find it out, and you will value a real creator rather than just a robot.
Just playing on that car analogy. So most people find cars useful, right? But imagine a world where we were dropped in the middle of a car revolution and given cars, and told, okay, you have to get to Liverpool, no driving instruction. You're very likely to die, right, on the way to Liverpool. So in the same way, most of us have been dropped in the middle of AI, and we haven't got the prerequisite training to know what the limits are and the purpose of AI is. So from that perspective, there has to be more education in order for the general population, as well as creatives, to fully harness or be harnessed by AI But I think a couple of interesting, back to your question, a couple of interesting things I've seen, not quite creative, but within a couple of portfolio companies. One is in the prop tech space, and they used AI to build a visual solution that would value your house without you having to get estate agents in. So you just take pictures and it gives you, and it obviously compares that with other data sets and gives you the value of your home. And there's another portfolio company that's doing stuff around health and wellness, and it uses contextual signals and other things to determine your wellness, and it gives you the adequate level of triaging before it recommends a mental health professional. So stuff like that is where AI is showing some of its power. But I think those are really exciting things to look out for.
I think a good part of the debate. I wanted to come to that point around people value human things more. I'll give you an anecdote. We had in a past business, a record label owner came in, talked about record stores. And his fundamental belief was people love music. So he made the assumption that people loved CDs and going to the record store and the car. But people fundamentally love music. So I think it's very hard to compare today. We also believe, this is a really common thing, it's cognitive dissonance. You've got all these uncomfortable truths that exist, and then on the other hand, you've got this thing that you're resisting. It's the same reason that smokers know it's going to kill them, but it helps them lose weight, so they continue anyway. And we have all these things existing with AI right now, and I've gone down like a real rabbit hole in the last 3 months, and I am amazed, profoundly amazed, terrified, and everything in the same sentence. But this idea of AI won't be there, so I think it's a misconception around creativity. We're talking about creativity. Creativity is fundamentally merging things that didn't exist before. Inspiration that you all take, and you create something new. That's what generative AI is doing at scale. So this idea, we're producing things that have never existed in the world, is by definition what creativity is. So do I believe there will be a counterculture, a more human counterculture? Absolutely. Do I think AI will do everything better than us? It kind of already is. We can't comprehend what something 10,000 times our intelligence can do. We're ants. We're basically ants. And we just have to hope that we can coexist.
Not to end the day with that. Having a weekend, you're all there.
Maybe I just try to just spectrum is not so important. It's just the kind of it's sometimes it's the flow. What you're looking for is the novelty. And yes, AI does creativity. It was even with DeepMind, how it played Go. It is creative in a very clever way as well. But sometimes I think for us it's just in creative industry as well. What's novel, what's different, and the flows it makes it more interesting for me, for example. It's like a very noise. So I think that might be a place for human made, like handmade.
Well, one more question, and it's not a quick question, but it might have to be quick. We talk about this counterculture and people, which I think is a really interesting point to bring up, because I love the concept of DAOs, and we've done a lot of work with DAOs. The Decentraland, they created the DAO, it killed several people, but it was just this idea of decentralized governance and people taking ownership of decisions, which I think is a fascinating topic just to apply to the real world as well. People being more accountable to the communities. And I think from a creative perspective, and we see DAOs as really great funding models and a great way to organize creators and to make decisions. Can you talk a little bit about your experience with DAOs and how you feel like that they can evolve? Because it's a problematic form of governance. It's not perfect, but I feel like it's a really important element.
Yeah. First, I will try to put DAOs, presenting and everything, and that's by principle, because we are trying to define what it is, so it's loose to define just the thing. I tried to write an article to praise it, let me categorize that thing. This is not work, it's not a club, what is this? And there are almost 30 odd different categories that DAOs are doing, and some are around creators, content, service, which are applicable investment DAOs that are applicable. It's basically people doing things together. which means everything and everything, and maybe like to get others and decision making and some transparency, some traceability. And what is happening at the moment is actually like in the bear market right now, the more it became more about culture, people are like abandoning, like if they have a good marketing people inside, they're abandoning the name now. Like deliberately. It's called internet native organizations, online communities. Like I had this discussion with some of the people like, yeah, we are a DAO, don't call it. Like don't write it in the FAQ, maybe some are deep, just because of the purists coming in like to be a DAO, to do that. Oh hell yeah. Was the Greek democracy? I guess so. Like that's not very important. But what is important is that like there are some around DAOs, like there are a lot of like content DAOs that have proved to be like in different parts of content that can create and bring people together. Sometimes they are not very long-lived. You know, because it's almost swarming. People come together if there is demand with Metaverse and they can become something that has the same people. And that's democratic. And then you can see things like Shibuya or like really big funding methods as well. Or like fingerprints, curation DAOs, or investor DAOs like Visa DAO, going into creating demand, not necessarily from only the funding perspective of the art, but from the investigative collective part, creating the demand for it. There are a lot of service DAOs like in this space that, like whatever it was an agency, they are doing the same for in the creator space for others, like DAO. What is it? Like there are some incubators as well in this space, like Seed Club, making this new DAOs to emerge and music and water come out of it. There are like some really good brand names that come out of it, so they are the accelerator for creator DAOs, but other type of DAOs as well, which are creating the culture of what is going to.
Can I just ask a question to add on to that? Yeah. So, I mean, in the creative world, in real life, most creators act as collectors, music collectors, etc. Do you see any parallels between DAOs or INOs and collectors?
The literature blends a lot sometimes. Like if you look at like before DAOs, like you go back and like they're looking at co-ops, collectives, how people do things together, and the principles does prevail. Co-op type of stuff sometimes prevail as well when it comes to monetization. There are very similarities. I think the more it's about culture, the more about creation, versus sometimes the more it's about money and monetization. And there are blends of those. I bet like some call them as also collectors rather than that's another word.
I think let's use the last few minutes or so to throw some questions to the audience. If you'd like to ask a question.
Okay, let me bring you a mic.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for being here. So I have a question around, because you talk a lot about from the creator's point of view, but you need a community, right? Rather than that network effect. So are you looking at, or what would make you, either if there's already one platform that you look at and you say like they are doing things really great in terms of creating that network effect, or what you would be looking at when thinking about where do you put all your creativity into it, right? Like how do you think about that? Because you need the community in the end to monetize.
So for me, as a creator, what I look at is the level of activity within a community. And if it's likely for me to move my communities from other spaces into that. So what level of friction there is to get into that specific community would be the key things I look at to make a decision, being on a platform or another. Yeah. So do I have any platform I prefer over another right now? No. None have particularly grabbed me yet. I've analyzed a few, but each one seems to have a degree of friction that just makes it hard for me to commit to that platform. So I'm yet to find the perfect platform. Maybe it doesn't exist a perfect platform. But I currently don't have any. I'm looking at a few for projects, but we haven't actually launched any platforms.
Thank you. Any other questions for you? Go ahead.
First off, great talk, everyone. We know it's about this. We do a point about community. Have you ever tried any experiments, or have you ever done an experiment with community building? How it works?
Yeah, I agree with what. I think to build on that last point, I think it kind of leads into this question. I think choosing a platform is part of it, having the right motives and being really intentional is why you have a community is kind of the first step. When I think of, every community that we've done for around businesses and individuals, it's curved with mistakes. It's always curved with mistakes. So I'm the biggest believer in starting with your principles. So you should start with, why are you building a community? Truly ask yourself that question and come up with an answer. Then you should really care. The foundation of the community is authenticity and caring. And then it's intention, investment. And when I say investment, I don't just mean capital resources, I mean time. Communities are about giving time. So I think that's a good platform to build a community. When I think of mistakes that we've made, it's been too platform specific. We have to try and build in this space, but we maybe haven't done the research to say, where do the people that I want to connect with live? If your audience is a very, a Web3 native community, then you're going to go to Telegram and you're going to go to Discord. That's where the community exists. But if you don't ask yourself that question, you probably can spend the energy, resource, and time building maybe more.
So I think both your responses about platforms relate to this need to conduct thorough user research, right? Actually understand your users, so you're building the right product and not what we think is the right product or what our stakeholders are pushing us to build as a product. It's really important. Any other final questions? We are slightly over. That was basically me saying no more questions. Big thank you. Can everyone put their hands together for one wonderful panel? Abhishek? Yes? Sorry, I'm going through opening them. Thank you. And our next panel up on this track, we'll be looking at brand activations in events, so creating immersive experience. So stick around for that. Can I invite my three panelists, please join me up on stage. Oh, do you want to stay there?
Hi guys, everyone stay for me, I'm speaking next. No one's allowed out of here, if they're blocking the door.
Have a bathroom break.
Who we lost? We lost Dave. Dave, come on, you get up in there.
Oh, sorry.
Cool, I'll get these all shared out. Thank you guys, thank you so much. Oh yeah, put that there. Cheers guys.
Oh yeah, that was.
So I hope you're all feeling really positive and motivated about the potential of AI for the future after that. We've now got a really interesting session coming up next. Stay down there, very important. So before this panel, I'm going to introduce Stephanie and ask our panelists to come up. We actually have a quick video just for an example of AJ's platform to give a sense. It's quite important to have a bit of visualization around what brand activations can look like to get a sense of the conversation. So I'm just going to quickly play this and we'll get the panel started. Can't see the bloody mouse. Yeah. Okay. No worries at all. So, without any further ado, I'm going to give you a quick introduction to our moderator for the session, Ms. Stefania. So please, Stefania, come up here and get seated. And I'll ask our panelists to come and sit as well. And then you can introduce our panelists yourself. You'll do a much better job than I will. We're going to cover that up so that you don't get blinded. We only need 2 chairs, correct?
I don't know if this works.
Oh,
Right. Fantastic. So,
just you're a little closer together, right?
yeah.
Wonderful.
Great. So, this is a small panel. So we want to make it, we want to make it more like a conversation, a salon. We want you to, interact because, it's all about exploring all these brand activation in the Metaverse. So to start with, I'm Steffi. I'm the founder of Cassiope Services and also creator of the Financial Fox podcast. I think now, rather than me introducing my panelists, I think it's better that each of you can introduce yourself, and then we can go straight. Jay, when it comes to you, I have a few questions about your video, and then we can get the conversation going. But any question, feel free to raise your hands, and let's make this interactive fun on Friday afternoon. Otherwise,
Not too much fun.
Not
too much. Don't get carried away.
Exactly. So, Camila.
Oh, hi everyone, nice to see you. Who I've been seeing in the last few days. So yeah, my name's Camilla. I come from a brand marketing background. The last 15 years I've been working with some of your favorite brands, from Yuliya to Cody Beauty, McDonald's, British Airways, Land Rover. And as the head of digital for them, it's very much been my role to take them through the last emerging technologies that have graced our lives for the 15 years. So that's from the first time in social media through to e-commerce, and now a very beautiful natural progression into what we're calling Web3 for now. Alongside that, I also have a podcast called the Web3 for Good podcast, which is all about how we currently need to be building with a mission. And actually, someone beautifully touched on this in a panel talk earlier, that we have to take forward the learnings that we have to date, and that's what I hope to inspire others with. And finally, I don't know where to plug it, but it's relevant to this one. Holograms is a LinkedIn aggregation site where I'm sharing all Web3 activations that happen in the beauty industry only. So that's your bag. It's a follow that. I take out all of my work. I mean, the pop later.
Okay. Yes. Introduce yourself.
I'm not sorry.
I'll give it a go.
Yes.
Welcome to Web3 Podcast, where our mission to uncover the greatest innovators, thinkers, and creators building the next generation of our lives.
Woo!
Yeah.
I'm the co-founder.
You are off.
I'm going to try and bring it central. Is that better? Good? Yeah. Okay, so I'm the co-founder of Metaverse. You can't hear me? Is that better now? Yes. So I'm the co-founder and CEO of School Metaverse, and we've produced in the last few years a bit of technology which gives us a Metaverse interactive experience. And we're doing this year, which I think you saw in the promotional video, we're doing live events. And the live events is going to help us a lot, because a lot of people don't understand the Metaverse. They don't understand the experience, so we need to bring the two together. And I think that's going to help a lot to get people involved in the Metaverse.
Yeah, sure. So, Jay, just a quick question. I see a great video, great ideas. How does it work? Brands come to you and say, right, I need to do something in Web3, in the Metaverse, how you can help, or is you reaching out to brands? And also, is there going to be Web2 brands that you are approaching, you, or is more Web3 brands?
So I think it's a bit of both. I think we would love to reach out to the big brands. But essentially, the big brands today, they see the person, because they can see the audience. The audience tomorrow is not the audience which they've got today. So if they don't reach out to the audience, someone with values. We've got Nike there, $119 million they've done in the space of 1.5 years. Big brands are making big money. Adidas made a few $100 million.
they're expected to make $300 by year. Even though they've had a few problems, the metaverse is a place now to promote these early days. There's lots of TV problems, but the experiences which the metaverse are going to give are not able to be downloaded to. So the idea is to give special feelings, experiences to different audience. So like for Roblox, for argument's sake, they're doing amazing experiences for different brands. And I really like what Roblox is doing, is they're engaging new users. And they've got 40 million users there playing. So they're doing something right. Okay, they might be making money, but they're doing something right. They're engaging new users. So I think as a business, we need to look at two sides of the business. The immersive side of the business, and also the physical side, and bringing the two together. And I think that's how we're going to create the value for brands. Small brands and big brands.
So what you are saying is basically linking the digital and the physical. Is that where we are? Is that kind of like physical phase?
I think so. I think we need to do that. I think to engage with the communities. We need to give them something real, something tangible. There's all this NFT, as you know, it's up and then down and up and down. So people want to see something they can hold. And then also we can give that experience as well in our NFT marketplace as well. So we've got both coming up later this year. We're going to have our own marketplace where we can have physical products, which you can actually buy and get delivered to your home. And then you can have digital products, which you can keep in your storage or whatever.
Coming from a fast-moving consumer good background, like this, I guess speaks in a different way to me, where I've always loved the concept of using a physical product and extending that engagement and that narrative in the digital. Oreo did an amazing campaign, I wish I could remember the name of it, but an exceptional one, more traditional gaming than just Metaverse, but it was beautifully synced into buy the product. I mean, it's so 90s for me, like get the coupon, get the code, right? But buy the product is adapted to have the same button design as the controller. And from using the cookies, you could unlock secret codes and accesses in the game. So for me, that was like a beautiful measure of the two and a purpose for the product to be there. So I get really excited by that, and I think, yeah, there's like what's the added value and added access that the Metaverse can give the consumer.
Can we make, that's actually a very good example. Can we maybe mention other case study, other brands activation in the Metaverse?
You start, you've got the best book.
So a couple of them really interesting. One is Manchester City Football Club. I'm really excited what they've done because they've done a collaboration with KX. It's a crypto exchange. So what they've done is they've given two experiences. One is with Ruben Diaz, which plays for Manchester City Football Club, and it's called Training by Diaz. So Ruben Diaz, it shows techniques in immersive experience space where it interacts. It gives you training tips, coaching tips, and it gives you this immersive experience. This is brand new. This is technology which most Manchester City clubs, or all clubs around the country, are going to come into this space. And also another immersive experience OKX has done with Manchester City is Jack Grealish. He's one of their football players plays for Manchester City, and he's becoming a DJ. So he's DJing with Oliver Helden, aka Hilo. He's a Dutch producer and DJ, and they're going to do collaboration on a live stage virtually, and they're both going to be avatars, so they're going to be dancing around, doing different tracks. I'm waiting to see this anyway. So it's going to be really fun, and they're trying to engage with the new community to try to bring people involved. And this is really fundamental for new brands. They need to get that extension to their business and where to work through. And I think Manchester are doing a great job. Even though I'm not Manchester City football fan, that's another story anyway, but yes. But that's really exciting. I'm with this. Liverpool.
I don't do sport, but I did find my outdoor lifestyle like a rooftop bar. But in a way, I guess it's interesting like what's happened and what I want to happen. So in experiences that I have personally enjoyed, Clinique did a beautiful, I guess you would say Metaverse, I believe it was built in spatials, but built journey. And it was an immersive, I would say, e-commerce community experience when you entered what I truly would say was an immersive world. The most immersive you could get on your desktop. And what it did so well, one of the challenges in the industry is creating a sensorial experience. Particularly if you're selling perfumes or fragrances, it's why there's kind of erotic advertisements for it and kind of alluring. So the way that a metaverse experience can ignite particular senses and emotions for you to then connect that brand and that allure, I think can do very well. In the timeline, we were seeing pretty like half-half defense. Living Proof did one where they just stuck like some UGC in the corner and a professional cool product. So I think, if you're going to do it, you've got to go all in because there's a lot of eyes on you because there is not a lot of work coming through. I did actually hear an amazing music. I actually wrote it down because I didn't want to get it on the spot. So a lesser known metaverse, but one with incredible traction is called Avakin Life. And it's actually the first one I've ever used on mobile. So that already impressed me as it was. So Demozo, which is a great Web3 PR agency, also if anyone's looking for one, they wanted to launch a rock band in the metaverse. They went to Avakin Live and they kind of threw this rock concert. So they got 1.2 million visits in 7 days. And they had over 160,000 unique players who were spending over 7 minutes in the space. And of all those insights, it was the 7 minutes that really stuck for me. I come from the brand marketing background where we spend millions on 6 seconds. And we are told you got 3 seconds to get their engagement when they're in the feed. And then after that, say something good within 6, and then you might get them to 50. And so for all of a sudden to hear these insights that someone's spending 7 minutes engaging with your brand versus Facebook telling you got 3 seconds, that really stuck. And I think if anyone is wanting to collaborate with brands, these are the kind of insights we want to hear. Like we want to know the time spent and engaged with my brand. Because that transfers to community and sales.
Yeah. And I think we are pretty much focused on getting the customer, the young generation. How do we engage with the new generation, right? But what about the existing customer? What about the old generation? What about, for instance, my mom that, she maybe likes a brand, but she's not really, she's into social media and that, but she's not the same customer that would be at 12 or 13 or 15 years old. So how can we create activation in the metaverse that can appeal to that kind of generation?
The question is, should we? I think in any industry, well, fundamentally the UX is what matters. But if we even think of banking, my grandfather does not do internet banking. He still wants to go to a physical shop and give them cash because the UX was not built for him. On the other hand, I honestly can't remember the last one I walked inside a bank, but where to find one for that matter. So as a brand, you understand who your consumer is and you understand the ways that you need to communicate with them. If you are a brand who has a diverse age range from mother, grandmother, granddaughter, then you're also going to have to think of different touch points to reach them on. You don't have to reach everyone in one hit. You should also go to where your customer is, not drag them kicking and screaming to somewhere they naturally are not. So my challenge, I guess, is unless your consumer is already engaging in this technology, maybe you don't need to be there yet. They might be your future consumer. I had a nice chat on Twitter last night with a promoter in the audience, and we were talking about the telecoms industry. And I said, well, these might be young consumers, but they're going to have to start paying their own phone bill soon. And so getting in front of them now, some of the year or two's time, and they've got to make that decision, you are front of mind. So, like any form of marketing and brand partnerships, think about your consumer first. So yeah, I would probably drag them over there.
Absolutely. I think the audience is a younger audience anyway. As you can see, they're spending more time online and they're engaging in consuming the content that's produced, and it's definitely for a younger audience. Okay. That's who's there watching. So you don't have to expose an older audience if they're not there. So I agree with you saying absolutely.
I'd ask as well, like, does it also not depend on how we define this term metaverse? Is it have to be a fully virtual and immersive experience, or with Apple about to introduce their own headset, it's going to probably get, into more consumers' hands, the price is going to come down, the rollout will be poorer. And then with augmented reality, brands are going to be able to grab you from the street with experiences and set up adventures around the city for you. And I know one agency who's working now to educate older generations about this technology by using bands like The Who and The Clash and building immersive experiences that are out in the real world, not in some virtual space where they kind of stumble into what is, we might call a metaverse-like experience. But we're not shoving the term metaverse down their throat. They're allowing them to engage with a band that they may have known and loved growing up, when they were young. But we're doing it with immersive and interesting Web3 technologies, right? So I guess that would be my take on it.
It is just following up on what you said. I think it's great, and it's also, if you think about all the people, they can't do what we can do. So if they are able to experience this, have this experience, actually they can. They can't travel as they used to do, right? They can't experience brand, go in the shop, trying because they're tired. Then they can't walk as the same way. So maybe they are able through one of the metaverse to actually still experience.
Many different experiences which are going to happen, which is going to help many different people, many reasons why they can't travel. Maybe the shop is too far.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe they can't get to that brand.
Or maybe they're too fat and they still want to try that dress because they want to. It's just sometimes it's not just about buying, it's about.
It's more about the beautiful experience. It's not just about being in a more comfortable environment. It's about actually having a different experience. If you can go to having a different experience and people can enjoy it, then there's a value, then there's a utility. If you don't have that, then you might as well go to shop. If you don't enjoy the experience.
Right, just an anecdote to add to that, I think it's a really interesting point about generational gaps. I used to work in a VR arcade, one of the first ones in London, and I saw hundreds of people try VR for the first time ever. And the general audience was that younger crowd, people who understand the technology, people who want to jump into a zombie shooter game with their mates. But there were certain experiences that catered to certain people. I love the anecdote that I don't think I'll ever forget about. There was a woman with dementia who was, I think, 90 plus years old, whose family brought her to the VR arcade. It was a bit of a challenge to get her to understand the controls and everything, but we ended up settling on this experience, which is a virtual aquarium. And she stayed there for 45 minutes just looking at virtual whales and fish and everything. And that kind of experience, which maybe requires less technical involvement, can still be really valuable to certain people. And, her family came out in tears because it was the first time that she appreciated that little bit of joy in so long. So I think there's definitely an appeal for older generations. It's a different format.
We are, I freaking love, more on the agenda next time. And that is like a whole other conversation in itself, like the power of virtual reality. But I want to come back to into the metaverse. Yeah, and I want to come back to your point, because what you did is you challenged us, like, what is the metaverse, right? And I think this is where we have a battle between brands and builders. Who is building what they would classify a metaverse or emerging tech? Is anyone owning one? Yeah, and who's brands? So look, here's the challenge, right? You guys are trying to build. We're cautious about pennies, but we kind of need each other, and that's the hard thing. Is what I've gathered is a lot of these builders, they need the funding and the involvement from brands to be able to scale, to be able to test, and ultimately also we want to test and learn, because as brands we want to be ready. We were too slow in social media. We were too slow in e-commerce, right? So the right businesses are now going. So I think this has to be like a fair handshake in saying, right, okay, we're going to build the technology together. We're going to learn together. Because fundamentally right now, yeah, we're playing in a few like 2D metaverses as a gaming how do I work? Why do I press the end button and not forward? Like, I don't understand. But we're learning as marketeers, as brands, as builders. So I think, I don't remember where the question was, but ultimately the technology is going to evolve very quickly and we need to be experimenting and playing for both sides. So we can work out what the solution is for our consumers.
And coming back, just following on that, how much brands should invest in the Metaverse? So that's something that we were discussing before.
I mean, I can't put a dollar on it, but you know, over the years, so when I first started my career, social media had just begun. I think Facebook was only on desktop, there was no Instagram or something. And the marketing budgets were like 100% PR for marketing. And every year we just got a little bit more high. Now to the point where I'm taking a digital off my title because everything in marketing is digital. So we have all the time, right? Like I think my budgets, when I did a few years ago, like 80% social, 20% for the rest. Like that's what we put budgets in. So what I believe is going to happen is that piece of the pie is just going to get bigger and bigger. And brands will work out what their like fun money is, and they'll like spend that fun risk money, but it will get significantly larger as each year goes. But have you seen that with the budgets that have come to you?
Yes, so it's very interesting. Brands, they want different experience for different metaverses. They kind of go to different audiences. So if you go to Sandbox, the Central and Robot, they've got different communities. So they want to spread their budget. They want to see where they get the most experience, and also give them different themes. It's very important to give different themes because we're doing one shoe fits all, it doesn't work. So you have to give that immersive experience for that platform and for the brand, and that will work together.
So can you explain how Shorts makes money? So how the infrastructure that is provided in the Metaverse makes
Because the platform fees. So any sales or transaction, absolutely. So on our transaction, we have 5%. So what we're trying to do for creators and brands, give as much money we can to the creators and the brands. Let them make the money, not like the big companies like Google, Facebook, which are taking the money. And this is what society do that Web3 and why creators are doing more and more. We're giving more back to the community. And this is the winning for everyone.
What is going to be the budget that brands come to say, right, help me with an experience? What are your pitches?
So it could be from 20K, it goes to depending on what streets they want to give, and what type of food, and how many people they want to say that to know which country, demographically, where they were publicly, which age group.
They're KPIs, what they want to achieve, I'd love to know.
Mostly they want to achieve is to reach, absolutely, is to give them the experience and actually creating the new creatives. Because they've got the web set up. Yeah, actually, you want to get different brand, different feel. Connect with the next generation. That is the hardest thing to connect with the new audiences. Because they're all online, they're consuming in different ways. They don't know how to get that audience. And the only way is to give them a immersive experience. Or give them physical events. And we're doing both. So we're going to give the physical events to have the people there present, and also if they can't come to the event for any reason, we're going to give them the virtual experience. And the big brands can have those experiences in both places. It's a piece of the pie.
My advice, you know, if you're pitching to a brand, like aligning on those KPIs is so important. Like what really do they want to achieve and what can you offer? I was speaking with a gaming company this morning, I wasn't their name, but they have women influencers, and I said to them, did what? Like, was it good? It was amazing because we could completely track from YouTube that these people came into the game and they started playing, but they didn't come back. And so they saw that it had like an initial like traction, but they actually that we didn't have enough to offer them in the platform. And so I thought that I was music to my ears that they kind of learned from this. They had a KPI of audience growth from having that reach. So then they learned that their platform wasn't strong enough to keep them coming back. And so I think with Metaverses, we're seeing all of that too. I've gone into these brand experiences, and a lot of the time I went back now, they'd be like, oh, error 4, we forgot to keep paying the bill. And so we need to think holistically as well. And 3, if it's actually on the blockchain, you cannot forget about it. You know, if you launched an NFT collection as a brand and then just didn't deliver, there's no hiding from that. And so as more becomes on-chain with metaverses, we need to be incredibly responsible for what I promised to our audiences, and that we continue to deliver. We can't stop and start.
I think it's good that we have seen, I mean, there was a massive rush in 2021, everybody kind of, and then you see some horrible, how can I say, like the Porsche NFT launch, that was, everything was not success. But I think, Mike, you had a question.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's a bit of a question, yeah. So it's just around like being pragmatic about where we are. Because we're talking about brands and activating the metaverse. And as you say, it's very important to look at KPIs. Currently there's issues with scalability of metaverse, sharded environments because we can't fit enough people in an ecosystem. If I'm a major brand and I want to create an activation, I want to hit as many people as possible because that's going to turn into dollars, right? Which is essentially what a big brand is mostly going to be looking for in these instances. How do we ensure that we're meeting those KPIs? How do we tackle some of those issues of getting them in front of hundreds of thousands or millions of people versus on any given day you could walk around somewhere like the Central Land. I like the Central Land, but you might not see another person for the whole time you're in there. But how do we ensure that they're getting the return on this?
So I think it's very important point you mentioned, and there is a problem at the moment, and you've mentioned it, that most of the metaverses are not busy. And this is one of the reasons what more people will do events based. So we build up a certain day where people can launch their products and services and build a huge audience at that time. If you're just doing a daily type of event and having sponsors and billboards, nobody's there. It's pointless. So we make it very good ones. It needs to be event based until the metaverse is built up. And your brands need to be in the right place for the audience which you want to cater for. And that needs to be done with the experiences you want to give and create that immersive experience. So this is all going to happen in time. As we're early days.
How do you cope with having many people in the same event?
Good question. So this is what we're building at the moment. So we're building, they're called groups. So you have 20,000 people in one room, 20,000 other room. So we're building this platform. So we can't get as many people as we want into one place. So we're building groups. And this is going to work really well. As we're building capability, it's not really going to get cheap. But there is a cost involved when we do live streaming in the metaverse, and it's very expensive. So we're working on this, and it's going to get to a stage where it's going to get cheaper and cheaper. So we're still some time away, but we're looking at the end of the year when the price is going to come down. There's many more companies coming forward, and with this AI technology, it's going to bring things a lot cheaper as well, which is a big help.
Good help, yeah. I liked the key thing that is in this title is activations, right? And I think if you're pitching to a brand, or if you're a brand trying to justify this situation, you need to do comparators, right? So about 9 years ago, I launched an incredible AR technology for selling hands and nail varnish. We launched it in Fashion Week in New York at a pop-up that cost us many hundreds of thousands. And maybe we had like 5,000 to 10,000 people come. But they were in this space for a long time. We talked about that they came in, they had their nails done, they tried the tech, they left. Fantastic. But let's think if we did that now this year in an online platform that we may or may not call Metaverse, how would that same investment drive those numbers and engagement? And that's where I guess as a brand I'm interested to experiment, right? If I have a pop-up shop, how many more people can I reach in the Metaverse? How much more time will they spend with the brand? Do I have that data capture available to me? Can I retarget them with a coupon? So I think there's ways of like looking at your marketing model and understanding like, is this worth the experimentation? Is there any ROI that you could see? And then I think you have that use case. And it is still important. If your Metaverse isn't scroll culture, VR might be, but isn't yet, right? We do kind of, I do believe it will be the next laptop for us. So like moments in time for us to enter this space is what's going to do it, right? We're not going to just walk around for the sake of it. It's still very much activation focused. But I would say, yeah, compare it to other spends in your marketing model, and that's a good way of seeing pitching to brands.
And how much of AI now is coming to this conversation? So are brands considering AI, or they have to integrate AI, or how are they thinking about it?
Well, we already have, right? Every time you go onto a brand website and you ask them a question, it's an AI responding, right? We've been working with AI for forever. It just didn't have this like scary trend to it now. So AI is already inherently in so many brands. Is it? We just have the consumer didn't know. So yeah, I think it's going to catapult what we can do, and it'd be really silly if you were in a C-suite or a vice president of a brand and you were not adopting it.
Absolutely. I think people are scared of AI. They think it's going to take everyone's jobs away. I think that's completely wrong. I think we have to embrace it. This is the technology we need to focus on. Now we're exposed to it. People are getting scared, but it's there for the last 20 years. There's nothing to be worried about. We actually should look at this and say, just so hang on a minute, we can be more creative. We can build much more, and we can actually make more money with AI technology. We can save costs. We can build things quicker, faster, and cheaper. How can that not be better for business? So, okay, we're going to lose millions of jobs in all different industries, but we're also going to create millions of jobs in different industries, which are going to be created by AI. So I think we should we've got no other choice actually. We're going to have to take it along because we've got no choice. It's exposed to us. So either you love it, embrace it, or you run to the hills. So this is the choice you have. So I think we should embrace it.
It's interesting that you were saying that actually brands are swinging to the AI for a long time, and this is true because if you think about it, especially in the fashion industry, I mean, there is a lot of in the advertisement also.
What time are we on?
Yeah, we started a little bit later, so and after the next session is the break. So we can go over like 5 more minutes if you want to take some questions.
So yeah, let's take some
Any
questions.
questions? Yes. Let me run to the back.
The question that I'd like to ask the panel is, traditionally in Web 2, you've got Saatchi and you've got basically big advertising agencies. What agencies are there in the Metaverse for advertising?
Hey, everyone's still there. There's lots of agencies. All those big players still exist. I would recommend that you just find an agency that aligns with your values.
There's also companies who
There's a few here, like ask around. Like, like there's heaps of agencies here.
Line 3, baby.
What's yours called?
Line 3.
Oh yeah, like 3. Yeah, I love it.
And there's a company called Avertly as well. They spoke before. So now inside game environments, you go past in some first-person shooter, you go past like a shut-up bus stop, but that space on that bus stop that would be a real-life bus stop advertising space is sellable real estate right there. Like people
I just want to make a point regarding Web3 agencies coming to the Metaverse. I think us as a business, we've got fan zones, we have metaverses where you've got mansions, where these brands can host themselves there. So when the audience does come in and they do like events, they can be there to give them an experience in the metaverse where they can communicate with their audience.
We haven't moved forward to actually being good. It's so like everything that brands have done today is so gimmicky.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're still in entertainment.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. This is the early days.
I think all the brand stories that you're saying has been really good. To even put them on the marketing agency themselves. I don't think any brand has that fan experience. Watching sounds great. Like in your opinion, who has done it well?
I think personally, I've seen Roblox. I think they did a wonderful job, and I love they giving the experience to the new audience. They engage with the community youngsters. This is the future.
Can you just wait going on Roblox then?
You just want all the time. So yes, I think if there's lots of engagement, people spending hours on it, then it's really something, right? If people are spending money in power-up schemes and merchandising products. I mean, my son spent thousands of pounds on it. It just got like different skins. So you need to stop that because no, my dentist in the metaverse is more important than the physical work. I said, are you crazy? I said, get a nice outfit and dress like the dance. And God, I like really dress. Horrible. I like rat dress. And he goes and shows all the skins he buys on all these in Fortnite and all these other Web3 spaces. So the future for younger generation is in the Web3 space. We just need to engage in the right way and hopefully develop monetization in the ecosystem. I'm very excited.
Have one more question?
Do you think AI will pose a threat to humanity?
We've had a few of these, haven't we?
You should have seen that last power. That was.
Yeah, I wish I just recorded that the last guy said it was like a mic drop moment.
Definitely no. Definitely no. What Oliver says earlier, that they can do things better than us. That's completely wrong. It's completely wrong. What he said is wrong. They can listen. They've got supercomputers which can give you data which is better than us, but they can't do what we do. Maybe later, maybe in a few years' time, they'll get better. But what we're doing here, they can't.
Yeah, I disagree.
They just can't do that.
I disagree. And
that's my opinion.
With my warning.
Okay.
And this, I was listening to a podcast about this. Inherently, as humans, like as cavemen, we have this innate need to work, and we find our work our purpose. You know, that's why we like dug holes and built pyramids. And so, the risk with AI is if it takes away that inherent feeling that we have this purpose to work, then I do see it as a real risk of us having our own purpose in life. And so that is why it needs to be used as a way to like level up, enable more, and there was a beautiful talk about how we need to educate people on how to use it.
I think, I mean, there are a few points. I don't think AI can do what we can do because they still need to create AI. And then there is another question. AI needs to be trained. And who is going to be training AI? So I was doing stuff with Runway, right? And I was building an NFT collection. And I couldn't get the NFT that I wanted because I spent so much time to train the AI model. And it was like, gosh, it was like me and my design, it was so tough. So really, you can't have AI doing, okay, it's good for brainstorming, great. It's good for research, right? You just ask everything and you can get it. But it does need a mind behind it.
At the moment.
At the moment.
At the moment. But things are going to develop and we're going to be amazed at what we can do. But we can't do what we can do. So many things we can do, we can never do. So we've got a place on this planet Earth. AI's got a place on this planet Earth. And we're going to work together in harmony. We're not going to be a state like people are saying.
Right, global warming will get us before AI. So, if you want to look at trees, feel free to subscribe to Vector.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of like polarizing AI discussion today. But I think maybe we wrap it there.
Yeah, exactly.
So I want to say, everyone put their hands together. Yeah, let me get a picture of all three.
Yes, please.
Our next panel is going to be super interesting as well. We will be looking at the future of gaming and Web3 in sport. So if you're interested in that topic, hang around. Let me get one of my photos now so I can share it with everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for
Okay.
No, I like this one.
Thank you, big question. I like
Big
it.
question,
Thank
yeah.
you for it.
Oh,
Okay, important. Yeah, so yeah. I'm not sure I overheard that you are a trader.
I was,
You
yeah.
were a trader. Yeah, I know what financial market.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our game on. I'd like to invite all of our panelists on this next session to come and join us on stage. And our moderator is Ollie? Are you moderating? Before we dive into it, we'll also go through the rally and do this. Is it 4+1?
Unless Ollie's done, but he's sitting.
Yeah, well, the option is
Sorry guys, my phone on
Okay, let's.
we don't have to. So, I'm going to give one of these radio mics. Is anyone? I'm going to make sure you put on this side because you're more likely to speak across the so let's try that. Good? Testing, testing. Okay. And then the other two. Hello everyone, and welcome back. I will go rally some more people as well, so don't worry, we'll get a nice audience in here. For those that are already in the room, we're going to get our game on and talk about the intersection of Web3 and sport. It's a really interesting space. Really excited to welcome our moderator, Ollie Bell from Roster, and I'll hand the mic straight to him so he can introduce our wonderful panelists.
You guys see me okay? Is that better?
Yeah, sure. Oh, turn it on. We might need to turn it on. So
Hello. Amazing. Everyone hear me at the back? Everyone hear me at the front? The sea of people in the middle. Nice to see you all. We've got an amazing panel today. My name's Ollie Bell. Until I started Roster about 3 months ago, which is a venture into a new business startup, and I'm here with my colleague Nabs as well. But I'm not wearing that hat today. Today I'm going back to a role that I did for the last 4 years, which was director of the Chartered Institute of Sport. So that was a really cool role where I worked across performance sport, leisure, operations. It's Swiss, very Switzerland as a company, and looking at regulation, working with government and on the charity side. So the goal was to kind of professionalise an entire sector so it's seen for the positive impact that it can have. So I'm wearing that hat today. I'm joined by some brilliant people on the cutting edge of sport. We've got fan-based applications. We've got the director, non-exec of a Premier League football team in Pretty. We've got Matt that's doing athlete-led projects around called Season 1 around fan engagement and kind of creating next generation experiences for fans. And then we've got my partner Nabs on Roster, who's the COO, and he's leading on everything Web3 education. So the panel is amazing. I've just introduced them all, so you've got nothing left to say. I'm going to hand over to Amit to my left, and if you could just do a quick introduction, and if you just tag on to it, why Web3? If obviously sport is something that you're passionate about and you worked in, give us the kind of catalyst that brought you into this space.
Thanks, Ollie, for that brief introduction. My name is Amit, and I'm the founder of Football Fan App and Fanboy. Football Fan App is a Web3 social ecosystem for football, where fans do a lot of activities over there, like creating posts, photos, videos, podcasts, chat rooms. There's live store. There's a lot that goes on, NFT marketplace, etc. Any activity they do, they collect fan coin for that. With fan coin, they can then convert their content into NFTs, trade them on the platform, get offers from over 200 brands that are there on the app, or you can even trade it on an open exchange. So that's what we do. Why Web3? So we wanted to change the paradigm from a traditional social media platform where the content when somebody's posting something on YouTube or Instagram or anywhere. You actually, say I agree to all the terms and conditions. With what that means is you are giving all the copyrights, everything to the platform. They exploit the content more than the creators themselves, and that's the whole idea why we started on Web3. We could have done Web2 as well, but that's the reason why we started on Web3. Plus, we wanted to take a blockchain, NFTs, and all the technologies that supports the Web3 paradigm.
Amazing, thank you, Amit. We can pass over to Preeti.
Hi
Hi everyone, my name is Preeti. I'm the CEO and founder of Upshot, which is a tech social enterprise that works with nonprofit organizations to collect data and measure their social impact. Outside of my day job, I do a whole range of things. As Ollie mentioned, I'm on the board of Brentford Football Club, a small newly promoted Premier League club, and I sit on the board of a physical activity charity in London called On Sport, and an international development charity called Street Child United. Why Web3? I'm a data person, so I'm going to give you some stats. Only 13% of Web3 founding teams included women. Amongst founders, that gap worsens to 7%. Male founded Web3 startups raise almost 4 times as much capital as female founding teams. And if you look at the top Web3 startups in the world, women make up about 27%, and then mostly in non-technical roles like HR and marketing. Very similar to sport. And so for me, there's a lot of similarities. So why I want to be in the space and what attracted me to it, this is the next generation of the internet, and I don't want to be a minority anymore. I don't want us to be left behind again. And if you don't want history to repeat itself, then you have to be part of it in the future.
Well said, Preeti. If we go over to Matt. Hi everyone, my name is Matt Warner. I am a former player in the football space, turned creative with a pretty hefty obsession for tech innovation and future tech and where our world is going. I'm the project lead on there's a very new project called Season 1, a fan-led digital collectible NFT project, which really aims to create a level of depth of experience for the fans and value, which is something that Web3 does very well with the NFT infrastructure of blockchain. We want to create experiences, but we want to create that with a sense of ownership, so create a kind of new level of loyalty for fans, whether that's to players, whether that's to clubs, and eventually our kind of long-term aim is to roll that out into different sports. So that is amazing, thank you, Matt. And finally, Nabil.
Awesome. So yeah, I'm Nabil Hadi. I'm one of the co-founders of Roster. Roster is an education-first platform. Essentially, we educate brands and businesses who want to lean into the Web3 space, and we do that with various different ways. Workshopping, we have our own course, first accredited course in the world, which is accredited by the education governing body. Why Web3? So I guess my wife and my kids probably got bored of me talking about NFTs and Metaverse and that stuff at home so much, so they said do something about it. But no, in all seriousness, in 2016, I got into the space. I started learning about blockchain. I went and studied blockchain in Singapore, the history of blockchain there. And I also did, I studied blockchain at Oxford University strategy program. So I've got a bit of technical background in that. But Web3 essentially is because, I'm just interested by tech, and it was something that I thought I could help shape or talk to businesses about. That's it.
Amazing, cheers, Dan. I've been told to sit down, so I was being cut out of the live stream, and everyone wants to see this face. Because it's a small audience, I want to make it a bit more two-way. So, guys, can you just, as we go, if you've got any clarification questions or you want to get involved and ask anything, can you just make that known, and I'll work out a good place to pause, and we'll have this a little bit more of a two-way session. What we're going to start with, we talked about kind of everyone's kind of catalyst to move into this space. And the first question that I want to ask is actually the opportunity around Web3. So where do you see, I mean, this is going on in the section of Web3 and sport as a title, where do you see Web3 providing the most opportunity for sport in terms of things that we haven't necessarily been able to do in the Web2 landscape? And I'm going to start the other end this time. So now I'm going to come to you.
It's a good question. So in sport in particular, I think fan engagement is what sports organisations are dying for as much as possible. So an interesting stat I read about in coverage was that Barcelona Football Club only know 1% of their fans around the world, which is absolutely insane. And then the majority of football clubs only know 5% of their actual fans. And I think with this technology, you can get closer to the fans. There's various different mechanisms to do that. And I think different clubs and organisations are trying to find out how to do that at the moment. I don't think anybody's won yet. So that's one massive element. The second part is last year, there was, out of all the brands that launched NFT projects, 54% of those brands were sports brands, right? So, and out, the reason they launched projects as NFTs was because they wanted to get closer to their fans. So they know there's a problem there, and they feel that they can solve it with this technology. And that's what, I guess, why we're here to talk about what the different solutions can do.
Spot on. And we won't name any of the projects that have tried to do that and failed, because it wouldn't be fair on Yonchev or Liverpool football. Matt, I'm going to come to you with the same question, really.
Sure. I think for me, there's been pretty much a one-way relationship with Matt, as alluded to there. You know, the fact that there is so little known about the fans that come and they invest time, they invest emotion, and they invest a lot of money, substantial amounts of money to come and follow their clubs and follow players. There's a two-way relationship where both parties need two things, and that's value and benefit and loyalty. So if you're looking at fans engaging with a club, at the minute it's really transactional. So they go, you buy your season ticket, you go, you watch. Yes, you engage with the game. Yes, you're emotional about it. You essentially talk to your mates, you go home, and that's about as far as it goes. You wear the shirt, cool, that's great. What does that mean? So when you're looking at Web3 and some of the mechanisms you use around obviously NFTs and the benefit that comes with the ownership, where around governance as well. So you look at Waheed United and Crawley Town, allowing the fans to have a vote in certain decisions. Web3 gives us this real opportunity for, if you're looking at the fan, to go beyond the advertising boards and actually engage with what happens on and off the pitch. It gives the opportunity for those fans who are, let's use Brentford for example. I'm a Brentford fan in Singapore. Well, how do I engage beyond just watching a live stream of Brentford? How do I, through that governance model, potentially feel like I own a part of that emotion that I invest in the club? How do I feel like I'm getting a return for the investments that I make, beyond just the monetary investments? And we know that there are benefits with Web3 mechanisms around, you know, royalties and return on that. So if you look at the Australian Open, for example, they did an NFT project around the match points. So every match point from the Australian Open, that video was an associated NFT, and the person that owns that gets a royalty every time that's shown on TV. So
We've got an opportunity for true ownership, right?
yes, and then from the club's perspective, how we capture data and use data and understand our fans. There's a huge opportunity to bridge that gap and take Barcelona from 1% to 10% to 20%. That's only going to allow for everything from in-game experiences at stadiums that some clubs do better than others. And you know, Brentford's one of the best in terms of how they do that with their fans. And taking that data, using it as you would as a club, but also the fans feel like their data that they're giving is seeing value in it. So I think, you know, we can talk about that a lot, but yeah.
For a reason. We've got a question, and the gent at the back over there. If you could just tell us your name and then jump straight in.
Really?
Yes.
I'm a Chelsea fan, so.
Me too. Sorry.
Sorry. Interesting point about engagement, and I think because you're assuming that to engage, someone has to show that they like purchase a ticket or their dates. There's a way to benchmark where people can engage emotionally or otherwise not engaging. So in a web, I guess, just to be awkward and ask all sorts of questions, feel free to do the same to me. How can people engage in a Web3 world if they don't want to exchange data? Is it possible? Should it be possible?
So the question is, how can people engage in a Web3 world if they don't necessarily want to give up their data? And I was going to ask that just straight back to you, because you're the chance to, but we will go to that as well.
Just because actually that's a really, really good point. So I think there's a massive customer and client brand paradigm shift that's going to happen. Essentially, because, okay, your Web3 wallet is your digital identity. Like in the digital world, your wallet it tells you a lot about who you are and what you do in that space, right? Brands want to be closer to that. Brands want to know you. At the moment, because of the blockchain, what they can see what's in that wallet, but they don't know it's you, right? So let's say if you go to 15 Chelsea games away and you've gone to 10 games at home, Chelsea want to reward you because they're like, this fan's amazing. So they want to know who you are. So what will end up happening is the value is going to change. So Chelsea have to give you value for you to then give them the data. And I think that's the massive shift that you can choose who you give the data to because of the value.
Just to add to that, I think we have to do that as a football fan right now. You have to do that anyway. To buy tickets, at least for a Premier League game, you have to be a member. You have to, but we're not getting anything back for that at the moment. And I think that is the switch. Is right now you have to engage. We're forcing you as clubs to engage without your without giving you anything back. But equally, you can't take it back once you've given it to us. And I think that is the big switch, is you get to decide what you give and what you get back for it, which I think is a change. Go on.
So,
Sorry.
I
can stay there for a minute.
So do you think Web 2 was literally unilateral, whereas like Web 3 is bilateral? And do you think companies and enterprises will resent that because now they're like, oh, people want to monetize their own data instead of us instead of them having draconian control over how long we can do?
Yeah, I think businesses may resent it, but equally, I think to Nat's point, it is also giving the businesses an opportunity to understand their customer in a way they've never understood them before. When we talk about single digital identity, the beauty of it is, before I only know whether you came to a Brentford game. For me, the ability to know that you come to a Brentford game and you like Indian food and you go to the women's game and you've got a 4-year-old child allows me to give you a better customer experience. Yes, it's annoying that you're now monetizing it, but in the long run, and I think this is something sport has done, because football has done quite badly so far. They've tried to extract money from the get-go, whereas understanding the long game, the better we understand our customer, the better this is for all of us. And in the long run, we're going to make more money out of it. It might not be immediate gratification.
I'm going to come to Amit really quickly on this one. I just want to make a point as well. It's that last comment. It's a bit like 2010, 2011 with Airbnb snatching 18% market share from the hotel industry overnight. Like, they didn't want people to start offering out rooms in their homes to random strangers to come and stay in the house on business travel families. But ultimately, you have to adapt or you have to die. And this goes back to a major point, which is also around innovation. But I just wanted to make that point. I'm going to pass over to Amit.
So, going to answer that question or your question?
Good question.
What do we think?
Try not to. I think we've got enough answers from the experts here. So I'll go back to your original question. What Web3 brings for the fans? So if you have noticed, traditionally in the last 10 to 15 years, a lot of social media platforms have mushroomed. And sorry. So a lot of social media platforms like Mushroom, they are the biggest companies in the world these days. And why they are big? Because they all rely on user-generated content. No official content was there, and still it's there, but the consumption of candid content, user-generated content is more than the official content. So who made those social media platforms what they are today? We all did. So there is some lessons that we need to learn from there. User-generated content was the king, it is the king even today, and now it is time to move from Web 2, where all those platforms are exploiting our content, to Web 3, where we are in control of our content. We know how we want to monetize it. We will decide whether we need to share it with Chelsea or with Brentford or with anyone else, and we will be in control of things. That's what it brings to the fans and everyone. Sorry.
Cool. Yeah, I just want to. Sorry, my name is Dexter Singh, I'm an organisation called Communicate. Touching on that point, UGC, user-generated content, what I've found very difficult is a lot of the content creators don't understand ownership. So they don't even understand that they've been giving away their data for free all of this time. And not only that they've been giving away for free, but other people have been monetizing off of the back of that. The problem I'm really finding, because I'm actually in education, is trying to get the consumers and the content creators to understand what the word ownership actually means. So when I'm explaining it through ENS things, they're not getting it, and I have to go back to www docs, they're not getting it. So I feel like we're kind of a long way away from just making normal people understand the word ownership and what the power of that can actually do. So with that being said, is there any ways away from monetary forms, because this is what I found, anytime I do something in the NFT space, everyone, the 80-20 rule kicks in. The 80% just want to know, am I going to make money? But realistically, the value is a lot more than just money when it comes to ownership. That's the difficulty I think we're all having in communicating that point. Anything we can do about that?
Yeah, so education is very important, and we just laughed on the failure of some of the NFT drops by the big brands, big names. Yeah. And the reason was there was no education done to the fans, to the end customers. That education is very important. It will happen. It takes time. Think about it like 20 years ago. What did you know about the internet? What did you know about things? We all learned. We all tried it. Then it's going to be the same. Another important thing is in the last 20 years we have built the platform. Platform in the sense, last 20 years a lot of innovation has happened. The next 20 years it will speed up a lot. Education is important, so that's the reason you go on any Web3 platform, even it's their responsibility to educate the user base that it's your content. You are exploiting it. You will be rewarded for your content, etc.
I think it's definitely a challenge, and I was starting to think you could see my screen here because the next question segues perfectly into education. Because there is this skills gap. You said about the 80-20 rule, and if you look at any of the very successful brands, and we had from Amanoka earlier on, education is part of their strategy, right? And it's a really key pillar. So I just want to spend a bit more time on education moving it down the line. So what do you guys think we need to do to bridge this skills gap? How can brands and individuals win and retain market share and offer better experiences when there is this education gap where there is a new language that no one knows? So we'll start with, let's go from that.
I think you touched on language there, Ollie, and I think it's already happening. If you look at, you were saying there about confusion around ownership, and that's a term that we think we all know, but generally you don't, right? You have 100 different identities online. So language and how we use language is very important. How many people in here know the back-end workings of Web2? The technical workings of Web2, right? No, but what we're only developers bad at that. So what's happening is this new thing has just exploded into everybody's social media feeds, into everybody's lives. It's Web3, blockchain, cryptocurrency. And there's this presumption from people who aren't exposed to the education and the understanding that, everything's crypto. Well, I don't trust crypto. There's people saying that's not good. So therefore, I don't trust Web3. So if you look at some of the NFT projects, look at Starbucks Odyssey, for example, you have a look through their project. There is not one mention of NFT, there's not one mention of blockchain, there is essentially do this, you're on the program. So the language, what we're seeing is the language is disappearing. Doesn't mean we're not building, doesn't mean we're not implementing the infrastructure. We're teaching people that Web3 is okay, because they'll only know after the fact that they've now got a digital wallet and what that means. So the skills gap, yes, education and fundamentals, which is what guys like Roscoe and you guys are doing, teaching the fundamentals, which we all know in this room, why we're here. It's going to infiltrate every part of our life. So learning the fundamentals is really important, but actually how we onboard people that maybe won't do courses or take the time to learn, for me, should be as simple as possible. And obviously, as the tech moves, it's easier to do that in a way that's more familiar for people. And then for me, once they're in your project or once they're in your community or in your ecosystem, then you start teaching them what is behind your business, if it's appropriate. Beyond having a digital wallet, if I don't know anything about it, I don't care. I'm just getting ownership, I'm getting value, I feel like I value this project. Do I care, like Web2, do I care about the language that you use to build the website or the on-ramp, off-ramp payment methods that you use? I don't. All I want to know is that I've got access to value, and then the two things that are really important for anybody, but looking at this, fans of sport, I'm holding their hand and using language that you understand, and then after the fact saying, oh, hey, now you have digital wallet, you can do all these really cool things with it. So that, like, for me, it's trying not to get enthusiastic and be in our echo chamber and go, hey guys, this is the NFT project that we're doing on this blockchain, doing this, and people just go, oh shit.
So is there a question there, like, yes, we need to kind of educate, but maybe what we really need to do is actually just make the user experience that little bit easier. So we don't need to educate anyone because it's already in the environment they're comfortable with.
Yeah, and we're the ones doing the hard work, learning at the back end. This space is moving very quickly, the tech's moving, the convenience. It's becoming more convenient to put out good projects that are convenient for the consumer. So that's what I would see is actually people who want to learn will go to education products like Roster and others that are out there because they'll be working with teams in these brands that are building projects. But for the general everyday user or consumer or fan, it needs to be that, and then we can drip feed with that education. Okay, this is way now.
So how do we balance that? I'll come to that in 2 seconds and just let the panel finish up on education. So now, so how do we balance that kind of first for learning and needing to know it at the same time as making sure that we push forward the user experience so that we have to take the language away and just make a really good solution?
So is this for brands, or is it for like is it for clubs, football clubs, or is it you talking about for?
Not just football clubs, education and the skills gap between innovation and being able to enter Web3 and enter Web3 with confidence. So I think the question over here is, if you've got a gap in the level of education and people not knowing what true ownership means, how can they implement the strategy? So how do we overcome that, and how do we educate people on it?
Yeah, so I think, okay, so interestingly enough, so we did a research piece with the top 50 brands in the world, and every brand from there's some football clubs in there, there's not football clubs, there's just like McDonald's, there's Salesforce, there was BMW, massive brands, right? And we did a bit of study with them to see where they are with Web3 at the moment, and we found every single one of the 50 brands that we spoke to, every single one of them has a Web3 team, right? Or individuals within their businesses that are building a Web3 strategy. Why am I saying this? Why is this important? They are not talking about their Web3 strategies and what they're looking to do in Web3 at the moment because the consumers aren't ready for it. Regulations aren't there to kind of protect consumers. Regulations aren't there to protect the brands. So they haven't launched what they want to launch and what they will launch, right? So I agree with what you guys are saying with educating consumers. Actually, there's a lot more that needs to be done before consumers are going to be willing to be educated about this, right? So the connotations around NFTs are not positive. Like with most people, connotations around crypto are not positive around most people. When you mention tokens, people freak out, right? That's because of, again, the language. It will change, like Reddit did a launch of their NFTs and they called it avatars. And they, instead of calling it digital wallet, they called it a vault. And they instead of tokens, they use coins. So the language there is important, it's vital. What Matt mentioned earlier, what I always say to people is HTTP, SMTP, IP address. Ask people around the world in this room what those terms mean. Most people don't, some people do, but that's how the internet runs. And nobody needs to know that. SMTP is used to send emails. But nobody needs to know that. That's all the technical terms. So we're going through this phase of education at the moment in Web3, where the terminology will change, which will bring in more adoption. Starbucks have done a great example of it. Reddit onboarded nearly 7 million people, or 7 million wallets, sorry, just by doing this, changing the language. And I think we'll see that over the next few years.
Thanks, Nash. PT?
No, I completely agree on the language. I completely agree on the education. I think we need to, the people that need education are the brands and the teams and the clubs that are building it, because they're the ones that are getting it wrong at the moment. They're jumping on a bandwagon that they don't fully understand because they think they're going to miss out on something. And so they're jumping in too quickly and they're making it a PR exercise or a revenue generation exercise. And then it's a vicious cycle. They're perpetuating the lack of trust that consumers feel because you're doing the project wrong. So no wonder people don't like tokens and don't like crypto. It's because they don't know what they're doing. So I think the people we need to educate are the people that want to build the projects I completely agree. I don't know how my phone works. I just know it works and it's convenient for me. So the consumer does, and there will always be consumers that want to know how it works, and that's great. We should open up education for those that want to, but the goal is educating people not to start projects without understanding their why. Like a lot of what we talk about at the club is like, should we do an NFT project? Why? Why should we do it? Is the reason that we're doing it because we want to reach a new audience? Is it because we're giving something that we weren't able to give before? Is it because we are leveraging new technology that will benefit our fans in some way? If we cannot answer those questions, we shouldn't be doing it. And jumping to the tech solution before understanding your problem is why people don't trust us, right? And so for me, this is 10 steps back to say blockchain or Web3 is not your answer if you can't articulate your problem. And if there's a Web2 solution to do it, then use that first. But that's the education that we need.
It's a really good way to explain it. Right, we had a couple of questions, so we'll come to the back first, the very back. Then we'll go here and then we'll go into the middle.
Sure, yeah, I'll make this as quick as I can. I'm Adam, I'm a community manager. I think like talking about education and also kind of like value add to communities and to users and stuff, like we're in this incredible point where we have everything at our disposal to kind of like give back to the people within the community that are your big fans, that are your big users, and you can leverage them to be the ones that take part in the education. Like I find as a community manager, some of the best help that I get is from my users, from the people that are fans of the service that we're providing. And I think, fans of like, sports teams and stuff like this, these guys are going to be your biggest advocates. They know the stats better than you. They, all of this kind of stuff, and they'll be able to answer the people that are onboarding into the communities faster, 24/7. They're always there, they're always on. Rewarding them with utility and tokens and stuff is so quick, and the kickback and the feedback loop is so easy to close these days with blockchain that it's something that we really need to kind of start leveraging better. Is kind of like these advocates, people like that. So. Yeah, sorry, not really a question. Just wanted to kind of say that, like,
I've seen the microphone be handed left and right, so that means people have got a response.
There's so, I know we all have a lot to say about community. There's so much to say there. I 100% agree. I think if we don't go into this community first, then we're all missing a trick, because rewarding meaningful engagement and loyalty should be that starting point. And I'm sure you have a lot to say about this, because we're relying on that buy-in for people, and when it comes to sport, that's our lifeblood. Is these people? It's like religion. They care about this thing more than anything else. And why are we cutting them out of the equation, trying to build something that's for them? Why don't we speak to the people that want it, right? But I'm sure it's similar for you.
Yeah. So absolutely right. I will agree with you, and that's the whole thing we do on Football Finance. It's very difficult to bring anyone on a new platform these days. Yeah. But when you have this tokenization, Web3, all those things, it changes the game completely. So far, I'll give you some numbers. We have distributed over 115 million fan coins to our user base. Our stats are somewhere around $2,000 per week fans make on our platform with all those rewards and everything. So, and why it happens? Just because of what we just mentioned, rewarding their efforts, rewarding what they are doing. Create content, post that content here, right audience, because if you go and post your content on YouTube or Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, it gets lost. They need money from you. They have given boosting options. There are reasons why they've given boosting options. If you don't boost, it won't go anywhere. You might have noticed this days that if you are made with someone on Facebook and you're not seeing his posts, have you noticed that recently? If you are a friend with someone for years and years, but you're not seeing their posts because the algorithms have changed. They want your friend to put some money on so that it goes to multiple people. You see more ads. You see more, paid content on those platforms. So we all need to, embrace this new technology, support each other, and grow the community, and that's what we have done for years and decades, and probably hundreds of years, supporting each other.
Hopefully that answers the question. We've got a second question over here.
So I agree with the gentleman I think there's a lack of interest right now, and I do agree with him about, the whole space. And I think there's a lot of confusion as well. We don't know what we're doing in this space sometimes, and whether there is adoption here, or are we just sort of, playing games. And so I think my question is, to finalize this, is there clarity in the room where we're going with this technology, or is this just all like smoke and mirrors?
If it's smoke and mirrors, we are fucked. So that's a really good question. Okay, so again, I'm going to go back to that research piece again, because there's a lot of insights we learned from that. So what we found is the brands that are doing something with Web3 in this space, they have 4 different strategies that they're kind of progressing with. One of them is their learning, testing and learning. So they're failing, they're testing, they're failing, they're learning. Liverpool Football Club is a prime example. I spoke about this yesterday. Liverpool Football Club launched that NFT, absolutely screwed it up because they thought they were a massive brand. They have got over 500 million fans around the world, and they sold around 7,000 NFTs. Right? They realised we have done this wrong. Just because we're a big brand, we can't do that. What they did to fix that is they partnered with Meta to create clothing avatars, and they realised actually we can't do this. We need to find a partnership. They partnered with So Rare, I think it was, to create the digital collectibles card. So there are brands that are trying to test and learn and doing something around it. The second aspect was the first test and learn. Second aspect is partnerships. Brands have realised they need to do partnerships. Next week, Mercedes-Benz are launching their first NFT, right? Porsche launched an NFT, which you guys may have heard of and seen, and they didn't do very well initially, and the feedback wasn't great because they absolutely sacked off the community. Again, they went through the phase of, we're a big brand, we know what we're doing, and that's it. So Mercedes have learned from that mistake that Porsche made. What Mercedes have done is partnered with generative artists in the Web3 space and said, we're going to start doing a project with you guys and get the Web3 community on our side. So that was number 2, partnerships. The third one was seed incubators and investments. So some of these bigger, Samsung is a good example. What they spent last year and the year before is $1 billion in investing in smaller companies in the space. So they had some exposure without having to hire loads of people and build massive teams. And then finally, a lot of companies have a long-term horizon. So what they do is they'll do something in the space. So Pepsi, as an example, they launched an NFT project for free with no royalties, just to support their community and support their fans that like Pepsi, right? And that was just so they can learn about this space. So I don't think it's smoke and mirrors, because some of the biggest brands in the world are doing something, and some of them are doing it very, very well. Some of them are not doing it very well. They're failing quickly, iterating and going again. And that's how we'll find the right solution.
I mean, that's the perfect answer there. In terms of the smoke and mirrors piece, I think there's a huge continuum, which Nav's just alluded to there. Some brands are just starting out on that journey. They're testing and learning. Some are already along with acquiring smaller businesses, and they tested, failed, and moved forward. So we're in this kind of messy period where all the brands are trying to get up to this kind of particular level. I think from a consumer's perspective, what will happen is you'll go to a gig, for example. I went to Edel Joyce on Wednesday night, and you'll go to that gig, and it'll be an NFT ticket. You won't be told it's an NFT ticket, but you'll have this thing, and you get dropped this thing, and then you get dropped the value, and you'll sit and you go, "Wow, I get it. This is amazing." So when you have that experience once, what happens? Your expectations go up. That was amazing. Like you go to a nice restaurant, you go back there, it's amazing, great service, great expectations. So you won't go to that kind of cheap restaurant you went to before. This is what will happen from the consumer's perspective. They'll have that experience that has Web3 functionality behind it, and see the value, see the access, and they'll go, okay, now I want that from when I go to my NBA game. I want to go there when I go and watch my local football club. I want to go and do that. So brands then have to take that next step and go, okay, well, big brand A has done it in my sector. We have to, by definition, add that much value. And the only way to do that is with that Web3 infrastructure to value and give back to those loyal fans. Again, Starbucks, they've done it so well with what they're doing with us. They've taken a transactional rewards program that was, hey, buy 10 coffees, 8 coffees, get 1 free, and now adding journey stamps. They've added the NFT itself, which would be worth money to the owner, as we know the kind of principles of the. So that's perfectly right from a brand perspective. We're all trying to find, everyone trying to, all right, buildings starting out so early, and the ones that have done it early, tested, they failed, they're now acquiring or they're hiring, and they're implementing good programs.
I like the fact that companies are getting on board, which I think is what Nab said is probably very important for this ecosystem.
And they all are.
Yeah.
They all are. But, we through the research piece, and obviously we know between everybody is doing it. We're just waiting for that point, and there'll be a I believe, relatively quick turning point where all those brands will be there, and then expectation goes up from consumers, but they may not necessarily know why or what they're using. Kind of goes back to my language.
We'll just let Amit finish this point and we'll go to the next question. Yeah. On technology side, so these are all use cases which my panelists have mentioned. See, there was dedicated servers in the beginning, 20 years ago. Then cloud computing, grid computing, virtual computing came in. Nobody knows that we are actually using it. It's just the technology advancement. So blockchain. We are getting confused just as we think about Web3, cryptos, NFTs. It's not just that. You can do various different things. YouTube can use it. YouTube can use blockchain in order to deliver that content. They use CDNs at the moment, content delivery networks. They can completely move their infrastructure over to blockchain to make the delivery of videos faster. So technology will stay. Depends what use cases will be built on that technology.
Can I just add one more thing on that as well, just to kind of help with the smoke and mirrors conversation? It doesn't help that governments aren't providing best regulation around this. So, I'm not saying that I want shitloads of regulation, but what I'm saying is there needs to be a framework to allow innovation, and also that trust element for consumers that they can go and buy something and they're protected, and also brands and sports clubs when they are promoting their fan token, that the consumer's just not going to get absolutely screwed just because they've just joined on because of FOMO. Because as Booty mentioned, sports is odd because you feel like you're like, I'm a Liverpool football club fan. If my kids grew up and didn't support Liverpool football club, I'd disown them. It's that sort of vibe, right? So it's very, and when you're dealing with emotion and you're dealing with these types of money, and also FOMO is something that people don't really understand. Regulation is so important, right? And this is what we're missing. So that's a really, really good point.
Yeah, really good question. Super well answered, Nathan. Honestly, there's a good question. We're here next. Yeah, hi. My name is Vas. I'm 22 years old. I've worked on about 8-9 different blockchain projects. So in regards to the industry, right? There's a lot of fan tokens. There's a lot of NFTs, like different football clubs. But then again, everybody chooses their own stack to build on. Some build on Binance Smart Chain, which is the most common one for fan tokens. But then again, how do we provide true utility, right, and true interoperability from all of these things? Because right now we can say, okay, I'll decide to build a fan token on Solana, right? Well, Solana tanked, right? So where does the trust lie? Because at the end of the day, a valuable NFT is always reliant on the utility, the use cases, right? Having exclusive rewards, yes, that's a beautiful thing, but being able to collaborate into the industry, because at the end of the day, Web3 stands for collaboration. It's not so much about competition. It's not so much Liverpool saying, oh, we have our own fan token, and Binance is going, well, you know what's going to happen next? We're going to launch on Solana, right? If there is no use case and no utility, that's why Porsche failed. I also worked on the Porsche racing team, their NFTs for utility, where Sheffield Football Club did a beautiful job for me in my regard, because they actually gave ownership to the team itself, to the community itself, not just being able to provide additional discounts. So I wanted to see what's your take onto the interoperability. I don't know, I think this might be a little technical question, of different cross-chain and omni-chain solutions and the mass adoption into the sports space with these technologies now.
And also, just building on that, bearing in mind that a lot of these sports are league-based, right, and that these teams are operating in the same leagues, how do we continue to align these if they're all on different chains?
Thank you.
So two questions over there. One is on utility, and the other one is on utility. So probably I'll take on utility.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Look at us organizing ourselves.
Yeah, so see, when we started on Football Fan App 4 years ago, utility was paramount for us. What we did is we onboarded 200 brands on our platform. There are brands Apple, Samsung, Nike, Adidas, Manchester United, City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Barcelona. Sorry, Brentford is not there.
Yeah.
So when we collect those fan coins on our app, we can actually go and redeem those fan coin holdings to buy various different day-to-day utilities. You want to buy coffee, Costa Coffee is there. You want to buy groceries, Morrison's Tesco is there. So there's a very real-life utility which we are offering as a company to our users, and that changed the paradigm for us completely. And we're onboarding more brands. So that's the utility side to me.
Can I just add one thing to the utility side? Like, you think about the fan token side of things. Like, I'm not a big fan of Socios, which is probably one of the most common football fan tokens. Because I think, again, it comes back to the people developing the project, what they think utility is. As a football fan, I am a bit insulted that you think I should vote on your halftime music and the color of your mascot's kit. Like, I'm not an idiot. Now, equally, I don't want to pick the starting lineup because that's why we have managers. There is a balance in between, which is, and I think in order to do that, that's why community comes in. It is, what do you want out? It's not for us to decide. What do you want that is meaningful for you? And so, we talked about this earlier. At Brentford, our fans have a seat on the board. They have voting rights. They have a member on the board. They get to veto stadium moves. That is utility. We are giving them a real, meaningful voice. So I think we need to be a little bit careful here on like different clubs doing different things to one-up each other, unless you're really saying this is how you make a difference. Now, what is interesting is the Premier League has just introduced fan advisory boards. Every club is going to have one. Use that as a use case to involve Web3. That is meaningful.
I think just to go on that point, and having a member of the board there, you said about stadium vetoes and being true utility. You look at the example this week, any Leeds United fans for your sins this week. So it's turned out this week, allegedly, that the chairman has put the stadium up as collateral for a loan of 26 million to buy Sampdoria, without telling the other shareholders or fans. Pretty crazy, right? So that's a perfect example of governance, utility, creating a depth of loyalty with the fans to say, hey, we're thinking about doing this. And actually those people that turn up, they pay their money, they pay their time, and they pay their emotion, year in, year out, beyond the chairman, beyond stadiums, is vital. It's almost it's a form of importance to clubs. And again, once 1 and 2 do it, and obviously Premier League clubs with the Premier League bringing in fan advisory boards, fans are not going to tolerate, and they are going to speak like they do. They don't like the chairman. There's flags at the ground. These things are vital utilities for clubs. So it was just nice that you said that, because that's a prime case of that. I'll let you talk about it.
Perhaps have you got anything to add on?
Yes, so that's a really good question, right? So I also have a blockchain development company in Singapore, so I work with a lot of developers. I'm not a developer, we should talk. So interoperability isn't solved yet, and I think that's quite clear within the industry. Ethereum with the EVM chains and what they're doing, they're trying to create that interoperability is going in the right direction, but we're still quite far away. There are sports projects that use Flow as a blockchain. There are some that you said that use Binance Smart Chain. There's Manchester United use Tezos. I mean, like who uses Tezos? You know what I mean? Like I'm actually friendly with them, so I'm recording this. I think So I don't think it's solved, and I agree with you. It's a challenge that we have right now, and it's again something that we'll need to do, but we're not there yet. So to your answer, I don't think there is an answer at this moment. I would love if I could say to you, yeah, it's all sorted, you do it on here, but it's not.
So why do we need to know is the question. Why do we need to know? Do you want to sell your NFTs from Binance chain or to Ethereum chain or from there to somewhere else? Is that the reason? So we just think, why do we need that interoperability?
I think consumers need it.
Why did we need
Because I don't want to.
Any company who starts onto this, they need to think about it. Why do they need interoperability?
In the same way that we get like
the application level. Interoperability needs to be solved at the application level, not at the blockchain level. And what you're doing with, I mean, if I go to Costa and you give me a token, your token's going to be used on Costa, that's what I care as a user. I don't care. It can be Solana, Tezos, I don't care. It's my wallet.
As long as it's not inconvenient for me.
That's my asset, that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so for
Costa
example,
needs
there are cloud providers, Google, Amazon, there is Microsoft, there are hundreds of them. If we ask them, okay, we need interoperability over there, it has to be solved at application level. If you are using the cloud, if you want to use all those 3 or 4 different clouds, you solve it at application level.
Can I add something on the membership side, or it's very interesting to hear the conversation. I'm Portuguese. I'm from Portugal, and
That is what Portuguese means.
Fair enough. No, but what I wanted to go is clubs have a different management structure in Portugal, and they are fan-owned since their existence. So Porto exists since 1893, and they are fan-owned since then. We didn't even have computers there, and there was governance without needing the tokens. So the thing is, here, my point is, it's not blockchain that's going to solve people interacting more or less on decisions of the clubs. It's the way that the clubs are structured, right? But there's an aspect, especially for a more digital nation that we are now, it's that there's aspects of ownership from the asset itself and from the relationship with the memorabilia or the asset or the ticket that blockchain now allows. And I think that's also very, very powerful from an emotional perspective, but also just to say that you don't need tokens to have fans engaged on decisions. It's just a structure on how the club is actually open to.
Yeah, sorry. Do you want to just finish that thought? Yeah, because at the end of the day, nowadays, with zero technical knowledge, within 40 seconds we can launch a token. There's already over 25,000 tokens, right? We can go on, keep on launching tokens, right? It's unsustainable. Most people don't understand how to build tokenomics. They rely on staking, stuff like that, which is hyperinflationary. And the second we have hyperinflationary, it becomes unsustainable, right? Money printing, that's how banking works. Fractional reserve banking, right? So taking from there, this is why I'm saying interoperability, because for me, it's about having a platform, an ecosystem, being able to provide additional rewards for people within their wallet holding Tezos NFTs, BNB NFTs, all these types of tokens, and being able, of course, after the new year C, have royalty across all different chains, right? So ownership is truly there. And I still believe the technology is available, and we'll speak in English.
Thank you. So look, we're going to ask one more question on governance, and just to finish off the utility thought, unless you're saying we would need to do.
No. I have no question. It's outside.
Who's the bloody host? It's me, the one stood up. Yeah. I was just going to say with utility, I think we've got an opportunity to go back to looking at like traditional principles of business. That's where we're going to go. Consumer behavior tells us that people like ownership stuff. That's why we buy watches and why we like houses and mortgages. It's also we like things like social capital, being in a room with someone that's a celebrity or has got a certain level of authority. That means a lot to us. So does things like scarcity. We do have a fear of missing out. If someone advertises a workshop or an event with a certain number of places, there's a really limited amount, and therefore I'm driven to consume. But so many of the projects have been launched, and they call utility having a token, or they call utility something that ends up being transactional. So we almost need to go back to the business principles and then apply them to technology, and then we use the
We are going to do one more question. I'm just going to ask the panel about governance, because governance and being able to shape and be involved in the decision is something that we really didn't have to this level without the blockchain. So just where do we sit on governance? How can governance be effective? How can we improve governance and engagement through Web3?
I think, going back to your point, Felipe, on actually, when it comes to governance of football clubs, obviously you've got experience, in Portugal you grow up with the clubs are formed that way, they operated that way, and that's what they know. Here, we don't. We've not had that. We have tribes across the country who get angry when you're doing not so well, and they're great when you're doing well. It's very raw, it's very, surface level, because there's nothing you can do about it. And what we certainly need in this country is that kind of infrastructure to put in place to bridge the gap between, let's use Premier League. Premier League is an entity, like, they are the dictator, the judge, the jury, the executioner about what goes on from media rights through to what happens on the pitch and off the pitch for every club. So there needs to be some kind of infrastructure that's put in place to add a level of depth. Yes, you can have a member on the board that represents the fans, but at the end of the day, I'm still sat at home as a fan, not really knowing what's going on until I get my monthly news there or my quarterly, done your ATM. I don't really know what's going on. So having blockchain infrastructure, some kind of NFT infrastructure, I know that Wagney is the example because they put out a Crawley Town. I think there's things that they can do better, but in principle, it's a test and learn. It's almost a test and learn for everybody else. It's to get English fans who are probably, just as passionate as anybody else, but we haven't had any control or any structure. So for me, it just makes sense to have something that the fans feel like they own, and it gives the club the ability to shape what that looks like this season, in 5 seasons' time. How do we give the fans that new level of loyalty? So, like for me, it might be that way. I go to my club and I say, "Hey, I've got an idea as a fan." Well, at the minute, there's no platform to do that. If there's a platform that say, "Hey, I've got an idea," the club come back and say, "Great idea, but we're not going to use it." I still feel listened to. I feel like a valued fan, a valued member of this club ecosystem, this community. And NFTs, digital, infrastructure and blockchain, definitely in this country, and other countries that haven't had the privilege that you definitely have had in Portugal and other countries that you build clubs from the community up. You know what we're doing. So definitely here that in these kind of countries can work well.
I think I agree, just to add to that, we have I'm speaking particularly about the UK at the moment, we have real governance issues in football clubs. Like we have many examples now. The owners and directors is not fit for purpose. We don't have the correct structures to run the way that we would like it to run. And we have examples of fan clubs in this country. It's just they're not very successful at this point, and where they are, they've then been sold to celebrity owners that are doing a better job than they were doing before because money is the problem. And so I think putting in these structures and utilizing the technology to facilitate that is useful. I mean, Crawley Town is a very interesting example because they're not a DAO. They're not. They don't run as one. I actually think it's going to run really badly. They give it to the perception of being a DAO, but they're not. They're just using money they make from crypto to run a club, and that's it. There's no governance structures in there. But I think there are really good examples. Lewis FC is a really good example of a supporter-owned club where they pick their entire board, they make decisions as fans, but there's a recognition that guy sitting at home watching football on his TV doesn't have an equal stake. You pick a board for a reason. You pick the best people to do a job. I don't want Joe Blogg sitting at home to make my financial decisions for my club. But I do think it will help us facilitate. In some sense, in the UK, we have to force it because it's not working. And you look at things like the ESL, and you look at the power dynamics are all off. And the only way to fix it is obviously the Premier League is reliant on the money that it has. And when you pump that much money into something, the power dynamics are always going to be off. The only way to fix it is to put in exactly like Matt was saying, the structures that mean that we can have transparency. built in and embedded. And that will take time, but I think it's coming.
That's pretty. Final thought from you. So, by the way, it's very refreshing having someone that sits at that level.
Sorry, Grammy.
That could be.
Honestly, Dr. Sex is great.
But it is, it's nice to see it coming from both sides, because often people like to protect the hierarchical structures that we've created. So it's refreshing to see a ground up view.
I think like going back to Web3 discussion. There's 2,000. Who's heard of Linksdao? Linksdao is a DAO that was set up to end up. They want to become the largest golfing community in the world, and to do that, they started with an NFT, and they raised money, and with that money, they've actually now, I think 2 weeks ago, they just bought. They just bought exactly. Yeah, they just bought a golf course in somewhere in 2 years. Community members, by buying an NFT, now own a golf club in Scotland. And their plan is they want to become the largest golf community in the world, and they've got a really strong roadmap. There's another DAO in the States, and that, by the way, gives real governance to the people that are building this. There's another DAO in Crowdsource, amazing. Pretty much what so there's a Crowdsource, the NBA guys, again, their goal is they want to own an NBA team. And I think they're going through some stages where they're taking on some Berlin teams at the moment. Sorry?
They already own a feeder team.
Okay, that's it. Yeah. So I think they're already making plans. They're going to make it happen. I feel that in the top tier clubs or sports, there will be a massive fan owned DAO in the future. I'm not fully, let's say, what's the word I'm trying to say? I'm not fully in love with DAOs at the moment, because I think we need a level of centralization at the beginning to get it going. But as soon as it's going, I think it's okay.
Right, we're going to go to the question and then we're going to close up. So last question of the day, and thanks everyone for listening in.
Yeah, hi, Ed. Just continuing on from what Preeti was saying, I mean, it seems a lot of the conversations been around fan engagement, which makes sense in the support of similar passion for people on the planet. But are there any interesting institutional applications of blockchain? It seems to me, during our conversation, that financial fair play is, for me, a bit of an unknown. Maybe even safer gambling, sports betting. I mean, some of those more institutional applications. There seems to be an opportunity there. Have you any thoughts on that? Any interesting sort of news or movements? A bit high level, but yeah.
I think there's a really good use case for digital identity in sport, which I kind of wanted to touch on.
I'm happy to touch on it. So yeah, from a previous world, we talked about the 3 million people that work in sport, so the professional sport. So sport is one of those industries where we can trust our bodies, our diets to fitness professionals. We trust our children to coaches to teach us to swim and play team sports. And at the moment, there's a lack of identity and, I guess, access to the people that are providing those jobs. Okay, so we have a qualifications framework. We have CRB checks or DBS now to make sure that someone has got this kind of license to practice. But with 1 million volunteers and very low-paid economy in sport, how do we actually keep track of a directory of people so that when I take my daughter to swimming, and it's not Sally, the teacher that I'm used to knowing and seeing coach her, and it's Sarah, well, how can I access a database to see whether Sarah has the right qualifications and the right credentials to work with my daughter? So identity is a huge thing, and actually government are funding a pilot at the moment, not directly into a decentralized structure, but into some kind of workforce governance model that I'm hoping we start to explore a decentralized way of doing it, so we use a blockchain application to do so. So that's a very true one, and this is born out of scandals in gymnastics and sport, and the wide review that we get across all sports. It's really damaging, and we need to get better at it, but it is the start of this kind of stepping towards something of true meaning and value that isn't just about rewarding people in coffees or through brands, but we do also need to push that because it's still a much better form of engagement.
I think the big thing that's going to come out of that, and you've got a great use case there, transparency. Being the word, it's very easy to be political, very easy to run a narrative through a club. Because again, like we said throughout the talk, they own the data, they own the narrative, because they own the data and all of the metrics. So, blockchain, provided that the right people make things public and transparent, is going to take a lot of that disinformation away. So, you know, your use case there, who is teaching my child to play sport, it will take a lot of those scandals away and create, hopefully, fingers crossed, this is the ever optimist in me, it will create a better narrative and better interaction across the board, you know, between brands and boards, clubs and boards, between fans and clubs, and really create a true collective. You know, all sports fans are part of the club genuinely, and all teams within the club are part of that kind of all around transparency. And that for me is what this infrastructure part of it is about: transparency, value, and access. Which
Thank you very much. Any closing thoughts from any of the panelists before we finish?
Right, okay, so obviously I'm talking a little bit about Rochdale education very quickly. So I know we touched on education in all areas of the Web3 space, but education is important. So if you are working with brands and you want someone to come in or a team to come and talk to them about education, into Web3, give us a shout.
Thank you, Matt. From my perspective, I think give it a shot, embrace technology. There is no harm in trying it. All these bad boys that you hear about cryptos and all these things, it's all made up. Just give it a try and see what happens. Learn it while you go, and it'll all be fine.
For me, just two closing thoughts. One, patience. We have to be patient with this. We have to go through the good periods, the bad periods, but obviously the values of your project, which is what Preeti alluded to earlier, understanding the values of your project is going to be really important during those difficult times when sentiment is a little bit lower. But also is not forgetting, I think we can be all guilty of this in the Web3 community, is being guilty of forgetting the people who are actually serving. And you know, you go on Twitter, the Web3 community is judged during execution of any NFT project and any Web3 project, essentially. It's not forgetting that actually most of the people from a fan perspective and what we're going to see from serving people who don't understand Web3, they value the memorabilia, they value the tickets, and we can onboard them and teach them over time, which is something we want to build. We have a very long-term roadmap. We're not here to make a quick buck and cover off. You know, we're here to really create depth, and actually what seems very surface level for us, for me on this side of Parasign Boost, when you understand the network, and it's not a particularly valuable commodity, but for these people it's everything. You know, we delivered a pair of signed knit coat gloves to a family about a month ago, and 2 kids literally couldn't believe it. And that's what it's about. It's about using this technology, this infrastructure, to create moments like that they would have never got in 10 years of being speaking to you. So I think patience and not forgetting about who we're serving the project.
Closing thoughts, I think for me, I completely to reiterate that, understand your why, really understand why you're starting a project and what you want out of it and your values. And for me, this is always about give, get, rather than starting with the get, and I don't think that happens often enough. I think my other one is think about inclusion, think about the communities you're building and the people you're working with. Like I look at sport, and I'm often the only woman on the panel. I look at Web3, and I'm often the only woman on the panel. So really think about, I can always count the number of women in the room. Think about inclusion as you're going into this. Like I read somewhere that within the age range of 18 to 34 females, digital, like Web3 digital assets are the second most owned item after cash. So it's a growing market for women, but they're not, if we build close spaces like we're doing with sport, the women are not, you're going to exclude them again. So just think about it as you're going through this, where are the women, where are the people of color?
If you want to get any follow-up on that, check out the panel, there's recordings of it, check out the panel that happened during the lunch break today. Really went into detail on that topic, and it's a vital one. We got a chance to build things right? Oh, it's early enough, so let's capitalize on it. I'm going to jump in and just say thank you to everyone. So I'd love to ask you to put a big hand round, put your hands together, a round of applause. Can you all look at me, just give us a big cheesy grin? There we go. I'll get this sent out to you. So thanks, Ollie, for hosting a really good panel. Amit, Pretty, Matt, Nabil, thank you again. And after this, we're going to have a really interesting discussion now in this room about the future of AI and music. On the other stage, there's a bit more of a cynical look at the future of technology with Oliver from Flight Story. If like either evolve or die. And if you've seen him on the panel earlier, it was rather pessimistic, you might say. But like, let's pick your poison. We're here. So I'm going to invite up Caitlin, who's going to be moderating our next session. And we'll get your mics up quickly. And hand you this mic here.
Hello. What can you see?
And then I'd like session. So Mariana, Patrick, Michael, please join us on stage in these 4 seats.
Where's the other mic? I'm trying to just have one on every single mic here. So we'll pass the mic to one.
Just get this deck up. A minute. I'll do a proper intro in 1 second, sorry. You sent it to me. Come and check quickly. Mars at techcircus.co.uk, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter. That's Peter Griffiths, isn't you?
That's Family Guy.
Mars at techcircus.co.uk.
Check your spam.
Just Patrick.
P. Masso Walsh.
P. Mass.
M-A-S-S-O.
It's not arrived in my inbox. Check junk. I don't know why I got into spam now.
Yeah, your internet is, I think it's disconnected.
It should be on there. Ah. It did go to spam, that's weird, isn't it? Alright, jump up there, I'll get this up in 2 seconds.
How do I do the audio?
The audio? So I'm going to need this and I'm going to play through here. Keep it up really loud as possible. So I will do that. Could I have that mic then for that process?
Would it make sense for me to just come up and do it with you? Or do you want me to stay sitting down?
No, because I'm going to, no, just jump up there. I'll drag this over. Let me, Hello everyone. Thank you very much for hanging around. I know this has been a very long day. Before we dive straight into the panel, one of our panelists, Patrick, is just going to quickly walk us through a couple of slides and frame the conversation a little bit. So I'll hand the mic straight to Patrick. We'll get started and then we'll dive into this panel. So Patrick, over to you.
Hey guys. It's the end of the day. I'm tired and I want to be in. If you hold strong for the next half an hour, that'd be great. I'll just need to press
yeah.
So I don't want to hijack the conversation too much, but when talking about AI and music, it doesn't make makes sense to just talk about it. I think it's useful to go through a few examples. So what I've done is I've asked a bunch of producers in our community to have a look through some AI samples and see if they can jazz them up a bit with their own production. I don't know what the result is going to be, but I'm going to play a few and I'm going to ask you guys to vote on which one you think is the human and which one you think is just the AI. I don't know what kind we're going to do, but let's not put so
We have a slight issue that someone is walking around with the other mic around. He's just run off with it. Okay. Just want to use these just to kind of double up. You just want to speak on the side.
So
I'll be back.
This is our first comparison. We've got red versus blue. So have a listen to both of these, and I'll ask you in a minute which one you think is the human. If you don't mind, I'm going to do that again. Okay, that's one. Number two. Oh shit, I revealed it. All right, well, you know which one that was, okay.
The speakers didn't see that, right?
Okay. Well, let's have a think. Which one do you think? Red was the first one. Blue was the second one.
I want to say the second one is the AI.
Interesting.
There's no life and soul
Yeah,
in
yeah.
it.
Interesting. Okay, so in fact, it was the second one. That's a producer called Cornelius. So big up Cornelius, thank you. Moving on to a second example. Now, you better get this one right, because the artist is sat in the audience. I'm just saying. So this is the first one. It's quite long, but I'll play the first 30 seconds or so. Okay. And the second one. I'm just going back to the first one so you can hear it a bit later on as well. Oh, I was trying to click on it.
This has failed terribly, my apologies.
Okay, I mean, let's do it anyway. Which one did you guys prefer? Which one do you think had the most finesse?
Number two for me.
Number two. Put your hands up for red. Put your hands up for blue.
So the voting is on finesse, or if it's a human or an AI?
It's a human or an AI. So one's a human who's flipped the other sample.
So red pill. Who's on the red?
Red is human, is that what we're voting on?
Red is human. Okay. And blue is human. Got a couple on the stage. I would be with the blues as well.
Interesting. So it was in fact red. And the producer is Emin, he's sat over there. So big up, thank you, Emin. I've got just a couple more, and I'll run through them real quick. So number three. These ones are pretty short, so I'll play them fully.
Okay, and number 2? Okay, so for red, hands up. Who thinks that was a human? And number 2? Okay, interesting. So they were actually both AI. That was a trick question. I got you. And finally, just the last one real quick. I'm sorry to have hijacked this completely. Gotta stop it. Sorry. And this is the second one. Okay, so what do you think about that one? Yeah, okay. Red? Okay, so that was another trick question. They are both AI, but the reason I did that again, these are both the exact same sample. It's actually interesting. I sent this to one of our producers and he listened to this track and he said, like, it's already basically the intro to a song and I don't actually want to change it. And he was very impressed by the quality of this. I think it reflects a lot of artists' opinions here where they don't really understand how far this technology has already come. And I'm sure we'll talk about it in a second, but the creative potential for a lot of artists is only just beginning to unlock. And yeah, let's talk on that now. I'm sorry if we failed, but it's fine.
All right, let's go dive straight in then. Kaden, I'm going to ask you to introduce our panelists. Patrick, please take your place up on stage. You guys need mics. Yeah, I'll pass the mic over. Get started. Hi, guys.
We have Mariano Carr, who has been in the music industry for 17 years and in an intersection of music and emerging technologies for 2 years. She's the head of business development and Kasparaki, an AI-based music production platform. And we've already heard from Patrick. So Patrick Walsh is the co-founder of Fargo, a London-based creative platform supporting emerging artists of all disciplines. In his bio, he's written to me that he is both terrified and excited by the technological process. Next, we have Jess Pearl. She is the co-founder of Fifth Horizon, a new marketing agency that brings AI and Web3 to established talent brands. She previously ran a record label under Warren and has managed some of the UK's biggest rappers. Lastly, we have Michael Borelli. He is a highly experienced financial services professional, having held executive positions in compliance, regulation, management consulting, and operations for institutional financial services firms and for crypto firms. So Michael is going to be our kind of regulatory voice in the room today, an expert. And my name is Caitlin Zhang. I am the CEO of Edel Branding. We are a marketing branding agency in the tech, financial services, and Web3 space. And in the last 2 years, I've been working with musicians and different projects too. So let's dive right in. First of all, first question is to the panelists. What have you seen like very exciting possibilities in AI and really interesting case studies at the moment?
Okay, well, for me, just as Patrick was showing us, I see as an amazing tool to really enhance our potential as humans. So I mean, look, it's very controversial anyway, we're going to probably get to that, but, you know, I see as a massive tool. So I see, for me, the best collaborations are with humans and AR co-create together. So I think artists can cooperate, collaborate, and do something. I feel like you would do with an assistant, I would think, with the AI. So that's how I see that. So that's a great case studies. I mean, I think Molly Curtin, I think is the name, she had a fully art-based album where she used, data-driven sounds and vocals. That was a great example of collaboration, how she actually leveraged the technology to make a better work. So yeah, I don't think that should take away anyhow the artist's creativity input or any the touch. It's more to use that as a tool.
Any other case studies that was
I'd say not necessarily a case study, but the example of like the Joking Weekend track that was released, and it was all AI and it went viral because nobody actually realised that it wasn't the artists themselves. And I think the one that was Grimes reaching out to her fans and saying that she would have 50% if somebody can come up with a track using her voice. So they're probably the two things I know, they're probably the two biggest examples in the industry for me that have shown both the potential and the potential pitfalls. So yeah, that's what I'm actually.
If I can just counter that point slightly, I think because of the hype and the headlines of this Drake Weekend scenario, there's been a slight misunderstanding. With the Drake and AI example, which is, I think the reason why a lot of people latched onto it is because it's genuinely highly produced song, and like it sounds exactly right? But with that example, it's 80-90% musician and then 10% AI. We've got a producer who calls himself Ghostwriter, who's actually created the whole track. He's written the lyrics himself, and he's recorded his own vocals. But then the little bit of AI that he used to augment that creativity was something called tonal transfer, which is a way that you can do essentially speech-to-speech transformations. And that's how he got the effect of Drake's voice or The Weeknd's voice. But that's not to shadow the fact that the AI is a really insanely powerful tool for creativity. But I think one of the big talking points that we keep coming back to now is that ultimately it's still only a tool. And for us to create music that connects with people, connects with an audience, we're still going to need an artist in the room, at least for the next couple of years, and we'll see where that goes.
I'm going to go on a generic photography speak for it. I know actual versus anticipated. I can say we anticipate. So fortunately, we all get older. We learn our wisdom and things, but we retain our wisdom, but we lose our kind of sensory and ability to act and be ourselves. So maybe over time, if you're becoming an artist and you start lose your hearing, your voice, you're going to be a star. Actually, having AI that ingests all the data of your previous of all your performances to date, and then in the future, if you lose your way that you or how you would do it, you can say, hey, this is what Michael of his 20 years would do, this is what Michael of his 30s would do, this is what his 40s would do. So we can think of it as you say, a tool to enable people to overcome the horrors or the pleasantries of age, and to embrace it the same way that we embrace Web3 or talking in their life. AI can actually really help people.
So let's talk a little bit more about the tool, because in my experience working with musicians, we've done stuff with AI artworks, AI videos, and AI music production. The problem is that the control that we want to exert over the AI is just not quite giving us the output that we want. So the artists end up spending way more time finessing and putting into different inputs, spending way too much time, effort, and money into that. I'm personally struggling sometimes with tools. What do you guys feel in that sense? How is it
Well, of course, it's a challenge because it's not new. The technology has been out there for quite a while. We're using other, driving cars, right? Alexa and everything else. But I think that we are still learning how to properly leverage the technology, like what we call prompt engineering, right? We just the commands. You've got to be very specific. You've got to be the right. If you go to ChatGPT and just randomly ask for something, it's going to give you a very random text with some weird adjectives and stuff. So you've got to really learn how to use that. And I think in that sense, in regards to the AI, we're still in the early stages of learning how to use the tool. But I still think, and finding more cost-effective for upcoming musicians than the regular, like the studio sound engineering, mixing, mastering, that's gonna cost you 5K, not making 200. I still think that that's a better tool, and we will have to learn how to use it because it's not gonna go anywhere. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree, but I think to answer the question, really, I think it ultimately depends on the use case. Just to bring in the anecdote, I spoke to another producer in our community who straight up refused to look at the AI samples because he rejected the idea. Where he thought that the power was to automate a lot of the music, like the elevator music, the background music, royalty-free music for YouTube videos and ads, where a lot of that doesn't really have that creative fusion with artists anyway, and it's just this like repetitive task, right? But like the reason why artists spend so long tweaking and playing around is because they're trying to tell a story about themselves, right? And I think whether you're talking about AI or you're talking about traditional production methods, for many artists, it's never finished, right? They'll keep tweaking it, they'll keep working on it, and they'll keep trying to influence the end product with themselves. And I don't think that's a problem necessarily. I think embracing that art takes time to develop. I would hate to see chart-topping tracks that have been done in 10, 20 seconds, and the artist is just like, yeah, send it out, that's fine. I think there needs to be that time to develop art that has meaning.
I think, from my perspective, we've been on version 157 of the Mixmatic without using AI, and that's just the lack of with the engineering and because they want that level of perfection. So it's like I said, I think that is kind of nature, and like its role and its responsibility to go to their level of perfection. I think where we use AI in our recent stuff that we've been producing, what we've done is being able to add in layers of instruments and that they don't have access to, or they don't have to play certain instruments that they can incorporate using AI. To take their pitch into a new sound. A lot of people, especially rap producers, they don't rely on really sort of basic visual software. So if they can incorporate AI into that, it really does enhance their level of production. So I think that's where I see it being a big use case.
I'm going to talk about this one thing, because you said we need to see artists going into something, and you essentially going into the process of struggle. The struggle is to live to them, is the struggle, right? So, but then equally, people have spent years and years crafting, applying a trade to learn that skill to be able to do it in 10 seconds. So you're kind of eliminating, so people who can, let's say, spin a financial model or play like Roger Federer or something, hit it because he is behind his trade. So just if you remove that ability, AI allows people to do what people aren't spending years doing. It's kind of, you're kind of eradicating and you're kind of disrespecting someone's dedicated their whole life to it. We really are, to borrow my friend's phrase, that we are going to paradigm shift. And the paradigm shift of what is value, how do you create value, how do you reward value? And psychologically, I know I'm sorry, I'm going a very tangent, but I think these are really fundamental questions to ask. There's always a why. And there's always a why are we doing this? Is this really what we want?
I think I just want to add to that as well, with relation to paradigm shift. AI will get to a point where it can produce amazing music in seconds. I think an example from 100 years ago, which we use really heavily into this idea, the shift is when the camera was invented. I know we're talking about visual art here, but painters had spent decades, their entire lives, learning the craft of creating photorealistic imagery through the canvas. And the camera came around, and in half a second could do it better than every painter in the world, right? But people didn't stop painting. It started the whole revolution of abstract art, modern art, surrealism, eventually leading to digital art and technology. I think realistically, humans will rebound. Artists are not going to stop creating art just because technology can do it better. I think they're going to adapt and learn how to use that medium in a new way.
But I'm sort of excited about agreeing with you. I do think there will be displacement of a lot of engineers who have spent 20 years learning to be the best engineer. And a lot of producers will become effect producers now, or overseeing projects that have been AI created. So I do think there will be a lot of people who are hugely skilled in a certain area that eventually will become not obsolete. And I'm sure, like I said, humans by nature will adapt and grow into a different role. But I think, especially from an established artist or established producers and engineers perspective, their concern is, and I suppose there's possible strong industries with graphic science, etc. Research 20 years ago, not practical, create something in 5 minutes. And AI is going to be able to make it in 5 seconds. So yeah, there's always that side to me as well.
We had a panel earlier where we were talking about, I'm a graphic designer, I use Photoshop, my job's going to be gone. But really, and obviously Photoshop's introduced AI, and now it's just another tool in your toolkit. And I guess, like, when it comes to the role of production, does the role to stay relevant and this adapt to survive mentality when we look at these crafts, do you become the AI handler? Do you guide the AI now? Is that how you stay relevant? Is that how you stay in the job?
Yeah, I think if I was a producer and I told that I grew over knowledge, I would definitely start looking into it first to understand it and to know how to use it best. And I think there's always going to be a certain level of human creativity that's going to be needed, especially in music and in art and graphic design. Actually saw a post in the graphic design today and said, if humans are inputting a brief and the AI spits something out, what are their answers in the crack? The brief's a crack. And it's true, we need that level of creativity to be able to even input what we need from AI. However, I think for more basic elements, a logo design or a deck design or something where you might go to a graphic designer, this can be done. And the same way the convert has taken over for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're just going to have to attack it and survive by adapting. Absolutely, yeah.
I think from my experience that the musician's job, only a part of it is creating music. Actually, a lot of times musicians spend a lot of time building communities, having that personal connection with the fans, to have that resonate with them is actually sometimes arguably a bigger part of their role, a bigger part of their brand, a bigger part of their job. So I think, I'm seeing a lot of musicians embracing AI stuff, but also they're using it as methods to start building their community, especially like really music and so,
Yeah, so I want to add to that as well. I work with a lot of emerging artists, and some of my teammates are here. We do events all around London, and we support grassroots live musicians through live events. And I mean, interestingly, these artists, through technology, the barriers to entry are lowered, and they can put their art online and reach audiences, but it's also forced them to go to live performance to provide them as their main source of income. So most music is, at least the way that the artist benefits from it, is through connecting with fans in person. And I do think at some point there'll be a robot pop star who can brace the stage and go backflip and send it, but the novelty for that kind of thing, I think, will wear off, and fans who go out to engage with live music ultimately want to connect with people, and for that reason, I don't think that that's going to ever go.
Or even there might be even a resurgence of pushback, especially after COVID, that are new for that human connection. Michael.
I think the aspect of connectivity and community is very important. I'll give you a real example. Let's say you worked all week and you take your kids, you go back and go see a concert, you go see your favourite artist, and you figure out that there's circle and there's sort of showing it's pre-recorded, it's not them, it's not their voice, and you go, it's a cop-out because it's not real, it's not genuine. So what would happen if you go see your favourite artist, you go see Elton John, you go see everything, you figure out that it was an AI, you use an AI to create a song. would you still have the same level of respect? I would say no. But I'll say you're a cop out. You've used AI and you do it to create the whole thing. Like use it to augment some of it. That's different to using it to create the whole thing. It's cheating, or maybe not.
Sorry, I'm always going to buy because music's like my life. There's AI can recreate someone's voice. It can recreate an instrument, but there's something in music about musicality, you know, and to convey an emotion in a sound. Like I played the violin. I played since I was 6 years old. You know, will an AI be able to get the same emotive sense that I could get playing like something, you know, like Vivaldi's Four Seasons, you know, like, is it going to be able to get that same like timbre, that same like emotive sound in the music? You reckon?
I would think so as well, yeah. I would think so. I mean, I still think, I like to think that the human input will always be needed and necessary. And as we were talking about live shows, to have that human connection, I do think we're going to have a robot pop star for sure. Like,
yeah.
We're actually working on one, but it's true.
At our last conference, we had Sophia the AI's sister Desdemona come and she was singing. We're very far away from backflips on stage and like real, but it's an idea. It's teasing the idea, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I think we will always, as we were just discussing now, as a professional, we will have to learn to use these tools for whatever goal that we are playing at the moment, because it's just going to continue to grow. And as a musician, you should definitely be exploring. I used to work a lot with emerging artists as well for years, and they were struggling to make music and to profit from it. So that's why, of course, there are people which we're going to discuss more, but I just see this as a tool because they were in such a pain of not being able to finish an album. Of course, established artists that are working is different because they're established, we've got the money, right? But if you are an emerging musician, that is a challenge, right? I'm sure you agree with that side. And that's why I see this as a tool, that side. But yeah, for sure, in the future, I think they will be able to possibly, do the whole thing.
Yeah, just to add to that, there's been a lot of conversations around AI in the past couple of days, and I think people sit on both sides of the fence here. Just like an hour ago, we had someone sat here who was convinced that AI would never match human ability. And fundamentally, I think it's false. If you look at the track record over the past 5 years, AI's development is growing exponentially, and its abilities will catch up and supersede human abilities in pretty much every discipline. But I think when it comes to creativity and art, what's really important for artists that come into the space is finding a unique sound and innovating, right? And I don't know if I'm technically right in this. I don't think that an AI model, which has essentially been trained on the history of music, could think outside of the box. I think whatever's going to create will be a reflection of the things that have existed in the past. And for sure, you're going to find unique sounds in there, which is where I think the true potential lies for producers to select, artists to select elements of that and use it to create new sounds. But I think it will be technically possible that AIs will be able to create music at a human level. I don't know if they'll be able to innovate there.
I also don't think that the music family personality that very much of what human connectivity and emotional listening and seeing a human form. And we're talking about their own situation, you're relating to that, and seeing how I wonder that can never be replaced by in any way, in my opinion. Especially if you're a fan of an artist who writes their own music and therefore has that whole personal touch. I would send you, I look at somebody who's using AI, solely AI generated music and written solely by AI, that would put me off the artist. And I think there will be, like you said, researchers who bring that to life, want to see live music, want to take people who've written their own performing themselves, they will that.
I'd love to see a social experiment, like I busk sometimes around like Leicester Square, things like that. And and people come and they put money in, they pay you, they hit their credit card, and you think, if you stuck an AI there, would people give that AI some money? you know? Like,
I want to see that too.
yeah.
If you put googly eyes on it, they
Yeah.
100% they will.
To tie it back to regulation and what's helped the fintech industry and to help it innovate is the concept of sandboxes. Test your solution, you see how it works, but it does enter to go through an iterative process as well. Now, under the forthcoming European Union Artificial Intelligence Act, they are actually bringing AI regulatory sandbox into place. The same way for fintech, we need to have an AI grid so we can see what works and what doesn't. So it encourages the innovation in the process. Within that, you can see mutual harms, you need to get examples of those processes in place, and ultimately we're making something that is secure for the customer, whether it be an AI on the street or something, or at home through any innovation has to occur sustainably. There's no reason why regulation and innovation can occur parallel, like the seesaw that we've seen happens.
And what do you guys think are some of the pitfalls at this stage, and what can we do to challenge that?
Wow, okay, so one of them we're just discussing now, artists becoming lazy and relying too much on AI. That's number one, because that's not what the tool's there for. Like that shouldn't take away, their creativity. As you said about, even like the songwriting. I think if you are a songwriter, you're having a writer's block, they can help you to kind of, okay, that's good. It's definitely good. Yeah, I can help you to finish my song, but not fully written by the AI. It's just to collaborate with me, right? I think that's obviously a massive one. I have to just quickly touch on the copyright infringement as well. That's going to happen. I think that's going to continue to happen. And, if you think about copyright infringement, and that's already been happening without the AI anyway, we've got massive artists being sued by other artists because they use some pop beats, and that's already being non-AI songs, right? So that's not going to stop. But, for example, we train our model in our in-house music producers and singers to not cross that, copyright infringement. That's another, obviously, pitfall. And I think also not knowing how to use the technology and not researching, the lack of knowledge and understanding. And I think that's another thing, because then you don't know how to use it, you don't know what can possibly go wrong with that, I mean, we don't know anyway why. I think, we are very early in that way of knowing what's going to happen. But I think, if we all embrace that this is happening, and we all research, and we all, do our part, and we all try to, let's not forget AIs are trained by humans, so we need better humans training AI, more ethical humans training AI to also avoid the misuse of technology, which already has been happening for years. Some people thought, there's some people, of course, but the internet is also wrongly used. The social media, guys, is also all being wrongly used. And yet we use all of this technology in our day-to-day lives. So I think that in general, we just need better humans to, train these AIs so it doesn't go absolutely wrong. I think from managing established artists, it would be around questions and just making sure that it's regulated. Because I understand what you're saying in terms of why it's being seen for a small sample that sounds similar to something else that's been created, but if it's an entire song that's been made using your voice, which you might get to a point in the design, for example. At what point would you manage your own talent without recognition? How is that regulated? How does it start if you're an artist who's been putting your album together for 5 years, and then it's similar to something if somebody puts out 5 songs and they go viral and kind of takes away from your album and starts shopping 6 months. I think for established artists, the pitfalls are at the moment could be significant unless regulation comes in. I'm sure it will, in terms of publishing and ownership and big financial, giving what they deserve. I did see a video, it's Neo talking about, you heard a song with someone who used to voice the song, but also AI had written the song in the sound, in the style of the Neo song, and he listened to it and he was like, that's actually
crazy. Put out music that sounds like me, sounds like how I've written it, and I have no clue who they are, where they made it, how they made it, what it's saying in the vocal, lyrics. Do I know what it's saying in the lyrics? We're putting collabs together with artists, two people put together, would they want that? Like, I would go to track with this artist, I actually don't like it. It's just all around, I suppose, keeping control of, as I said, having such rights, keeping control of your talent and your IP.
Sounds like we're still going to be lawyers in the future.
She's the expert on it. I'd say the heart is probably because it's widespread access. For example, some products and services are only limited to a specific few. Let's say financial derivatives, for example, the behest of hedge funds, institutional traders, the risk is confined to people understanding. Everyone listens to music. And de facto, there's the risk because everyone's exposed to it. So the AI is introduced, the AI, human interaction, everyone's going to be exposed to it. Equally, through NLP, it's going to be able to create, it's going to be able to access more data sources to be able to, let's say, scripture that's been from the past, so they can go in but they can analyze this sort of data. So it's not just listening to stuff on YouTube, they can go through everything data. So the widespread access, the sheer volume of data could be systemic.
So to be mindful of time, I want to ask a question that I heard from the audience earlier. Can you guys recommend one tool that someone can start learning a little bit more about making music with AI?
When Kasparaki gets released, I guess, for that, I think that's coming soon, right?
Yeah, now
Congrats.
Yeah, amazing. Well, I mean, there's one that's just been released by Google. It's called Music LM. If you download the app on the App Store, it's called Google's Test Kitchen. That is a prompt to sound model. It's a little bit jank, to be honest, but it's a cool way to start testing the waters with some of this. The one I used for the demo that flopped earlier, that one's, I think, more advanced. You can actually extract the stems from it. You can also produce MIDI. So not only will you get these musical ideas, but as an artist, you can actually change them to your style. That one's called Iva, AIVA, which I think is another really good tool. But I mean, there's so many, and there's never going to be the right one. It's just about you as an artist.
Last question. In one word or one sentence, can you guys summarize your predictions for the next 12 months in this space? One sentence.
Challenge.
Yes, exactly. I'm like, wow. Wow. I mean, next time one sentence, but I mean, look, I think that it will be more interaction engagement between us and fans for sure, community. Maybe 2 sentences, if that's okay. And more AI, tools that will be available that artists will be able to generate. And just, I think it's about trying out and learning, education, co-creation, collaboration. I think that's what's going to happen next 12 months, and we're going to see more and more. So we're going to have to inform ourselves for sure.
Well, trying to represent the views of grassroots artists here, because my perspective is quite an optimistic one. I love the chaos from that this technology enables. I think lots of new sounds will emerge, which will inevitably push certain boundaries within the music space. And the rate of progress for that is accelerating. So, I mean, I think where we are now with music is probably where we were with image generation 5 years ago. But I don't think it's going to take 5 years to get to that point where image generation is now, if that makes sense. I think there's going to be a lot of really interesting conversations that need to be had around regulation. I just want to bring it back to the Grimes example we said earlier, because it's a really interesting one where she has just adopted this idea. I talked about tonal transfer earlier, and it's what people used to rip off Drake's voice, but Grimes has basically said, here's a tool that you can do that for my voice,
and it's easier than all the other tools. You just have to give me half of the royalties if you make money off of this song. I don't necessarily think that's the right approach, but I think conversations around regulation will start to shape how that works for the average artist.
I think a lot of artists will probably go down the same route as Frank has done and incorporate it into bring fans to these demos and not necessarily fans, but a lot of known producers and creators will be able to get a dip in with the artist via AI. So I think there'll be a lot of music, AI generated music on the charts, go viral and quite big, but then I also think the flip side of that will be there'll be a lot of heavy panic from labels and publishers that will bring in a regulatory framework that will not prevent that, but just put it back into control of the labels.
So the sentence I'll say is staggered disruption within the wider context of innovation. The reason I say that is I don't think there's too many vested interests for this to just take off. We will put a great audience all the way. US Congress studies that all going on with the same thing. I think it's something that there's obviously the music industry, there's a lot of commercial opportunity. I think we just need to be realistic as possible. But I think it's important for you to embrace it. I think real practical people and real funds.
Do you have time to take a question?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're just kind of like just going into the ether. So, unless people need to read, I know that our technology partner is keen to get this up so he gets a 7 o'clock train home. So,
looking at us.
but he's eyeing you up. But if we got time maybe for one quick question, I know there's two. Okay, we'll take them both. But let's try to keep some succinct answers if possible. Let's go to the back and welcome.
Hi. I have two questions, but I'm going to just take it down to one. My question is around the ethics on AI and music. So, a few weeks back, Timberland, the producer, he released a song using Biggie's voice, right? And then after that, he also said he starts from the venture where he's going to be using artist voices that have passed away to create new songs. Sounds really cool, but I'm a bit curious to know, is that ethically correct? Because I don't believe the money, if you make any money from those songs, that's not really going to go to the families of those artists. So a bit curious, and where do you kind of stand with that type of thing? What kind of things that are case with that?
I don't think opening an ethics conversation is very succinct. But it's a great question, so let's get to it.
I'll answer and I'll try to keep it short. I don't think that's ethically okay, especially in the context of dead artists who there's no chance they could even give consent if they were able to. I think there's a huge gap in the market for data companies who train some of these creative models using data sets from artists who have consented and given that. And using technologies like Web3, you can track the use of these models and actually fairly reward the artists for contributing. And we could give them royalties every time that model is used, for example. Yeah, I think.
Sorry, really quick. Unless it's like something that the family is doing. Okay, yeah, exactly. That there are specific projects that they want to do that collaboration for some sort of reason. Then don't break that. But yeah, I agree with you.
The royalties go to the family.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. How quick is your question? Was it your question? Yeah. Come on, let's do it.
That'd be great. This is a commonly linked to a question, and that is this idea of perfection and imperfection in music, because I see a lot of AI being the kind of perfect version of something, and I go back to like initially studying electronic production, and my first electronic piece was like completely perfect because I did it intentionally perfect, but then I would write other pieces and it would be like, oh, but this doesn't have this like human touch. And so then there's these like in Reason or in Ableton, like you can create these like use the technology to create the imperfection
And I don't see that AI has that imperfection yet, and I feel like the beauty of the human innovation is actually to do something that isn't perfect, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I just want to add comments on that. There is a Chinese rapper, very famous, Trice Johnson. He is known for slurring all his words when he's rapping. So it's that kind of imperfection that I find endearing. Definitely, slurring at this point.
I'd say it's in private base because it would only be able to limited to data trained on, right? So you have data you get quick opportunity to garbage out. So it's going to be imperfect because you're not going to be willing to train how to do it. If you let the AI run models, it's going to have more data sets and it's probably more perfect. And then instead of the software requirements, you definitely start with the definition perfect.
I totally understand your point, and I think what it goes back to is the soulfulness in music creation. If you've got drums that are straight on the beat, it's not going to feel as interesting as if you move one kick backwards and then the next kick forwards and add a bit of like rhythm to that. Having said that, I think one of the novelties of AI and music at this stage is that it's far from perfect. Like, if you try Music LM by Google, type in some random prompts. I asked it to create mariachi, like fused with jazz, and the result was like an abomination. I swear to God. I think like those imperfections actually are what make music soulful. I think you can definitely leverage AI to explore some of those imperfections in a new way.
Thank you very much. Thank you for our panel, Mariana.
We have a really desperate audience member here. We might explode.
Okay, so I'm kind of known for putting out questions that poke the bear in the middle of the room. So first of all, a response to his question about dead artists. That's already been happening for 20 years. You've got Ghetto Gospel with Elton John and Tupac. You've got Aaliyah and Chris Brown. That's already been happening. Like dead artist IP, nobody respects it. It always gets used. However, the blockchain can now allow the public to make sure that the artists that have passed away are actually getting paid on that work. So this is about convergence. So my question for the audience, for the panel, is more about how do you think labels are going to deal with nations and parts of the world that don't care about people's IP rights?
I don't think that's any, just like you said, I don't think that's any different to how it's been. Nations are already doing that, are still going to do that. So it's regulating what they can do, and obviously that's answers what that means in terms of regulation. But I don't think that's any different there.
Yeah, I mean, plagiarism has existed for centuries, right? Forgery of paintings, forgery of documents, right-click and save the crypto code that I want to present as mine. But I think ultimately it's the audience who makes the decision, and through technology you can enable this fair distribution. I don't think that plagiarism will be eradicated, but I think we can create a more favourable alternative to that for the audience and for the musicians.
I think you just use price talking and shut them off. If you say the country, then you could, if you're the artist or musician, you just say, I don't want it to be this, or you impose restrictions with respect to other legal elements like the copyright law, those are still being worked through as involved. The same with the crypto regulations involved through the process of intense lobbying and industry backlash and industry associations. I do think that you could, in the same way that central bank could with currency, you could impose restrictions and controls. And I think that's going to be the evidence of everything you see myself like.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you, panel. Mariana, Patrick,
And now to also just give me a big cheesy grin. There we go. I'll get that sent out to everyone after. Thank you everyone for listening in today. It's been a lot, right? A lot of and a lot of good debate, healthy debate, which is important for educating and progressing these industries and these these conversations. So yeah, one final round of applause for all of our speakers, these guys and everyone today. I know that some of you are sitting out there today, and to yourselves for obviously being a huge part of the event as well. So yeah, there's some drinks outside. I know you guys are probably parched. Go grab a few beers, whatever it is you want, and I'm going to stick some music on topic. And we'll see you all next time. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, go on. Oh yeah, it's always nice. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very
All right. Hi everyone. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? It's hard work putting these things together, you know.
I can't see the team, like not so many people.
Oh yeah, I know.
You're
Yeah.
handling so much.
That's always the way for me. Yeah.